Good morning, Chatty House.
You've been tagged on Twitter.
Yo!
I've been tagged.
Guys, this might be the first time you've ever heard me say this. Vibes are down. Vibes are down. Take.
Are
we live? We're live, dude.
We are live. I see.
Yeah, we're gonna have some tough combos today. Good job, Rust Dog, getting the belt. All right.
What's happening? Who do we got up in here?
We got everybody. Everybody's here. John's here. Spencer's here. Sass is here. Oh my goodness, that's where we're starting. Okay.
What's up, Jay?
Up? Johnny G is here. Warren's here. Drew down. Mrs. Mac. Jay. Steven. Oh my God. Adam L. Katrina's here. David's here. All right. Let's go.
That's so loud.
Well, guess we'll do a show. James Ham there. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube is the sponsor. You'll notice the weather outside. It's raining like heck. You might have holiday travel plans. Go to Jiffy Lube right now. They open at like 7:30 a.m. You can get in there before work starts.
That's right, Kyle.
There's locations all over Sacramento. Go to jiffylube.com. Get your tires changed. Get your brakes done, or get your tires rotated, get your brakes done, get your new windshield wipers, get cabin air filters. They'll do it all for you. Get it done now.
Kyle, there's only one thing worse than breaking on the way to your mother-in-law's house.
Oh, what's that?
It's breaking down once you get there and getting stuck there for extra days.
Oh boy. You know, there's a terrible Christmas movie about that. Yeah. About that very thing, where they get stuck at the husband's ex-girlfriend's house.
Is it like Lindsay Lohan?
No, I got to find the name of the movie. It was a fever dream. It was like 6 different plots, all tied. They like couldn't pick one, so they went, "What if we just did all the plots?"
Is it the Vince Vaughn and Reese Witherspoon?
No, it's nothing. It's not. No, it's nothing like you've ever heard of or seen.
Okay,
I'll find the name of it and I'll send it to you. We'll do a bad Christmas movie episode at one point, because it's one of my favorite parts of the holidays. It's just god awful Christmas movies. One of my least favorite part of the holidays is god awful sports, and that's what we've got. We've got 2 Kings games to talk about.
Oh,
we've got a 49ers game to talk about. We've got a Raider game we can get into. The theme of all those 4 things, those 4 games, is that every single one of them was disappointing. There's not a single thing that I would love to start with. Hey, you know what? Look, Niners swung an upset in Green Bay. Or, wow, hey, look at the Raiders putting up a fight. They beat the Broncos. That's a solid Broncos team. Nice win for the Raiders. Nope, nothing. No. Oh, Kings, at least they split over the weekend. No,
there is no. Oh, they climbed right back into the NBA Cup.
Nope,
none
of it. And this is 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Here's where I'm at mentally today. I am overreaction guy in my life.
Okay.
I overreact to a lot of things, and that turns me into a running joke in some of my text threads. But when stuff actually does go wrong and stuff actually does go sideways, I really try and make sure, like, okay, is this overreactionary Kyle, or is this a real thing? And if you would like to, so I don't think there's any overreaction today that is off base. Let it fly at 916-909-1320. Raiders, Niners, Kings. Fire away. I don't think there's, whatever your take, I'm not going to call it an overreaction.
Bring it.
But I've got nothing, dude. Here, we'll start with the Kings. Here's my, again, maybe an overreaction, but everything's on the table today.
Okay.
This is not the only thing wrong. This is just the first thing I'm going to point out. This is not the only thing. It's just the first thing. We're 17 games into the season. We're 15 games into DeMar DeRozan? He missed 2.
Something like that. Yeah.
We're 14 or 15 games into the DeMar DeRozan experience.
14 games. He did miss 3.
14 games. And I don't know that I don't. How has he not figured out that this is De'Aaron Fox's team, man? I don't know that he can coexist with another ball dominant guard who's just significantly better than him. Because whatever that was last night at the start of the third quarter, where De'Aaron has 24 points in the first half.
On 7 of 9 shooting.
On 7 of 9, 24 points on 9 shots? Are you kidding me? That's the kind of half where you go, hey, feed that guy the rock. He's going for 50 tonight. And we know he can do it because he just did it twice in a row. Two games in a row, 2 nights in a row.
2 times.
He just did that. He did it, exactly. I know 49 the one night, but you get it. It's close enough. That's a game where you go, hey, this is De'Aaron Fox's to take over. This is an inferior Nets team, or should be an inferior Nets team. They're really well coached. Shout out to Jordy Fernandez. They play their asses off. Salute. But that's a game that De'Aaron Fox, give him the rock and let him go win it. The DeMar DeRozan plot into a tough contested jumper when you've got De'Aaron Fox, who's 8th in the league in scoring?
Something like that.
6th, 7th, 8th. He's right in that range in the league in scoring. He is scorching hot. I don't want tough DeMar DeRozan 17-footers, man. Give it to number 5. Let him go. End of the game. Kings get it to 4. DeMar brings it, for whatever reason, DeMar brings the ball up the floor and uses like all 8 seconds to get across the timeline with 22 seconds left. What is it? This is not this team did not need DeMar DeRozan to be the focal point. Having him as an additional scorer, as that secondary scorer, is that option like, hey, you know what? Just nobody's got it tonight. DeMar, you got to go. They got to figure this out. This is the single biggest thing. Now, they got to make shots. They got to do all this other stuff, and we'll talk about all that. But the DeMar DeRozan fit, or him picking his spots better or differently, is the number one thing to me they have to figure out, because right now, whatever it is not working.
Yeah, I'm with you. So here's how I kind of look at it. When we watch De'Aaron Fox go for 60 and then 49 in back-to-back games, I'll point out that the Kings were 1-1 in those games.
Yeah.
The Kings, with De'Aaron Fox being that guy, they're not good enough to win 50-plus games.
Sure.
They're good enough to win 40-something, but what they needed was DeMar DeRozan or Domantas Sabonis or Malik Monk to help them get into that next conversation.
Yeah.
Right? But then when you start piecing those things in, if they don't understand how to fit with De'Aaron Fox, we talked about this coming out of last weekend.
Yeah.
This is a moment where everybody else has to look at De'Aaron Fox in a different way and understand that he's special. And if you want to be special too, the best way to do that is to jump on board that train. Mm-hmm. He is the bus driver. He is the head of the snake. He's the guy that will carry you as far as you can go. And you have got to like push him forward and say, go for it. This is what we all need. We all need for you to be that guy. Now, that doesn't mean that DeMar DeRozan can't score 20 points. It doesn't mean that Domantas Sabonis can't post a triple-double.
No doubt.
But what it does mean is that the entirety of this team should be focused on how do we get that guy to get even better.
Mm-hmm.
Because when he gets to the lane and the entire lane collapses, now everybody else is wide open.
Yep.
And the problem is this team, A, can't hit wide open shots, and
That's
B,
problem.
The 2 players that we're talking about that just came back in Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan, they're not 3-point shooters. And so they're not sitting there waiting for this to be fed like the rest of the team. And so I don't know what to make of it, man. It's looking more and more like a poorly constructed roster and a head coach that's trying to piece things together. I mean, when you have to go out there, and this is not a slight on Colby Jones at all, but when Colby Jones has to play 17 minutes in a game, something has gone horribly wrong, Kyle.
He's not a solution.
No, he's a young player who doesn't have enough experience.
Correct.
Who has not had a good run at all over the last 6 months. Like his training camp, his preseason, his summer league, not great at all. Mm-hmm. But Mike is searching for someone, again, I get it. Why you would run him out there. He's a big guard. We saw the block that he had on Cam Thomas at the rim. Unbelievable. So the tools are there. The experience isn't. And when you have one young guy who's playing alongside a bunch of seasoned veterans, but I don't know what else Mike Brown is supposed to do, because he's tried Jordan McLaughlin, and against a big team like the Nets, Jordan is going to have a tough time.
Yep.
He just is.
Yes.
He's tried Doug McDermott, and for whatever reason, Doug McDermott, who's a 41% career three-point shooter, cannot shoot the ball right now, and he can't find his rhythm. Like, he's tried different pieces, but at what point do you look over and say, hey, I don't know that this is the group that can do it? And not having pieces hurts, but everybody in the league is playing without pieces. You're going to face an OKC team tonight without Chet Holmgren, who just got their center back.
Yep.
Who's
maybe without Alex Caruso.
Yeah, who no Alex Caruso, banged up, right? Look at the Pelicans. The Pelicans, I looked the other day, they signed Elfrid Payton and started him. Elfrid Payton did not play in the league last year. They signed him and started him alongside Brandon Boston, who was on the Clippers through training camp, got waived. They picked him up somewhere along the way. That was their starting backcourt. So I don't want to hear people say, oh, they're beat up, or, oh, we're missing games. Like, no, man. Like, every team in the league is facing the same exact thing. Every team in the league is played 15 games in 26 or 27 days. Every single team. There is not one team that has played 10 games and the Kings have played 16.
Yeah.
That's just not happened. So, like, everybody's in the same boat. And the problem is the Kings can't figure out some very basic things. But the biggest thing I feel they can't figure out is how to share.
Yep.
That's it. Like, this team went from being one of the great passing teams ever to just a sticky, ugly brand of basketball half the time. And I don't understand it.
21 assists last night. 7 of them from Domas, 5 from De'Aaron, 5 from DeRozan.
Yeah.
They don't pass it the way they used to. And that also kind of goes back to the DeMar DeRozan thing for me. Feels like the ball stops with him a lot, which is just not how this offense can function. The shooting continues to baffle me. Like, they made 36% of their threes last night. Like, that's an okay number. You feel pretty good about that. It took 25 of them.
They were outscored by 30, 57 and 27.
30 points.
57 to 27.
Like, you're not going to be able to keep up in the NBA shooting 25 threes a night.
No.
Unless you're going to shoot 20 of 25, which most teams aren't. So
you're also not going to survive when your bench is outscored 44 to 9.
Come on, man. Keon Ellis is the one guy who scored off the bench.
And they didn't feed him. He hits his first 3 threes, and then they just forgot about him.
Nothing. I don't know if you asked what does Mike Brown do here. And again, we're venting frustrations. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. It's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Frustrated with the Raiders, frustrated with the Niners, frustrated with the Kings. We're on the Kings right now. But we're happy to hear from anybody who's frustrated, anybody who's mad. And if you want to bring some levity, maybe you still feel great.
Yeah.
Would love to hear that too. And that's the thing. With the Kings specifically, is their season over? No. But boy, it is teetering. It is the whole, like, I've been on 51 wins since the start of the year. I'm off 51 now. I'm back to like 48.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because what is no,
I'm with you.
What is different from this year from last year? What's different? What has this team done this year that makes me think, oh, they're going to be different? They're going to win way more games than last year's team did.
Yep.
We're 17 games in, dude. That's a fifth of the way through the year. Now, again, is the season over? No. But something's got to be different. Whether it's DeMar DeRozan fitting differently like we've talked about, whether it's guys starting to hit shots, maybe this is what Mike Brown does. Maybe we do. We've talked about this before. Maybe you just start Trey Lyles. Maybe you start Keon Ellis. Maybe do something. Maybe that's because that's really the only recourse.
Well, yeah, but I feel like if you're going to start Keon Ellis over Kevin Huerter, you're treating a symptom. You're not treating.
No,
the core.
Understood.
The core issue.
Yeah, no, understood. But if you're asking like, hey, what's Mike Brown supposed to do? Like, try Mason Jones next time. Give Isaac Jones some burn.
Yeah.
Like, is this really where we're at? Because if that's where we're at, I don't like it. That's the only other recourse to me is, all right, maybe switch something up in the starting lineup. Maybe Malik Monk coming back changes everything. But I don't think Malik Monk off the bench is gonna substantially change kind of the core issues here that the Kings are dealing with.
Well, that and man, this is a slippery slope, man. I think a lot of people, like, I hear it all the time. Oh, fire this guy, fire that guy. Like, look at what you're proposing. First of all, firing a coach midseason never does anything well. There is not a moment in Kings history where firing a coach midseason helped. Like, just straight up, it doesn't help. And so what that is it's the last deflection of general manager who's next. That's what firing a head coach is. What you have to do in these situations is back your head coach and hope that your head coach can figure it out, and then go fortify the roster, try to get them some different pieces to try to work with. And I'm not saying go make some wild trade, but you still have an open roster spot. Go try something.
Yeah.
Try a Jay Crowder. Try somebody that can defend the three, at least somebody.
Yeah.
But if the noisy crowd out there that wants Mike Brown fired, okay, what's next? Because I'll tell you, let me just give you a glimpse into what that window looks like, Kyle. You fire Mike Brown, this doesn't get better. I'm gonna guarantee it, because the next option is, are they gonna promote Jay Triano? Are they gonna promote Luke Laux, or are they going to promote Doug Christie? Right. So now we're heading down this other path, which, again, Doug Christie was a choice of Vivek Ranadive in the past. So Doug, me and Doug have been friends for a long time. I don't know what's happening there, but I would just tell you that that's probably the path that we're talking about. Now, if that doesn't work, then all hell breaks loose, because now you have a GM who's shot his one bullet. The one bullet is gone. There's nothing left in the chamber.
Shout out Jack Sparrow.
You're done. You shot your one bullet, right? So now is he next? And, oh, by the way, we keep talking about De'Aaron Fox and whether he's going to sign his massive max money extension next summer or not. De'Aaron Fox was like over the moon excited when Mike Brown got this job. Whether that's still the case or not, I don't know, but I'm going to pretty much guess that yes, that they're still on board with what's happening, and they want this thing to get better. They don't want it to get worse. He's not doing it again. I'm going to just tell everybody out there.
He said that in The Athletic.
De'Aaron Fox is not doing it again.
Nope.
He's not starting over.
Nope.
So if all the noisy people out there want Mike Brown fired, which could lead to Monty McNair getting fired, which could lead to De'Aaron Fox by February saying, hey, I'm good. I'm out. Yeah. I want out. I'm not signing my extension this summer. I'm out right now.
Yeah, and he said as much in The Athletic.
Yeah.
He said, I think he told Slater, or he who must not be named, Sam Amick. I think it was Amick, right?
Yeah.
Told him, like, I want to be here, but I also got to know that there's steps being taken toward winning.
Yep.
And I think firing your head coach mid-season and bringing on a first-time interim head coach are really going to make it better.
Yeah.
And like you said, by the end of the year, is that the thing that's got everybody excited? Like, hey, all right, new coach. I saw somebody compare this to Golden State with Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson took the Warriors to the playoffs in 2013, 2014. They got rid of him, and then they hired Steve Kerr, and the ascension happened. But Mark Jackson was not a well-liked person, but there were so many issues there.
Yeah.
That were going to hold the Warriors back. And they said, okay, we need a coach to do X, Y, and Z, and that'll take this core group of players to the next level. That's not to me where the Kings are at. I've not seen anything from Mike Brown that makes me think, man, he's holding this roster back. I think there's issues with the roster.
Yeah.
And we talk about this a lot, and I don't think anybody would disagree if you said, hey, where are the holes on this roster? I think everybody would probably list the same handful of things. You need size and athleticism on the wings. Probably use some athleticism behind Domas.
Yep.
Like that's I think kind of the consensus. But I personally am not at the point that I think, oh man, Mike Brown is just tapped out.
No,
this is not that's not where my head's at. Again, if your head is there, give us a call on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We'll talk about it. But if that's going to be your solution, is fire Mike Brown, there's another step. That has to be a 2-part solution. And that second step better be damn sure that coach is going to be better than Mike Brown, or going to offer better ideas than what Mike Brown currently has. Because I don't think it's a coaching issue.
I don't think it's a coaching issue either. We talked about running it back last season. That was the entirety.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how they're not running it back right now. Just because DeMar DeRozan is there and Harrison Barnes isn't, the other guys are all the same. You have a draft pick that's not going to play until January at the earliest.
Maybe.
And even when he does show up, he's a rookie who's missed all of training camp, all of summer, all of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So what exactly are you expecting? Are you expecting him to show? This is not Christian McCaffrey walking through the door after 10 games. And heaven forbid, that hasn't even worked, Kyle.
Yeah, boy.
And that's Christian McCaffrey. So what exactly are we expecting? Like, this is a major issue that is like permeating through the entire franchise at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, are you going to be tough enough to fight through a downturn and figure your way out together as a collective?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you going to buckle under the stress and start making ridiculous moves that are negatively impact not only the future, not today, but the future and the long-term future of this team?
Yeah.
Are you going to knee-jerk reaction, or are you going to calmly figure out how to get through it?
Yeah.
And that's the biggest question that I have right now, because I've done this too many times. This is year 15 for me. I went through 9 head coaches in the first 12 years that I covered this team. So many knee-jerk reactions.
Yep.
And a lot of them, like, hey, Paul Westphal, just not a great coach. We got to get rid of him. It's like, okay, well, it could be that you have the lowest payroll in the league for 2 years in a row. It could be that you traded for Marquise Daniels so you could hit the salary cap floor when he is retiring because he hurt his neck and he's never going to play again.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why you're not winning.
Yep.
You know, there's way too many times in the course of this franchise where they do something silly and just like, oh, we've got to make a move. They make a move just to make a move.
Yep.
I don't know what to say. At this point, I mean, 8-9, really, it's not great, but it's also not like the biggest panic moment. And tomorrow...
Yeah, you're not the Sixers right now.
No. But tomorrow when we show up and they're 8-10 and they've lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder, it's also not the time to fire everybody. It
doesn't get easier.
It does not get easier, Kyle. It doesn't get easier.
It sure doesn't. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the conversation. Mitch in New Jersey, get us started. Where are you at?
How's it going, buddy? Doing some landscape. I keep doing these leaves over and over. I'll give you my green card if anybody wants to use me, if I could be of any use.
Perfect.
I would have called you at the post-game show, but, you know, I'm on the most wanted, you know, at the station, 95 cents, but it's okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get to talk to you guys and a few more.
Appreciate you.
I had a bad game from 49ers and the Kings. I almost see a similar power. All that talent. I mean, I don't understand that division. That division took a beating this weekend, but the 49ers, I mean, look at the Ravens won a Super Bowl with a bad quarterback. Great defense, and they just had enough weapons.
Yep.
49ers got good weapons, pretty good defense, just not showing up and getting injured and everything. Thanks for taking my call.
Perfect. Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, we'll get to the 49ers here in a second.
I will say this, though.
Boatload of problems of their own, and Mitch just hit on a bunch of them.
You know what? Mitch brought up something there, though, and it's something that he inadvertently brought up. It's that he's been raking leaves, and they just keep falling. It's like the 3-point shooting with the Sacramento Kings. It is their defense specifically. It's just like every single time that you think you've cleaned it up, you turn around and there's a whole bunch more leaves there. And I don't know how else to, like, at some point you can't let a team like Brooklyn, who I don't even know where Brooklyn stands in 3-point shooting coming into last night. But I can tell you that I don't think that they're number 1 or number 2, but when you give up 19 threes to them and you give up 13 in the first half,
they were 5th now at 38.2%.
Yeah, where were they before last night? I'm gonna guess they were probably 8th before last night's game. Right? So that could be a good 3-point shooting team. And if it is a good 3-point shooting team, why are you allowing 19 threes?
19 of 39 is insane. 48%, almost 49%.
Yeah. But like, look, this is the same exact thing every single game.
Yeah.
You can't defend the 3, you can't hit the 3.
Yeah.
You got like 3 games that we thought, oh, they fixed it. The Kings can shoot the 3 again. Then you played the Clippers, and I don't
10 for 61 this year against the Clippers.
I think I watched the same game everyone else did. I don't think that there was some like magical defensive performance by the Clippers. It just felt like an everyday average game where you just missed a whole bunch of wide open shots.
It felt lackluster for sure.
Yeah.
I see a bunch of people trying to call. Again, we don't have a call screener, so we can't really like put people on hold like normal. So I'm going to go to a caller. Manny, I see you calling. Hang in there. I promise we'll get to you. We got somebody ahead of you, though, on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up? Hey, Don, talking to you. Let me try this. David?
Hello.
Hey, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up?
Hey, I'm doing well, doing well. Look, I think we don't hit the panic button. I really don't like any talk about getting rid of the coach. Look, we're 8-9, right? We're almost at 500. I remember not too long ago where we would have killed to be 500. So, you know, shooting can be streaky. We just gotta relax and just keep drilling on the fundamentals. We got to get our passing game down because our offense is dependent on getting that extra pass in there, and then we got to play better defense. We've never played great defense, but we got to fix that. But at the end of the day, it's about hitting these threes and doing it in a way that's smart and not just running down the court with 20 seconds left on the shot clock and jacking up a 3. We keep doing that too much. We don't go to the basket. We don't draw the and one. Our front line. I mean, I love Demonis. He reminds me of Lottie, but he is miles away from being as tough as Vlade is on the defensive end. We're too soft on the interior, and we need to we have too many shooters and not enough distributors and passers.
Cool.
So give Mike some time. We're not firing him. We're 8-9. We're right where we're right within striking distance. We're 1 win streak away from being the 4 seed. I mean, come on, we're not that far away.
Thanks, David. Appreciate the call, man. All right, lots to chew on there. We will address some of what he said after the break. There was something he said in there that I don't want to say struck a nerve, but really stuck out to me, and I want to address it next. Manny, I see you on the line. We'll get to you after the break as well. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the conversation. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Oh, it's weird wearing headphones.
Sorry, man.
I forgot my earpieces today. Got the large headphones on.
That's great.
Yeah, vibes are definitely down. I agree with this sentiment.
Oh, I need to drink water. I'll be right back. I thought this was full, and it is not.
Are you gonna go drink some water and be nice to people?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do, actually.
There it is.
I'm going to go find someone to smile and say hello at.
I'm gonna deal with the good people who are not smiling. Aldrin J, I just want to punch you and Saquon Barkley in the face. In my other league, not the Swift, Kirk, and the Dickers. The Swift, Kirk, and the Dickers keep rolling. We're inevitable. We are like by far an amazing team. But my other league, we were up 86, and the guy has Lamar Jackson, Lad McConkey, Flowers, and Mark Andrews going tonight. Oh, and he had Saquon. And now we're up like 42, and we're done. I'm just angry. Me and my son are like, okay, if he can just stay around like 18 points, we'll be okay. No, 42 points. David, have I seen anything? Yeah, I mean, like, look, he got caught in a weird moment, and yeah, sometimes you look foolish out there, but at least he was trying. I also saw the play where he absolutely clamped Cam Johnson, and like, I thought Kevin did a strong job for a guy who wasn't hitting his shots. I'm going to say no, they're not going to give us money. There's a couple of reasons for that, but I'm not going to get into it.
Well, that was scary. Normally, so we have a TV in here that shows that TV that says Odyssey right there. That's like the official clock on that TV.
Yep.
There's one of those TVs in every studio. So we can see what stations are on air, what stations are not, et cetera, et cetera. That clock is what I use when I'm in the kitchen from Studio One, because you can see the clock from the kitchen in Studio One.
Oh.
And I went to go look because I was chit-chatting with Seth. I was being nice to Seth.
Yeah.
And I went to go get my water, and I was like, I'm not really sure how long I've been out here. And so I went to go look to see the clock. That screen in there is broken. It's not up.
Oh.
So I had no idea what time it was, and I raced back in there.
Uh-huh.
We made it. It was just scary for a second because reliably looked over at the clock and it's just gone.
Yeah, Mark, I would agree here too. Yeah, I think everyone in Sacramento should have some serious PSD from the potential of a GM showing up on a radio show.
If you'd like to be on our radio show, though,
I'll ask him next time I see him.
Money, how do you feel about cereals?
Yeah, we would definitely make sure to ask him about what cereal he likes to eat. They've decided to have Go-Go Squeeze
Go-Go Squeeze is crazy.
applesauce in the studio now.
Go-Go Squeeze is insane.
I'm here for it.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle.
I think
if you're watching on the stream, you're just watching us vibe out to no music.
That's what we need to do.
This is what it sounds like. Hey, there it is. Anyways, James there. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. If you're on the line right now, hang in there. I promise we're going to try and get to everybody. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. They won't give us a producer, so we have to screen calls on the fly. So, James, here's what I'm going to do. This is no disrespect. We will get to 6 quick thoughts here in a moment. I just want to make sure that we're hearing from the people. So we've got Manny on the line. Manny, thoughts on the Kings? Go ahead.
What's up, man? I don't know what the last caller was drinking, but I can't blame him for drinking either. So
yeah, Jaffield.
I'm gonna start with real quick with Monty not addressing needed positions in the last 2 off seasons. Like, I feel like that's a lot of what this is stemming from, and even to the point of where this is causing everyone wants so much out of Keegan right now to be the all everything, and there's nothing behind him. So like, he gets a lot of people that get antsy and oh, well, when's he going to develop? Like, the kid is an amazing player overall. Like, yeah, maybe the shot's not falling right now, but he does a lot of other things.
Mm-hmm.
But then my one comment towards the whole domino effect of all this, everybody's worried about Fox leaving this person, whatever. What happens when, and if this is true, if Monty's not addressing what Mike needs, at what point does Mike just throw up his hands before he becomes a scapegoat for this team and say, I don't want to coach here anymore because you're not getting me the players that I need? I'm not saying that's what's happening, but it doesn't look like Monty has addressed a lot of what a coach like Mike seems to need to get what he needs done.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you, man. That is a, what's the, I don't want to, it's not to this level because I'm going to bring the 49ers into the conversation here. If you'll remember the end of the Jim Harbaugh era, they went 8-8 in the 2014 season. And there was a bunch of friction between Harbaugh and Trent Baalke and Jed York, the team CEO. And Trent Baalke, the GM, won a power struggle and then got fired 2 years later.
Yep.
After 2 more head coaches came through. What Manny brought up, and again, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320, if you'd like to join the conversation. What Manny brought up is my greatest fear in all of this, is that there's a disconnect between the front office and the coaching staff, and that the front office that has left this roster short at kind of the same spot for the last 3 years is going to win out in a power struggle. Again, not talking about right now, but over the course of this season, if it continues going this way, that is my greatest fear here. That, man, they are careening very quickly. And last caller was right. They're 8-9. Season's not over. They win 4 games in a row. They beat OKC tonight. We're coming in tomorrow like, hey, that's a good win. Get you back on track. Like, you'd feel better. But at the same time, it feels right now, today at 10:37 a.m. on Monday, November 25th, like they're careening toward disaster. And that's the disaster I think they're careening toward, because it doesn't feel like Mike Brown and Monty McNair, not that they're like clashing, but that they are not on the same page about what this team needs to get better.
Well, that, and every time we hear Monty McNair talk about the team, he talks about offense. And every time we hear Mike Brown talk about the team, he talks about defense, and that he also understands that the offense needs to be better, and that he teaches more offense than he does defense by like 3-1.
Sure.
The problem is that this team is shooting 33.2% from 3. 33.2%. That's the roster that Monty McNair has assembled. If you want offense, that's the problem here is offense. I mean, sure, the 3-point shooting is bad. The 3-point defense is bad, right? But again, if you look at the grand scheme of things, we talked about it when the Kings were allowing 15 threes and they're scoring 10. And so every single game they're giving up 15 points, right?
15. They're starting in a 15-0 hole basically every game.
Well, and last night was 30. So if you're starting in a 15-0 hole, right?
Yeah.
Like, part of this is that you've got to hit more threes, and part of it is you have to defend the 3 better. And you can close that gap somehow. But it's not happening. You're not finding the way to close the gap. So number one, the defenders aren't good enough. And number two, the offensive players that you've brought in because you want offense aren't hitting their shots.
Yeah.
So like, what are you supposed to do here? Like, where's the give and take? Because I don't see where they're like, sure, can you trade somebody and try to go get somebody else? Maybe, but this team hasn't been able to trade what they've been offering for a while. So at what point do you go out there and like make some drastic move? And again, like we've talked about this so many times, you don't make a move just to make a move.
Yeah.
You make a move because you're not good enough.
Yeah, you got to get better.
Just straight up. Like that. Unfortunately, this team right now is not good enough. And so, especially in a Western Conference where 500 is the 12th seed or the 11th seed, and that's where the Kings are. I mean, if people haven't looked at the standings, I think they're 12th.
They're 12th right now.
Yeah, right now.
But again, 8 and 9, this is why I would feel much different. I promise. If they had started, like I said, what are the, I have not followed the good Lord, the 76ers closely over the last couple of days. But if they were the Sixers at 3-13, yeah, it's not getting better in Philly. If they were the Sixers at 3-13, I'd feel so much differently. Because now you're worried about if players quit and this and that. Like that's when we can have a conversation. If the Kings lose their next 6, great, let's talk. But I think right now what we're looking at is just an overall roster issue. And it was nice to see like Keegan Murray last night figured out a way to affect the game without his 3-point shot falling.
I love what I saw.
He got aggressive moving off the ball.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's nice. He has to hit threes. Like that's going to be such a large part of his game. But like that's nice. But Herter's still struggling. I still think maybe you throw Keon in the starting lineup for now, since Keon's apparently just a better 3-point shooter than Kevin Herter.
No, I mean certainly.
I just if you're talking about what can the coaching staff do, like that's one thing.
Yeah,
try that. Just set a different tone. I don't know.
But I also, and I agree. I mean, like, look, at some point you do have to mix it up.
You have to
right?
That's it. Mix it up.
To do
just do something different.
Yeah, and I also think something different might happen tonight. Malik Monk might show up, and might be healthy enough to play. He went from out to doubtful to questionable, and then out all in the span of like 6 hours, something like that. So he was out.
Like me with a hangover.
Yeah, he was out all day on Saturday. I wake up Sunday morning and he's doubtful.
Yeah,
like,
this is gosh, like looking in a mirror.
Then coming up to the point where Mike Brown is about to talk, he gets upgraded to questionable. And then when Mike shows up, he says he's out.
God,
he's out. So this very much feels like Malik Monk will play tonight. And it's possible that he won't, but it's also like it's right there. This is kind of the buildup.
Yeah.
You have to go through specific steps within the portal. So maybe that's what helps. But at the same time, you can't get outscored. What was it? 44-9 from your bench.
Yeah. Like, come on, man.
You need more firepower on the bench. And that's where I think Kevin Herter is a more natural scorer than Keon Ellis. I think Keon Ellis.
I would agree.
So maybe that's it. But at the same time, if I'm Mike and I'm looking at this the right way, well, I'm looking at like the way that I think that a lot of people should look at it, is that I don't want to scapegoat anybody, because I don't think that Kevin Herter has been the problem. I don't think Kevin Herter's the problem.
The only reason I bring up Kevin Herter is not because he's the issue.
No,
it's just okay. You put somebody else in the starting lineup on the bench.
You gotta try something different,
right? Like it's not. This isn't to single out Kevin Herter. It's because they're not sitting any of the other 4 guys. That's it. Like that's the only reason. But that was also why. Like part of me thinks, if you're Mike Brown, why not just throw your hands up and say, okay, the hell with defense. We're just going to run.
Yeah.
To heck with it. Like forget the crash zone, forget all that. Like we're just going to, if we got to pull the ball out of the basket and run off of that, we'll do that. We'll run off makes, we'll run off misses. We're going to go 9-man rotation, and it's just going to try and cause chaos. Which like, okay. But that was why I started this whole thing with DeMar DeRozan. Because even if you're going to try that, are there going to be points in the game where he's just going to slow it down because he needs to to operate on a basketball court. He needs to operate at his pace and to get to his tough 15-footers. And that's just that no matter what the offense looks like, no matter what they're running, like that's just what he's going to contribute.
I'll tell you, Kyle, coming into to training camp and like the first initial things that people said about DeMar DeRozan, nobody changes his pace. He plays at his own pace, and it's something that everyone was so impressed. He never gets rattled. He plays at his pace, and everybody else kind of just has to, like, you're watching it play out and you're thinking, well, there's no way that's going to work. And then boom, he hits it. It sure does feel like at this point that he's playing at his own pace and everyone else has to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem.
I would agree.
Where you thought it was a good thing, it might not be the good thing. I mean, the Sacramento Kings right now, they're 17th in the NBA in pace. That's not great. Not great when you have the fastest point guard in the league and you've got a great rebounder who's hitting outlet passes and the ball's flying up the court. So there are moments where this thing is slowing down, and it's not just a harp on one guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the collection that feels off, and I don't know what the answer is to change the collection. I don't, because it's not like, again, we can talk about swapping out Keon Ellis and Kevin Huerter, but that's just treating a symptom. You know, it's not curing anything. It's just a Band-Aid.
No, I think I think for me, the reason you even bring that up is because it's just when people go, oh, you got to fire Mike Brown, he's got to do something. Like, okay, that's something he can do, I guess. Like, it's not going to make the Kings champions.
Nope.
But maybe that happens and they go on a 4-game win streak, and okay, you got to calm things down a little bit. Like, all right, like it feels like the boat is capsizing, and that's just kind of a thing they can try and do.
Yep.
But to your point, it's tossing buckets of water out of a ship with holes in it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, maybe it helps for a second, but like, you got a problem in the bottom of the boat there.
Yep.
An iceberg just ripped a hole in the side of it. Yeah, man. I need to do some math on this, because De'Aaron, in the games where DeMar DeRozan was out, went 35 shots, 30 shots, 23 shots. And since he's come back, it was 20 and then 16.
So 88 shots over 3 games. I believe that's what you just said.
Yep. And
so
36 cents.
28 shots, 28.3 shots per game.
Which is probably untenable for a full season.
Yeah.
But De'Aaron, and he's actually up. I was looking at this. Among the leading scorers, he's tied for 6th in the league in scoring right now. The only player averaging more field goal attempts, there's 2 players averaging more field goal attempts per game than him in the top 6, and it is LaMelo Ball and Giannis. Giannis 21.5, LaMelo at 24. But so much of De'Aaron's 20.5 are weighted by those 3 games where DeRozan was out.
Did you just say that LaMelo Ball is averaging 24 shots?
Yeah, that's the thing I said. Yeah, that I just blew past it, but yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that's happening right now.
Say what?
Did you know LaMelo Ball, just while we're here, let's have some fun. LaMelo Ball is averaging 30 a night.
Yeah, but he's averaging 24 shot attempts. Come on now.
I did not realize he was averaging 30 points a game.
I mean,
Jokic is averaging 30.3. LaMelo's at 30.2. Jokic is doing it on 19.5 shots a game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes back to what we saw last night.
Yeah.
I mean, De'Aaron Fox scored 31 points on 16 shots.
That's just like, I can't get over the fact he had 24 at halftime. And then what do you take, 5 shots in the second half?
No, he took 7 shots in the second half, but again,
7 shots.
You walked out into the third quarter, and right away it was very apparent. De'Aaron Fox, you need to go stand over there, and we're gonna try to get DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis going. And hey, look, I'll be the first one to say, hey, somebody else has to step up. Somebody else has to be part of this. One guy is not going to win the game on his own. But at the same time, like, hey, how about this is working really well? Let's pepper in some of what isn't working and see if we can get them going. And next thing you know, we might have the ball rolling. What you don't do is take what's working well and basically sideline it and then go to what's not working and try to fix it. Because by the time you got to that point, like, it was a mess. The second they pulled De'Aaron Fox off the court in the fourth quarter, the Kings were up 1. He came back in the game. They were down 5, and the game was virtually over. He was out a little over 2 minutes, and in that 2 minutes, the tide shifted, and they were trying to track down the whole time. And then again, it was 8 shots for DeMar DeRozan in the fourth quarter, 6 shots, I think, in the third quarter. It was almost like a race to 18 shots. And what do you have? 19 points and 18 shots?
Yeah.
Versus 16 points and 31 points. He had 18 shots, and I think he had 19 points.
18 on 18.
18 on 18. Versus 31 on 16.
Insane.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need advanced metrics. And again, this is not to say that DeMar DeRozan is wrong and he's a bad player or anything else. It's just that, like, you have to have a better feel for what's happening in a game. And this team does not feel like they have a good feel for each other at all yet.
Mm-hmm.
And we're 17 games in. Like, what's the benchmark for, like, everybody's got enough time together? And I know missing a couple of players for a couple of games is a problem. But
that doesn't play for me.
No.
There's no 31 points on 16 shots.
Yeah.
That's insane.
So what are we talking?
When you're on that kind of heater, when you are on that type of heater, you should be taking 25 shots.
Yeah.
Just that's a 50-point night.
Well, even if we
probably win that game.
Let's just say he takes 6 more shots.
Mm-hmm.
That should roughly translate to about 11 points.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have been around 42.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you would hope. But again, I think the one good thing that I saw from last night, just to get to some of the positives that I did see,
sure,
was that when Keegan was in this same exact situation and his 3-point shot wasn't falling again, and he's the only other person who was getting shots in the first half. It was like De'Aaron at 9 shots, Keegan at 9 shots. No one else had a bulk amount of shots, but he kept missing from 3. Then he got angry. And I don't know if people can tell when Keegan got angry, but I was showing Kyle earlier before we came on the show. Go back and watch some of his dunks from last night. There was a moment where he gets up and then he aggressively hammers the ball down. He was not happy. He was getting physical. And you're like, nope. I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm done with taking a back seat. I'm done with being a passenger here.
Right.
Like, and boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden he's making back cuts. They're finding him. It
was awesome.
He must have had 4 or 5 dunks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he gets up to 21 points quietly. And then again, nothing. And just goes quiet. And it's just a really, really weird thing that this team does where they try to take turns. But taking turns doesn't really mean taking turns. Keegan Murray, 1 of 1 from the field in the fourth quarter. 1 of 1 from the field.
1 of 1. 1 shot.
1 shot. And he played almost 10 minutes. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't, and it's not winning basketball. Just straight up. It's not winning basketball. You stop moving the ball. The fourth quarter, they had 3 total assists, Kyle. That's not winning basketball.
It's not. And it's not what makes this team successful.
No, it's why you scored 15 points.
Yeah.
You played losing basketball in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Straight up.
Bottom line. The starters, the non-DeRozan starters in the third quarter, 11 of 13.
Oh.
Let someone else cook, DeMar. It's okay.
And again, I don't think this is, it's not just all on DeMar. It's a system of a bigger thing where, like, on the court, you have to live in the moment and you have to hold each other accountable in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to say, hey, look, maybe it's not your night, but even if it is your night, let's get you easier looks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what we're doing right now isn't working. We've got to, the offense has to flow.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just not what's happening. There's, like, this thing is getting bottlenecked big time. And that's why the assist numbers are just so down.
21 last night?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
But on the season, it's what, 24 a night?
It's not enough.
It's like
whatever it is,
4 or 5 less per game than last season.
And I know that making threes would help a little bit on some of that.
Sure it would.
But there's an offensive flow issue here. And I don't know exactly why. Like I don't know what the specific solution is. Because like we bring up DeMar DeRozan, but it's not just him.
No.
Like this was an issue. It's been an issue.
Yep.
And I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah. I mean, everybody talks about how bad the threes are. The Kings are 26th in the league in 3-point shooting. They're 24th in assists.
Yeah.
Same thing.
And I think those, like I said, on some level, those two things go hand in hand, but it's not just making threes.
No, I totally agree.
There's more to it.
Although there are at least 4 a game that they just flat out break. 4 threes a game.
Oh, dude.
And that would be,
what was the one that Herter missed last night that made the loud ass clank?
Oh.
And it hit something that was, I don't know. I don't have the broadcast on full volume, so I didn't hear exactly what happened, but I was sitting there watching, and you hear the clank when he missed it, but I couldn't get the.
I think the crazy thing is, Kyle, that you see the wide open misses from the Kings again and again and again, and then you go on the other end of the court, and I don't even think that they're poorly defended threes. Like there's not just every single three that the other team is taking is wide open. But it sure does look like every single time they're shooting a three, it's like throwing a rock in the ocean.
Yeah.
It's just like
I feel so confident the other team is going to make it.
It's like the basket is like 4 times bigger on their end of the court.
Yeah.
And it's just like, hey, look at that. It doesn't matter who it is. It's some rando. Who was it last night? Clowney.
Yeah, Noah Clowney.
Noah Clowney just starts launching threes. It's like, all right.
5 of 8, I think you went.
Now we're into that portion of the night. Like, what in the world is happening?
Yeah. It's really disappointing. Man. I'm off to 51 wins, guys.
You're off to 51.
I might get back there.
All right.
But I just, this looks so much like last year. And that sucks because it was supposed to look so much different. And like visually, it looks a little bit different because they have DeMar DeRozan now.
Mm-hmm.
But from just like that, these last 2 games fall into that mold of kind of what we saw last year, where they lost at home to Detroit and to Charlotte, and when they lost on the road to the Blazers, they lose one on the road to the Blazers.
Yeah, they lost
where they come out and it's
Wizards.
The Clippers and Nets are better than all of those teams were last year. Like, don't get it twisted, but they just don't. It's like they're sleepwalking. And there's no urgency. And that's what I can't wrap my brain around.
Yeah. It's tough.
All right. We'll keep talking about this. We got to get some NFL in here. Doesn't get a lot better when we talk about the Niners or the Raiders. But the vibes are down. We're going to try and keep them up, but not a lot of great things happening this weekend for the Kings, the 49ers, or Raiders. We're talking about it on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the program, that's James. I'm Kyle. We'll also look ahead to the Kings Thunder game coming up as well. How do the Kings bounce back? We'll talk about it on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Okay, we're clear.
What's going on, everybody? Last night, De'Aaron Fox had an offensive rating of 142 and a defensive rating of 118. So what is that, a plus 24? Keegan Murray, an offensive rating of 123, a defensive rating of 116. Kevin Huerter, offensive rating of 116, a defensive rating of 117, so a -1. Demonis, 108 and 113. And DeMar DeRozan had a 95 offensive rating and a 122 defensive rating. So a -27. That's tough. Colby Jones had an offensive rating of 18 and a defensive rating of 110. I did not miss that. An offensive rating of 18. And unfortunately, that was in 17 minutes. Brandon, I've asked Monty this question in a bunch of different ways. It doesn't matter. He built the team he's built, and he's rolling with what he's rolling with. Well, they were just trying to get throw some things at the wall and see. Look, I thought Colby was at least active, and he was. I thought he was pretty solid versus the Clippers, but overall, it's tough. Oh yeah, Aldrin J. That's right, baby. Aggies roll, and they've got I saw they might have a pathway to get to the championship. Like their first round isn't as difficult. I don't know. Frank Anwar, no. I see the John Collins chatter in here, and it's just show me in the last 4 years where John Collins has been part of winning. And that's not. I think John Collins has played really well this season, but playing really well and impacting winning is something different.
Yeah, and it's one of those things if you just drop John Collins onto the Kings roster, if you just scrap or you just drop him on the roster, I think it's interesting. But you can't do that. You have to trade stuff.
Yes.
And I think you're then making yourself probably a little bit worse.
Well, I mean, John Collins cost you
19?
No, he's $25 million, and he makes $26 million next year.
Oh my God.
Cam Johnson's around 22. Yeah, Cam had some good moments last night, and we didn't even talk about the Nets were missing Dennis Schroeder, and I didn't even realize it really.
Yeah,
I mean, and what's his name? Who else were they missing? Dorian Finney-Smith.
Johnny, what'd I say? But see, if you trade Herter and Lyles for Cam Johnson, are you significantly better?
Yeah, I think it'd be more
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Taking you right up to noon, then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will take you to 4 o'clock. Trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the Kings. We'll look ahead to the game tonight against the Thunder. We got to start spinning this forward a little bit, and we got to talk about the 49ers as well, whose season basically came to an end yesterday in Green Bay.
Oh, yeah.
It's pathetic. I understand you're missing Brock Purdy, you're missing Nick Bosa, you're missing Trent Williams. I totally get it. I did not expect them to win. My issue with the 49ers yesterday was that they took the field like a team that knew it was over. And that's tough.
Kyle, the missed tackles in the first quarter.
They missed 15 tackles in the first half.
They missed, I think, 10 in the first quarter.
I
don't even know what to, you're watching something unfold where you're like, hey, that team quit. That team's not ready.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's one thing to know that, look, when you don't have your starting quarterback, the defense should be so amped up and like coming into that game, the defensive identity has to be that we have got to hold the line. We have got to make this a low scoring game and give Brandon Allen opportunity with the weapons that he has to somehow keep us in this game. And I thought that the defense came out in the first drive and just flat out didn't show up.
Nope.
Flat out showed exactly who they were for that game and gave Brandon Allen absolutely no opportunity to win a game.
Nope.
And did Brandon Allen make some mistakes? Sure. But he's a quarterback who doesn't have a lot of experiences going out there. I thought he also made some really nice throws.
Brandon Allen was so far down the list of issues yesterday.
He was at the bottom of the list. That throw he had to Deebo Samuel where he just literally didn't catch the ball and let it go right to the defender. The third or fourth down where he hits Eric Sobert like right in the face because the dude's just like not ready. Like what exactly is happening here? Like did everyone not get the memo that you got a back quarterback who's gonna do his best, but he needs somebody to pick him up? I thought Kittle picked him up in a huge way.
Absolutely.
That throw he made to Kittle on the back hip,
that was sick.
Unbelievable play. So like that guy was not a problem and gave you an opportunity, but to see so many other players just not show up, just be like, sorry if we're gonna carry King's angst into the 49er talk, but
no, it's largely the same.
See, either that or we sit here when we play taps for 24 minutes during the
no, look, I think with the Kings we talk about roster issues. I think for the 49ers it's a little bit the same thing, and we talked about this before the year. Matt Barrows from The Athletic, who's covered the 49ers for a long time and does a phenomenal job. He said this was the most talented team he's ever covered, this year's 49ers.
He came on our show and discussed this with us.
Yes.
Yep.
The most talented team he's ever covered. All right. But I thought it was a little top heavy, and I think you're seeing that now. Because when Fred Warner's going to have a bad game, which he did yesterday, Fred Warner was not good yesterday, and frankly hasn't been good in like 6 weeks, but that's a whole other conversation. Fred Warner, not good yesterday. George Kittle was great. Deebo Samuel, non-existent.
Just vanished.
We talked about Deebo last week. Here's the biggest sign that you know that Deebo Samuel is not right, whether he is old and washed or whether he's hurt or whatever it is. That is a spot where in the past, Kyle Shanahan is drawing up 10 plays just to get the ball in number 19's hands, or number 1 now, just to get the ball in Deebo's hands. They had one designed screen for him yesterday, and it was off like an end around flea flicker. And it was a play that he probably houses a year ago. He took it for a nice gain, I think 19 yards. But that was it. No Deebo in the backfield, no jet sweeps, nothing creative, because they know that he's just not effective. And when Deebo's not playing at that level, when Christian McCaffrey is not playing at the level he was at last year, which is a big problem, their offensive line is not good. Like McCaffrey doesn't look like he has the juice he had last year, which makes sense. He hasn't played football in 12 weeks or whatever it had been. 10 weeks. But I get it. But they have so many issues that go beyond just coaching or just the backup quarterback being in or just Nick Bosa being out. Like yesterday was the biggest sign to me that this Super Bowl hangover, quote unquote, is to me a major culprit for them this year in what this season has been. I think they're mentally fried. I think they're physically beat up, and I just don't think they have it in them to make another run, which like makes sense. They've been on deep playoff runs in 4 out of the last 5 years. And that's why I think this offseason is going to be a huge one, because it's the difference between, okay, you're going to reset or you're going to reach a point that you have to tear everything down and build up from ground zero.
Yeah, I think, Tom Brady on the broadcast, I think he made a very, very smart point. He said, like, look, this team has been all the way to the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, like for the last 5 years. He's like, just start doing the math. We're approaching like 15, 16 games. He's like, that's an entire extra season that they've played. And like, it feels like a team that can't get off the mat. Like they're deep into a heavyweight fight and now they can't get off the mat. And so, I mean, this was always like an inevitable thing. Teams don't typically like fade subtly. It's usually a sharp drop off, but you're hoping that they can bounce right back and show you something.
Yeah. And we'll see, man. But I don't I don't know what the Kings are going to do or not do. I would imagine that Vivek would operate differently than Jed York would from an ownership standpoint. Because Jed York has been through this before, and I think he is probably more cautious to make a rash decision in the middle of a year or in the middle of an off season. But again, I don't know what each organization's MO is. What I do believe and what I do think is that the 49ers aren't going to fire Kyle Shanahan. If that's your chosen solution, okay. I'm not going to okay. I'm not even going to argue with you. Like if you've seen enough, if you believe that there's zero chance that you're ever going to win a Super Bowl, okay, that's fine. I don't think the 49ers feel that way. And I'm not at the point that I think that he's incapable of winning a Super Bowl. Like they've been a couple plays away twice, and they've been an injured quarterback away from going to the Super Bowl, potentially going to another one. And they were a dropped Jaquiski Tartt interception from potentially going to another one. Like the plays have been there. So I'm not ready to go there yet. But I will say that yesterday was the first time they've looked just wholly unprepared and uncompetitive. That's the first time in a long time that it's looked that bad, which puts up a little red flag for me. The second thing is next year starts the clock. Next year starts the clock on, do you remain competitive? Are you still making deep playoff runs every year? Or are you back to mediocrity and you're going to win 8 games a season for the next 2 or 3 years? Because that's where I don't think the 49ers are going to be okay. That's where I think Jed York draws the line, is it multiple years of non-competitiveness where you're just an afterthought.
Yeah, it's brutal to watch because, like someone mentioned earlier, one of the callers, Mike could just say, hey, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, that's not going to happen. Like, Mike Brown is not going to walk away from, like, I don't know, 17, 18 million bucks that he's owned after this season.
And Mike Brown loves to coach basketball.
Yeah. Now, I could see, I don't think this would be the case, but I could see a world in which Kyle Shanahan says, hey, I think I need a reset. I think I might need a year off, and I might need to like recharge and pop up somewhere else and do this again, because he's young enough. And, there are things that run their course. You're, 6, 8, 10 years into a run, and you're like, okay, this might not be like, I might need a reset, because he can see what the future is for this team. So I don't think that's going to happen, but I would also say, hey, like if it were to be like, if we're looking at the King situation versus the 49ers situation, it would be more likely that Shanahan would say, hey, I could use a break and walk away. I don't think he would, but there's always that possibility versus, Mike Brown. Mike Brown knows that he can pop back up and be an assistant coach in the league for another 15 or 20 years. Like he's going to be
an assistant coach as long as he wants to.
Yeah, he can make, $2.5 million for the next, like 15, 20 years, and just be like, hey, be a lead assistant, and he'll be just fine. So, and Shanahan, the same thing. Shanahan would get, if he walked away, he'd get 6 offers the next day. Like, everyone would want him. So, it's just tough. Like, sometimes these things run their course, and you've just got to, sort of figure out how you fit into the puzzle long term.
And I think specifically with Kyle Shanahan, and the reason I'm willing to give him some grace here, is their entire offense is built around having these positionless players, right? Deebo Samuel he's the wide back, and Christian McCaffrey does a lot of the same type of stuff, but kind of the other way around. Running back first, wide receiver second. And you were missing him for 9 weeks, and then when he came back in week 10, he's clearly not up to speed just yet. Deebo Samuel looks like a shell of himself. And when you're missing those two kind of foundational pieces of your offense, it gets a lot harder. So it has to look different. Their offense has to be different just foundationally next year.
Yep.
And that's why you have him. Like, that's why he's there. He's supposed to be the offensive genius on the cutting edge of offensive football and staying one step ahead of the league, and everybody's following his trends. Okay, that's fine, but what's the next step now? You may not have Debo, and if you do, it's not the same one. You're gonna have Christian McCaffrey, but okay, to what end? Like, what level of player are you getting, and can you adapt to using 2 running backs, going running back by committee, splitting him out more as a receiver? However, I don't know. But that's why, okay, he has enough leeway for me to get that opportunity to make those changes. But from that point, like, that's got to work. And with Mike Brown, I'm not even. They're 8-9.
They're 8-9.
They're something that caller said before we went to break, by the way, that jumped out to me was when he said, "Hey, the Kings are 8-9. I'm not ready to panic yet." A couple years ago, we would have killed to be 8-9.
Yeah,
I'm past that, dude. I'm sorry. I have so much higher expectations than comparing them to teams that weren't going to the playoffs.
Yeah,
I can't get there. Sorry.
I remember the season where Harrison Barnes in December made the claim that he wasn't going to shave until they made it to the playoffs, and then he ended up with like a full beard. And they didn't make the playoffs, and then he got a sponsorship to get his face shaved during the offseason. Pretty rough. Like,
that's tough.
I remember those times too.
Yeah, and I get it, but I can't get there, dude.
No.
This is not I've said this before. I'm not holding the Kings' hand and going, "Oh, hey, good job. Wow, almost 500. Look at him go." We are so far past that.
No, I'm with
they
you.
have way too many good players.
Yep.
So, anyways. One thing they got to do is bounce back tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's talk about it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Just want to remind you, it is pouring down rain. The holiday driving season is here. Get your car into Jiffy Lube now. Don't find out you should have taken your car to Jiffy Lube while you're driving to your holiday destinations, or like you said earlier, James, when you're at your holiday destinations.
That's right. And make sure that, if your kid's car, you're worried about, hey, the rainy season is here. I need to check those brakes. I need to check the tires. I need new windshield wipers. Bring your kid's car
oil
down.
Changed.
Yeah. Take care of the whole family.
Yeah.
Get down to Jiffy Lube.
Yeah. They open at 7:30 a.m. at most locations. Find the location nearest you at jiffylube.com. All right. The Kings play the Thunder tonight. The Kings enter at 8-9. The Thunder 12-4. It's their first matchup of the season. The Thunder, number 2, technically in the West right now. They're tied with the Warriors. They split the season series last year. The Kings won the first 2, lost the last 2. This is a matchup I kind of liked for the Kings last year at points, but Chet Holmgren's out. They brought in Isaiah Hartenstein. Chet Holmgren's not out. He has a hip injury. They brought in Isaiah Hartenstein, and they brought in Alex Caruso. Jalen Williams has really taken a leap this year. I no longer love this matchup for the Kings. I don't feel as good about it anymore. But this is, like, tonight, this is a gut check, what are you made of game. This is where your toughness, your grit, I don't even mind if they lose, because Oklahoma City's really good. I don't even mind if you lose this one. Winning it would be awesome. But can you be competitive? Can I get a good Kings game here? And if you just get outplayed by Oklahoma City, all right, stuff happens. Can you play well? Can you dig deep against a team that hadn't played since Wednesday? Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
You just played last night. What are you made of? That's my big question for tonight.
No, I think this is one of the bigger gut check games that the Kings are ever going to have.
Yep.
This is a moment where you can see how this thing can spiral very quickly. You don't get this one. That puts you at 4 losses in a row. You don't get the game against Minnesota. That's 5. You come back from Thanksgiving and go play a gritty, although not very good, Portland Trailblazers team who's finding their identity a little bit and who's already, played well against you. Like, this is a moment where either you're going to be a team that stands up and is resilient, or you're going to fold. And 2 years ago, this team was so resilient.
Yes.
Every single time they got into this exact situation, they found a way to win. And the question is, can they do it again? Can they find that identity? And for all of the things that are wrong with this Kings team this season, I think for me, that's the biggest thing. I don't see an identity at all. I don't see them as a fast team.
Nope.
I don't see them as an offensive juggernaut. They're 10th in offensive rating. They're 15th in defensive rating. This is a better than 8 and 9 team, but that's not how they're playing. And so you got to find your identity right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you do that. You got to have some really, really difficult conversations,
Mm-hmm.
but you're also on the second night of a back-to-back. There's not even a walkthrough today. There's nothing.
But honestly, like you don't get excuses. If you want to be that team, if you want to be that team that is a 50 plus wins playoff team, this is the game, man.
It is.
This is the exact type of game that you go get. Man, they've lost 3 in a row to the Hawks and the Clippers and the Nets. You're playing Oklahoma City now, who hasn't played since Wednesday. You're on the second night of a back-to-back. Go. It's tough. It's a tough spot. But if you want to be those dudes, you gotta win this one.
That's right. And if we were looking at the schedule before this stretch, you thought they'd beat the Hawks. You thought they had a 50-50, maybe better chance to beat the Clippers. You thought they'd beat the Nets.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is a game you'd probably lose.
Yeah, you go, okay, split those 4, you're fine.
Hey, you blew the three games before. Now it's time to put up or shut up.
That's it.
It is. And this isn't about coaching or anything else. This is about rolling the ball out there and playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can figure out how to play the game together and beat a good team, then you're going to grow from this moment, or you're going to use this as an excuse and you're going to fall further and further behind.
Because it doesn't get easier.
Nope.
You're at Minnesota on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Then you're at Portland. All right. But then you're home against San Antonio, who beat you by 20. Then you got the Rockets, who are playing really well. Then you're at Memphis, who's been playing well. Then you're at San Antonio again, where they beat you by 20. Get the Jazz, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get the Lakers twice at home. Then you got Indiana, Detroit. Then you're at the Lakers again, Dallas. Like you're finishing out December with a really, really tough stretch of basketball.
And a bunch of games are at home. And I hate to tell Kings fans this, but this is one of the worst home teams I've ever seen.
It's crazy.
It's just absolutely ridiculous. This team is under 500 at home.
With one of the best crowds in the NBA.
Yeah.
And that's not me being in Sacramento saying that.
Nope.
Go listen to any national podcast. Go read when the Kings were making their playoff run a couple years ago. Go read about people in attendance at Golden One Center. The outside observers.
Yep.
They'll tell you it is one of, if not the best crowds in the NBA. There's no reason for the Kings not to have a fantastic home court advantage. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Hey, look, there are 3 teams in the Western Conference that are under 500 at home. It's the Kings, the Jazz, and the Pelicans. And the Jazz and the Pelicans, just so everyone knows, they're 4-win teams. They're the worst teams in the Western Conference and 2 of the worst teams in the league.
That's so brutal.
To not have a winning home record is just shocking to me.
I don't get that.
No, it's just the most bizarre thing.
And
I've
it's been
ever
a problem for 3 years now.
Yeah, it like again, they won 48 games 2 years ago, 25 wins on the road, 23 at home. They won more games on the road than they did at home.
Come on, man.
Even during the bad years, during the 90s, when the Kings were a perennial loser, they still gave you all they had at home. They still won 20 plus games at home every single year. This is, to me, it's one of those weird anomalies where a team that can't figure out how to win on their home court, and it doesn't make any sense because everybody else in the league loves your sightlines because they hit every shot they take. Like,
yeah, apparently,
whatever it is that, like, I don't know what the home road splits are for shooting, but I'm going to guarantee that the opposition is shooting way better in Golden One than they are anywhere else.
Maybe I'll deep dive on that.
Yeah.
See if I can figure it out. I just don't understand it, man. But look, you got to go get this one. If you lose and you play great, maybe we can have a different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But they've put themselves in a spot where their toughest game of the year so far is one that, hey, you kind of need it.
Yeah, you kind of need it.
Don't want to be 2 games under.
9-9 feels a whole lot better than 8-10.
so much better, especially going to Minnesota.
Yep.
We beat you twice.
Yeah.
Ick.
Not great.
The Kings are giving me the ick. Let's talk starters. Here's your starting lineups for tonight. The Sacramento Kings. I imagine it's going to look the same.
Probably.
If it looks different, if Mike Brown says, I got to change something up tonight, do you think it's just Keon for Herter?
Yeah.
That's the most kind of logical.
Yeah, I think
move
that's
they've
the
made.
most logical move, especially with SGA rolling through town.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, because you're not sitting DeMar DeRozan, you're not sitting De'Aaron Fox, you're not sitting Keegan Murray, you're not sitting Domas.
Nope.
And if you do, then we're having it is code red. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, and like in all honesty, I think Kevin Herter's had a rough shooting start to the season, but overall he has not been horrible. Like he has held his own in plenty of games. His defense against Cam Johnson last night, he had that sequence where he absolutely shut him down and then blocked his shot. Like Kevin Herter is competing.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
He is competing. Like there's also the play where he moonwalked. I'm not sure everyone saw that. He was backing up through, like trying to play defense. He just got out of position, had no other way he just tried to stick with the man. Didn't let him dunk. That's it. So sometimes you get out of position. You got to do weird things. It's fine.
For Oklahoma City, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, Lou Dort. I imagine it'll be Kason Wallace and Aaron Wiggins. That was their starting lineup in their last game. They've got some weird injury stuff. So I'm not 100% sure what their starting lineup's going to look like. I know Isaiah Hartenstein is back.
Yeah,
maybe they start him.
That's probably where they're going to go.
He didn't start their last game, but he might start this one.
But he was really effective in their last game.
Yeah, he does just every the Hartenstein and Caruso acquisitions were just sick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, they probably overpaid for a center, especially when you have Chet Holmgren, but he can coexist with Chet. He and Chet can play together. Some of the stuff they were, Oklahoma City people posting on Twitter during preseason, some of the stuff they were doing, like the 2-man game stuff they were doing, was nuts.
Yeah, we might not get to see that in reality, though, throughout the entire season.
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Chet can get back at some point. But, I mean, Chet broke one of his, like the blade on his hip.
Not a good injury.
No.
What's the Kings injury report look like?
We've got a questionable Malik Monk. There's a possibility he plays tonight. Outside of that, Devin Carter still on the injured list. Will be reevaluated in January. Nothing else to report, at least for right now. The injury report, because the Kings played last night, won't come out until later in the day.
For the Thunder, Alex Caruso, he has a hip injury. He is out. Isaiah Joe is questionable for tonight. Ousmane Deng also out with a finger fracture. Chet Holmgren, we just mentioned, is out as well. J-Dub, Jalen Williams, the forward, also out. He has a hamstring injury. He's been out a while. And then, of course, Nikola Topic, our draft pick, had an ACL injury. He is out for the season. That's the Oklahoma City injury report. We will get to matchup of the game. We'll get to keys to victory. We'll get to all of that next here on ESPN 1320. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham and Kyle Madsen. We're back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's happening, everybody? Yeah, the Royale thing is weird. And to be honest with you, I could care less. I have a weird. I don't care about jerseys. What's going on tonight and what everyone's wearing, and I don't care about weird mascot things. I'm a basketball guy. I'm trying to see, what did Domas do against the Knicks last season? 19 points, 12.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists. The turnover issues have been a huge issue for Domas. Just keep showing up. Hey, Fred VanVleet has been fined.
That's it?
$50,000 for confronting and directing profane language towards the officiating staff. Didn't he do like the Oprah? Like you get an F-bomb and you get an F-bomb?
Yeah, he went, you suck, you suck, you suck. And then he goes, you see him go, he goes, bitch asses. And then he walks over to the ref that tossed him and sticks his finger like in his face. He goes, you're a bitch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Sorry for the language, but that's exactly what he said.
That's it reminds me of the what's his name? Joakim Noah. Joakim Noah got tossed, and I think he got tossed in Sacramento where he did something very similar. Loud exit.
Gosh, shout out to Wilsey Stats, dude.
He hit you with something?
Yeah. Hey, hang on one second. Jesse, are you listening to us? No, you're good. Is he listening to us? Jesse, are you listening to it? 11:45. Okay. Crushing it. Why is that? Oh, there we go. Atlanta shoots 34.2%. This is via Wilsey. Shoots 30. I'm going to round down and up. 34% from three on the season, 42 at Golden One. Brooklyn, 38 for the season, 49 at Golden One. Clippers, 37 for the season, 47 at Golden One. Minnesota, 38 for the season, 40 at Golden One. Phoenix, 37 and 30. Portland, 33 and 18. Toronto, 33 and 29. And then Utah, 33 and 46.
Like they shot better?
Yes.
Everybody
except Toronto, Portland, and Phoenix. Yeah, Toronto, Portland, and Phoenix. Those are the three teams who shot worse than their season average.
Well, it's good to know that I'm not like seeing things.
No.
Scotty Barnes? Yeah, Sean, DeRozan and Herter and a pick for Scotty Barnes is not going to happen. He's the face of the league. Zach, how many times are you going to post the same thing? No, the Kings aren't going to trade Fox or Sabonis. At least I can't imagine them trading Fox or Sabonis. He had to try to give these guys a break. And he also, I think there was the TV timeout happened right at that time.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, lots to get to. We got a caller to get to. We got some fun numbers from Will Z Stats to get to. But first, Kings Thunder tonight. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's a big one for the Kings against the number 2 seed in the West. Oklahoma City, their first game against them this season. And man, we talked about it last segment. It's one the Kings kind of got to go get.
Yeah.
That's tough to say against Oklahoma City, who has just kind of beaten everything in their path this year. But it's a position the Kings have put themselves in. So let's talk matchups of the game before we get to keys. The one that jumps out to me, I think they're going to put Lou Dort on De'Aaron Fox quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
They might put him on DeRozan just because he's a bigger body. But they have so many different defenders that they can throw at perimeter players. Alex Caruso being out's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
He is an awesome perimeter defender, second team all defense last year. So him being out is a big deal. But I think there are going to be some matchups where it's Lou Dort on De'Aaron Fox, and that's one I'm watching for.
Yeah, me too. The other matchup I want to see is Keegan Murray versus Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I want to see if he can slow him down.
Yeah.
You're not going to stop him, but you have to be worried about foul grifting and about getting in foul trouble. I think Keon Ellis can do some good work there too.
Sure.
But Shai is he's one of those players, man. He's just like, he's so tough to defend.
Also a really good defender. They might just throw Shai on Fox and call it good.
He's a good defender, but he's more of a steal passing lane guy, a gambler, than he is like a lockdown. I think he's a really good defender, but I don't like, they have other guys that they're going to expend energy with to defend Fox.
Sure. Yeah, and I think Lou Dort's going to be one of them, but that's going to be really interesting because Dort is a big body, really good perimeter defender. Can De'Aaron Fox just be faster than him? Just go first step, blow by, and force some rotations? Like that's what I would like to see tonight. Whoever's defending De'Aaron Fox, let the offense run through him. Let him kick it to DeMar DeRozan for an open 15-footer instead of DeRozan plotting into a contested 15-footer. Let him kick it out to Keegan for three after he touches the paint. Let him hit some floaters, get some tough shots. Maybe get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in some foul trouble. Like there's a lot of good things that can happen when the ball's in De'Aaron Fox's hands. And that's the other thing. We're talking about adjustments Mike Brown can make. That's one to me. Is maybe the offense just runs a little more through De'Aaron.
Yep.
Just on a play-to-play basis, Five's going to have the ball in his hands.
I'd also like to get back to a little bit of the Domantas Sabonis De'Aaron Fox 2-man game.
Sure, absolutely.
That thing's just disappeared. Like they don't go to it. And like, I would like to see a little bit more of that. Like get Domas involved in a different way. And for that matter, get DeMar DeRozan involved in a different way. Make him off-ball shooter. Like, hey, it's not about dribbling. I need you to go stand in the corner for a couple of plays. We need to space this thing out. We need you to go over to the side and let these two cook and see if they can get going and get some sort of, momentum building. And then we'll start adding in the other pieces.
Yeah. So how do the Kings do it tonight, James? How do they beat a very good Oklahoma City team, albeit a banged up Oklahoma City team? They are still very good, extremely well coached, a lot of toughness, really good defensively. They have an MVP candidate in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They are excellent. So let's get to some keys to victory. The things the Kings need to do to win tonight. James Ham, number one.
Number one, no more excuses. Like, this is it. Your season isn't on the brink, but it's approaching that. It's approaching a major change moment. And this is one of those times where a team needs to step up. They need to come together. They need to hit 3-point shots. Stop making excuses for why you aren't hitting things. Go out there and be better. Like at some point, it has to be on the players on the court to actually produce, to stop turning the ball over in random spots, to start playing better as a team. And I know that sounds like a simplified, just fix it moment, but at some point you have to take ownership over what's happening if you're a player, and you've got to try your best not to do more, but to fit into the system and to do the right things at all times.
Yeah. That's what I think the entire season is going to be predicated on. Is how they adjust to those. How do they adjust to what defenses are doing, but B, how do they adjust to ensure they're operating within this system that 2 years ago was the best offense in basketball?
Yeah,
that's it. Number one for me. I need Keegan to stay active, man. I think his 3-point shot's going to fall at some point. I feel I am very confident in Keegan as a shooter. Whether it happens tonight or in 10 nights, I don't know. But one thing he can do in the meantime is do what he was doing last night. Cutting really smartly off the ball, playing out of the dunker spot, playing good defense, grabbing offensive rebounds. They had that one stretch where he grabbed 3 consecutive offensive rebounds at the end of the game.
Yep.
I mean, just continuing to do that. He can impact the game in so many ways that go beyond his 3-point shot.
Mm-hmm.
That his when Kevin Huerter's 3-pointer is not falling, it's like, all right, well, whatever you can give will be great. But when Keegan's 3-point shot's not falling, it's like, all right, you got other things in your bag. You need to go to him.
Yeah, they've even gone to him in the post.
Yeah.
Like I like the post up.
Me too.
And I mean, this is one of the top college post up players in the
Mm-hmm.
nation during his final year at Iowa. Like, get him the ball wherever you can.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Yep. Number 2.
Understand the moment. This thing could very well come undone. And it's time for the players to hold each other accountable on the court. Like, understand that this is not a good moment for your franchise, for your team. This is a moment where instability can happen. And I hope the players sense it and they come out and give their best performance and work together to try to improve what's happening, because you can keep switching out players. You can keep switching out coaches. At the end of the day, somebody's got to perform. And if you don't get that that's where this moment is right now, then you're not looking over at half court at your ownership, guys, Vivek Ranadive is sitting right there watching this thing, and you're not seeing the look on his face, because it's a look of disappointment.
Yeah.
And a frustration.
Yep.
And that's typically when things go south.
Yeah. Number 2 for me, something we talked about a lot. I need more De'Aaron Fox. If that means less DeMar DeRozan, less Kevin Huerter, less Domantas Sabonis, whatever it is, I need the offense to run through De'Aaron as often as humanly possible. Doesn't mean he needs to shoot it every time, but let him be the one facilitating. Let him be the one that's breaking down defenses. Let him be the one that's setting the pace and setting the tone. Like, that's who he is. They need to start ushering in this era of Kings basketball where De'Aaron is the 1A. There was never a question in Golden State that it was Steph Curry, and he was that dude. There's not a question in Oklahoma City that SGA is that dude. There's no question in Dallas that Luka is that dude. I need there to be no question in Sacramento that De'Aaron is that dude. And I'd like to see it start in the biggest game of the year.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I hope I'm not crazy.
No, you're not crazy.
Number 3.
I think, Mike Brown always talks about how the players have freedom. They have freedom to do a lot of things on the court. I need some of that freedom to go away. I need him to call plays. I need him to, I get that they want to push the pace and they want to run up and down the court. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't allow for Mike to call out plays every single time down the court, right? Mm-hmm. But there are too many times where the freedom, I feel, is not being,
yes,
you're giving freedom where freedom might not be a good idea.
I agree.
It's like it's
being utilized the wrong way.
You can only trust your teenagers to stay at home for the weekend and not throw a party so many times before, heaven forbid, they throw a party. We're at that moment where, like, you've given a lot of freedom and you need to take some of that freedom away. Mm-hmm. And you also need to not follow a substitution pattern. If someone's not playing well or someone's doing something that's detrimental to what's happening on the court, you need to pull them. And it doesn't matter how long they've been in the league or what their nameplate says. Mm-hmm. You got to pull them, and you got to have conversations that aren't comfortable. Yep. Because that's where your team is right now.
Yep. Number 3 for me, last one. While this is sort of piggybacking off what you were saying, when you get into your half-court offense, all right, run some plays. But also, if you can get out and run, do it at every opportunity. Don't let their defense get set up, because that's where they're going to be really, really they're going to be really tough to score on no matter what. But I think the Kings have enough speed that if they can, especially off a miss, you can get out and run even a little bit and get a 3-on-2, get an open 3, whatever you can do to push the ball ahead and not let OKC's defense get set. I think you got to do it.
Well, that, and just keep in mind that OKC, what you see in the first half from them is usually very different than what you see in the third quarter.
Yep.
This is like the old style Warriors where You think you're doing great and everything's awesome. They go to halftime. They come up with a different game plan and they thump you in the third quarter, which is exactly how the Warriors ended so many games that they were trailing at half.
Yep.
In the third quarter, where
Just
the
up by 20.
fourth quarter didn't even matter. Just they ran a team over. And so OKC has a little bit of that in them, and you need to make the adjustment.
Yep. No doubt. All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. Kings Thunder tonight. We'll also have Monday Night Football for you tonight, and it's going to be a good one. Ravens at Chargers. Coverage begins at 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'll get to Mad Props with Jesse here in a bit. But first, we got to get to Don. Don, what's going on?
What's up with it, Kyle? Hammer, what's going on, man?
What's up, bro?
What's up?
Oh, man, just vibing, man. I'm just laughing. It's laughable. The Kings got a chance to turn it around. Like, the fire Mike Brown, that's crazy, dude. Like, James, I'm with you, man. The whole talk, like, firing Mike Brown and firing Kyle Shanahan is two different stories. Totally two different stories, bro. Period. Kyle Shanahan is wanted to be fired. Mike Brown, bro, is still trying to get it together and still trying to find his pieces. Monty McNair, bro, you got to work with Mike. That's all I got on that note. Kyle, I'm going to let y'all carry on.
Appreciate you, TC. Thanks for the call. Shout out to TC, man.
Saw that coming.
I saw him trying to call earlier because you start to recognize people's caller IDs.
Yeah.
So I saw him trying to call earlier, but it was always when we had somebody on. So salute to TC. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I'm not at fire anybody point yet.
No.
But I understand if somebody is or that people are. I understand the frustration, no doubt. It's warranted, man. There's not a level of frustration to me that is unwarranted with the Kings right now, especially and that's born out of expectation, right?
Yeah,
like that's the reason people are frustrated.
Hey, it's okay
They're supposed to be a lot better than they are right now.
It's okay for Vivek Ranadive to want more out of his team. Like
yeah, man,
I agree.
Yeah,
like we all expect this team to not be in this situation that they're in. Like, but you have to be logical here. What's the easiest path forward? And what is the easiest path to chaos?
Yep.
And you need to know what the path to chaos is and how to avoid that. Because you've done this a few times. You've been down this path before, and nothing magically fixes ever.
Said this earlier, but we've seen the season is not over, but it's teetering. It is on the edge. Jesse Toppin.
Hey, that's kind of scary. I've seen that a lot. Like with the Kings, like, oh, we're not on the brink, but hey, it's not looking good right now. I did not think that we were kind of this close.
Oh, it's close, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, like, look, I
lose 3 in a row to Atlanta and the Clippers and the
No, it's ugly right now.
I'm a Man U fan, right?
Yeah.
And they fired Eric Ten Hag, and they brought in
so
they had a guy step in, an assistant, and did a good job, and they played really well for like 3 games. They got their new coach, everyone's all excited, and then they play a team that has just got up and is probably going to get relegated at the end of the season in Ipswich, and they get a goal in the first like minute, and then nothing the rest of the game. It's like they are who they are. You're still the same group of players, still doing the same exact thing, still having no sense of urgency, and it's very similar to the King. I don't think that just there's going to be some magical switch that goes off, or maybe there is.
So I know we got mad props, but what's next then?
You got to do something. Like,
yeah, like what are we doing? Let's talk about it then. Let's talk about it. Let's get ugly. What's next?
I mean, the first thing you have to do is make a lineup change. Like
that's step one.
If you don't want to do a lineup change, and to be honest, I think the lineup change that they will do, it might have some impact, but at the same time, I don't think it's fair to scapegoat one guy, because I think the one guy who's going to lose his job here, if they do make a change, it hasn't been. I mean, it hasn't been great, but it also hasn't been the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is something much bigger.
Good idea from Norm in the chat. Just trade for Jason Tatum.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Herder and picks.
Why not?
Get it done.
Yeah. We get Harrison Barnes back and trade him back trade him to Boston finally.
More experienced Jason Tatum, I've heard. Harrison Barnes. All right, let's get to Mad Props. We started these on Friday, of course. We had the Kings game against the Clippers. We had the 49ers game against the Packers. Those games went mostly similar. Just ugly.
I don't even know how I did in Mad Props, but it felt disgusting. Just given how the Kings did this weekend.
Nobody was terrible. Nobody was terrible. You helped yourself by changing one of your picks.
Nice.
Salute to you. Here we go.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
Yeah, here it is. So a strong week for the boys this week. Number 1 was Juwan Jennings catches or De'Aaron Fox assists. Jesse and I went with De'Aaron Fox. James, you rocked with Juwan Jennings. It was a close one. Juwan Jennings, 5 receptions. De'Aaron Fox against the Clippers, 7 assists. Jesse and I get the W on that one. But some revenge here for James. Christian McCaffrey touches or DeMar DeRozan points. We had another close one. James rocked with DeMar DeRozan. Jesse and I went with Christian McCaffrey. 14 touches for Christian McCaffrey. 16 points for DeMar DeRozan. That is a W for James. Next up, 49ers total points or Domantas Sabonis total points. James, you rocked with the Niners on this one. Jesse and I said, no. It was an easy victory for Domas. 24 points for Domas against the Clippers. Just 10 for the 49ers yesterday. That was embarrassing.
Ew.
That was so bad.
It was bad, but I feel like we all saw that coming.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone was shocked.
It was somebody said this, is Sterling Bennett, who does postgame with me at 95.7 The Game. He said they made all the mistakes they've made all year. They just didn't have 3 of their best players while making those mistakes.
Yep.
It's like, man, that is spot on. That's exactly what we saw. Was the Niners are a sloppy, undisciplined team, whether they have all their best dudes or not.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we saw yesterday. So Jesse and I get a win on that one. The next one, George Kittle's receiving yards or Kings first half points. I don't know if you guys remember this, but on Friday, the Kings scored 29 points in the first half.
Oh, no.
George Kittle went over that by just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little.
I went with George Kittle. He had 82 receiving yards, just 29 first half points for the Kings. Ouch.
How does that even happen in today's
29
NBA?
Points in a half of basketball.
Sometimes you get that in half of the first quarter.
The worst, it was 12 points in the first quarter, 17 in the second. So whatever happened in the first quarter, like they didn't figure it out at all. It was like, oh no.
Yeah, man. That's the. We talked like so much of the conversation has been bigger picture today, but like the Clippers loss was way worse than the Nets one.
Way worse.
That was so significant. We haven't talked about it a lot because it was on Friday, but man,
I wanted to forget about it.
yeah, that was the reason that sucked is because it felt like they just tossed their jerseys on the court in a spot where we went, man, they've had 3 days off, get back game against the Clippers. Here we go. Here are the Kings, and then
It's just underwhelming.
you're extremely
Massively
underwhelming.
underwhelming.
That's it. That's a great word for it. The next one, spoiler alert, we all picked the same, and we were all correct on both of them.
Ah.
Fred Warner tackles or Keegan Murray 3-point attempts. We all went with Fred Warner. 6 tackles for Fred Warner, 5 3-point attempts for Keegan Murray. It was a tight one, but we all got the victory. And then we had 49ers punts or Keon Ellis made field goals. Keon has been hot lately, but not against the Clippers where he made 0 field goals. The 49ers punted 3 times yesterday. We all went with the 49ers. We all get a victory. James, you are in the basement this week at 3-3. 3-3 being in the basement's tough.
Ooh.
That's tough. Jesse, you're next up at 4-2. I went 5-1 this week, battling back
Here we go, Kyle Madsen.
in Mad Props. We got to figure out how we're going to do this on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we'll probably have to do like
I might just have to text you guys the props and have you guys respond,
Well, why don't
and then we'll talk about them on the following Monday.
So why not just do it Wednesday?
Yeah, we can do them.
Oh, we are doing shows Wednesday.
And
we do have a show Wednesday. Yeah, no, we'll do it
Yeah.
Wednesday. You're right.
And on Wednesday, we have a Kings game that night.
Perfect.
And then we can play that against the
Maybe some Thursday night games
Thursday, yeah.
or Thursday games.
However you want to do it. It's
Great.
your
No, I
show.
love that. We'll just punt the Niners. The Niners are.
That's fine. Yeah.
I'm done with them.
To Narnia.
They get the double T.
Yeah, this season.
They're out for the year. You can come back next year, but they're done for the season. All right. We got about a minute. When's our out here?
What do you feel
talked
better
that last
about?
night.
The Kings making top 6 or the Niners turning it around
Kings.
and somehow winning the NFC West?
Kings top 6. Niners to win the NFC West.
That's all it is at this point.
They have to win. they might have to win out.
Yeah.
And if not, you can lose probably one to either Buffalo or Detroit. And I don't think they're beating either of those teams. And if you lose both of those, you're at 8 losses. I don't think 9-8's winning the division.
Yeah.
Cardinals have a really soft schedule down the stretch.
Yeah, I think the 49ers, I'm pretty comfortable. This is what they are. They're going to lose probably a couple more games too.
Yeah, I think they're probably about 9-8.
Oh. Yeah. Well,
it's where they're at, man. Like it just
a bad year, honestly.
When a team, yeah, they had a bad year. When a team shows you who they are.
Picks. Yeah.
But that's the thing that sucks is there's not really a path there. If the draft is today, they'd pick 17th.
Oof.
I mean, Miami's playing better, so maybe they come down and they can pass them up. But like the Rams and Tampa Bay, I don't know that they're going to be substantially pulling away from them in terms of draft position. So I think you're going to see them picking in that 16-17 range, no matter what. That's tough. It's a bad year to have a bad year, but also not a bad year, just a really mediocre year. And that's not great.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kenny, still wearing his Niner stuff. Look at him go.
It'd be like that sometimes.
That's how you got to do it. Don't ever quit on your team.
Shout out to...
They don't care about us, but we care about them.
Hell yeah. All right, D-Lo and KC coming up next. That is produced by the great Jesse Tapia. Appreciate your time as always, Jesse. James and I are done for today. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. D-Lo and KC next. Until tomorrow at 10, drink water and be nice, people. Bye. Okay, goodbye, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Good show, Chadios.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Just let it fade all the way out. Well, because that's the only goddamn Young Zell song we playing today.
We do it like that. Just fade it.
Just fade the
Kings
song
played
out.
last night and I rap for 3 hours. That's it. Just played it out.
Stupid, man.
Bro, I multiple times last night. Sports is just stupid.
Sports is stupid.
Sports is just dumb.
Sports is
I wish
stupid
I was
and
like
we're-
Katie and I just worried about the housewives.
Well,
Such a easier life, such a less stressful life.
well, I've seen a couple episodes. I'm not sure. The show's intense. My housewives kind of crazy.
And it is confirmed yesterday. Confirmed yesterday.
Mhm.
Don't ever bring your family to see the Beam at the Golden One Center.
Oh.
It never ends good.
No, it doesn't.
Never, not once.
No.
Nobody has come from out of town once and be like, oh, guess what, guys? I went to Sacramento. That's how I'm like the Beam.
No.
No, it never happens.
No.
Never, not once. So
No.
if you've got family
Beam
in
is
town,
stupid.
if you got family in town and you want them to see the Beam lit at the Golden One Center,
Yep.
don't get tickets to the game.
No.
Don't go to the game.
No.
Just watch it on TV, hope they win, and then you can drive down there. Because it just don't work any other
I'm
way.
with TCG. Sports suck.
No, yeah. Facts.
Alfonso. Housewives is less dramatic than sports.
Probably.
Mrs. Mac 10. I did watch Housewives after that mess.
Good call. I watched a couple movies over the weekend.
Did you?
Yeah.
What'd you watch?
This
Because it's going to be more interesting than what we have to talk about today.
This Christmas, which is a classic. It's slowly
The Chris
turning.
Brown?
It's slowly turning
Okay.
into a Christmas classic.
I read it.
It's slowly. It's turning into. A
You
Christmas
just
classic.
throw the word classic.
It
around
is.
A lot.
Just put it on a make a poll out of it. You know what I mean?
Excuse me, sir. It's Monday.
LL.
What?
LL.
What? Man.
Oh, EOLL.
Hey.
Like, well,
Man.
it's slow. I'm not saying it's 100% there
We
yet.
didn't even make it 2.5 minutes. Goodness
It-
gracious.
it is on the borderline, and I think a couple years will tell. Like, yeah, that's gonna be a Christmas classic. So I saw that. I always watch that when it's
All
on.
right.
And then for the first time, with new movie alert. I usually don't watch new movies, but new movie alert.
Okay.
I watch Crazy Rich Asians.
Bro, that is not new.
No, new movie that I haven't seen.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
You
not a
said that
new
movie's
movie.
been out for a really
No,
long
I saw it on
time.
TV, so I know. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, I had never seen the movie before.
Okay. Thoughts?
I liked it. It was a good movie.
All right.
It was a good movie. I enjoyed it. A little
Jesse's
rom-com.
already laughing at you, and I'm just dying to find out
A
why.
little rom-com action. Well, it came on right after this. Great job. This is how you do it. What they call it, a lead-in. So I'm watching this Christmas.
Mhm.
No commercials, just into the next movie.
Mhm.
And 10 minutes. I'm like, oh well, I need to see how this ends.
So, salute.
Need to see how this
Salute.
ends. End up watching the movie.
Thoughts?
New movie alert for a movie that's about 4 years old is crazy.
No.
Like Kenny's gonna, hey, new movie alert. Just watch Godfather 2.
New movie for me. New movie.
No, I
for
get the
me.
logic. But I'm just like I said, when you start new movies, oh, what did you watch? It's like, oh yeah, Crazy Rich Asians. Oh, that was like 4 years ago.
I knew
It feels longer than that. Is that really when it came out 4 years ago?
Honestly, I'm just throwing 4 years. It might be
Yeah.
sooner, but it
Yeah,
feels
I
like
mean,
4
it
years.
was
4 years
like
feels right.
longer.
It was on Bravo. I'm sure it's not.
Crazy.
If it hit Bravo, it might be 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Crazy Rich Asians has strong TCG energies. It's just like I'm not sure.
yeah. I mean,
2018 was its release date.
okay,
That's
well,
6 years.
6 years.
That feels absurd.
It was a
A
good
little
movie.
bit.
Good movie.
Oh, I'm
I
glad you enjoyed
I
it.
liked this, and then I didn't watch this whole movie. But does anybody know what I saw the clip, and it reminded me, it's like, yo, Joe Pesci, he's really that dude. Like Joe Pesci is a star in these movies, right? In all the movies, because he's never the main guy.
Mhm.
It's always like, what's his name, Leota. or De Niro.
Ray Liotta. Okay.
Or, those are the stars.
You
But
just
Pesci-
named the cast of Goodfellas, but that's
Well,
fine.
Goodfellas, Casino, take your pick. But Pesci is a star because somebody played a clip on Twitter over the weekend of, I think it's Casino, but when he's sitting down in the house and he tells the banker, he says, I need you to have my money. Like, I'm going to walk in. If you don't have my money, when I walk into that bank on Monday, I'm going to split your skull open. And then I'm going to go to jail. And if you've waken up by the coma around the time that I'm about to get out of jail, when I get out of jail, I'm going to come back over there and split your skull open again. Because you know what? I'm stupid. I'm stupid and I don't care about jail. So have my money tomorrow or else. You say, think I'm playing. Pesci's a star. Pesci takes these movies to another level, man. Am I wrong?
No, I just think it's amazing that it's registering with you that Joe Pesci is a star.
But get my point though. He's never the star. He's never
he's not a leading man.
The Jamal Crawford of movies.
Oh,
He's the star.
Whoa. Don't disrespect Jamal Crawford.
Don't do that.
Yeah, go Blue. Don't do that.
Okay, Blue can.
We about to beat that ass on Saturday. Boy.
You might. I've said all year. It's funny when Ryan Day loses.
We about to beat. No, we ain't gonna beat that ass. We ain't gonna beat that ass. I ain't gonna lie to you.
They're gonna beat some color into your coach's eyesight. I know that. Mr. Colorblind out here.
This dude, man. No, we ain't got no shot.
Was that Casino? I don't even know what movie
that's what I was asking. I think it's Casino.
I mean, I think Nicole is right. Kenny's movie takes is a new segment. Like,
no, it won't be a long-lasting segment. I haven't watched the whole.
Well, new movie alert. Just watch Goodfellas.
Kenny's gonna tell us about Leonardo DiCaprio next.
Yeah, right. That's what Soren said. This De Niro guy is really talented.
Well, look, like I said, he's never the lead, but he's the star. He's the star of these movies, man. Of that whole genre. I can only think of 2 movies though that he's the star.
I don't know that this is true, but if it is,
Casino.
I don't know that it's true, but if it is, the quote was from Home Alone and not Casino.
Not true at all.
I'll be forgetting he was in Home Alone. I forget he was the burglar in Home Alone.
Home Alone, the anniversary, I guess, for it coming out was like last Thursday or something like that.
Okay.
Great movie.
Anybody want to talk about anything else?
I'm just thinking, you imagine going to France and you realize your kid is at home by himself?
It's crazy, bro.
It's hilarious that you picked France for so many reasons.
Isn't that where they go?
No,
they go to Florida. I think.
Yeah, went to Florida. Yeah, they didn't leave the country. Although, where were they in New York?
That was a different movie.
Yeah, it's 2, but I'm saying maybe they were going out of the country.
I thought one of them they went out the country. Maybe the second one.
Well, did they leave him in New York? Because wasn't it called Home Alone 2 Lost in New York?
I feel like New York, it might have been like a.
I don't remember the second one at all.
They had to change planes.
The second one.
They lost them.
Oh, okay.
I think that's how that went down. But you're right. I don't remember.
Adam Bell says Home Alone. Oh, yeah. Home Alone 1 is Paris, you're saying.
Paris? I thought it was Florida. Maybe 2 was Florida. I don't know.
Good
well, why would they have gone to New York? Where were they? Where did they live?
Chicago.
Oh, that makes sense because it's a John Hughes movie, right?
Sure.
You say so.
You guys are jackasses. I swear to God. Who do you 2 know who John Hughes is?
I mean, I know the name.
Yeah, he's a director.
No, he did like
right?
Sweet 16 and
there you go. There you go.
Okay,
all right.
Okay. Did he do Ferris Bueller too?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna find out. I'm positive this is a John Hughes movie.
You see what happens, Kings, when you lose 3 in a row? You see what's happening?
No, yeah, it's your ass. That's the problem. This team. Look, let's just get this out of the way. The Sacramento Kings are ass.
Oh,
they're not good.
Damn.
And you go sit me up here like a jackass holding out hope for the next 70 games. Like, oh, they go turn it around. No, y'all start winning games. Talk about, 13 games over to Golden One Center, good 10-3. Get out of here. This team ain't capable of posting a 10-3 record over 13 games.
This is nasty work.
The team stinks.
This is nasty work that they're doing.
We're the guys in what you call it? Oh, we suck again.
It's nasty work that's going on right now by the
and
Kings.
49er fans just follow along because you're in the same boat.
Hey, look, I tweeted out last night. It's about potential to be a cold winter around here. A cold winter.
I was low key like
Can't even blame Harrison Barnes anymore. Can't blame Luke Walton.
Harrison is thriving in San Antonio.
No,
Guys
he's
shooting, rebounding
the
Dennis
ball.
Rodman all over the place. It's ridiculous.
I was worried, but now I feel like seeing everyone's. I was telling the insiders, like, see everyone's reaction, kind of like, "No, this is really bad."
No, like, what's the excuse? Like, that's the thing
too.
What's your excuse?
There is no excuse.
Either that, there's one. Malik Monk might just be the greatest player that ever lived.
There's that.
Because when Malik is out, this team is absolute dog crap.
To me, there is no excuse, and it's time. It's time to put up or shut up. Put up or shut up for some of these guys out here.
That time is come and gone.
Well, I mean, we were giving them time. They were playing well or whatever, but no, it's time for you to produce, or we'll find somebody to produce for you. Simple as that. And
Say names.
That means Herter,
yep,
Keegan,
yep.
who I'll say this about Keegan. I'll pause right
Keegan
there.
Well,
I'll pause right there just a little bit. Keegan was horrendous in the first half. I didn't like what I saw at all. But Keegan worked his ass off throughout that game to have a good game.
Yeah.
But at the same time, one of the things you're paid for, two of the things, is make threes and defend. And you're not really doing either right now. I like that you're getting on the boards. You're working aggressive on the offensive rebounds. You're cutting. You're finding different ways. That's cool. I like that. But I got some numbers. We heard the insiders. And James Ham, we'll talk to James Ham at about 3:00. We'll talk about it then with him or whatever. But a lot of this, and I know they're not blaming it all on this guy, but a lot of the talk was DeMar DeRozan, the movement of the offense, and all this other stuff, ball sticking and all. They're not making shots. Lyles, Herter, and Keegan are getting wide-ass open shots every single night, and they're bricking them. They are bricking them. And I'm not saying it's all their fault, but we talk about the assist total. I got numbers, we can get into them, about just their shooting from beyond the arc in the last 3 games. They're getting wide. Will Z, where are you at? You can help me out. They're getting wide-ass open looks. Was at the game last night. They're just wide open. Kevin Herter, late in the fourth quarter, the whole damn arena stands up when he catches the ball. There's not 6 people. There's not anybody 6 feet in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Wide-ass open shot. Brick. Comes off the front rim, hits the top of the backboard. Lyles did the same thing. Keegan Murray, he can't throw it in the damn ocean. We talk about assist totals. That's your assist. The spray threes, they're there. Knock down the shot. They can't make a damn thing.
This team has gotten their ass beat for 3 straight games, and we're going to come back and we're going to beat their ass again because it doesn't look good. So we'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball. And as I said, it doesn't get much better if you're a 49ers fan. We'll deal with that as well. Well, salute Raider Nation because y'all accepted it weeks ago.
Well, things are going in the right direction.
Well, for many people, that is absolutely accurate. We're just getting started. This probably won't be the prettiest episode of D-Lo and KC. You want to get in on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, you can. 916-909-1320. We are just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shooting struggles are also tough, too, when you could have drafted Don't Connect.
That's a good point.
I know the vibes are a little low, but now that we've had a weekend to listen, do we feel any different about Kendrick's album?
This is good.
That shit is fire.
Yeah, I think it's my second favorite one.
Fire.
Well,
I haven't gotten
gotten
a chance to. I still didn't watch that video.
I've been listening to it all week, and I haven't gotten tired of it yet.
That's a good album. I was listening to it on the way in. Some good stuff.
I guess we can't because we already did it. Weezy need to relax. Like he didn't even Kendrick didn't even diss him. We're talking about let a sleeping dog lie. Like man, he ain't even try to wake you up, bro. What you mean?
Yeah, he took that some type of way that he
well, I think he took all of the clickbait stuff. Like, Kendrick mentions Wayne in the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, all he said was, yeah, I listened to the Carter 3.
Yeah, I don't know why people there's a lot of things that I don't understand, but I don't know why that was hip hop quotable at the time.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Like that was everywhere on Friday morning. Like, oh man, he addressed the. All right, I don't know, man. What?
I'm sorry, Cole. What? Cole, come on, man. It's a holiday week, sir. What are we doing? Cole. Oh, man.
I get the logic of it because he's not wrong, but there's principles to this game. People do make something out of nothing.
Did you meet my girl Vanessa down at the?
Yeah, man. Yeah, in the building.
Yeah, we got people in here. Vanessa and Eli in here.
We out here.
Nah, promo people.
I got it.
I think Vanessa's she's working through multiple departments. But it's wild to have her start 2 days before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, well, I was told it's a holiday week. Nobody's here. That's what I was told. I was like, all right.
Well, some people aren't.
I don't know what you guys are doing. We're still working.
Yeah.
Out here.
No.
The holiday is on Thursday.
Apparently, that was we'll talk about it off the air.
Thanksgiving is on Thursday, right? It's not a week-long holiday, right?
It's Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Thursday. There's literally no Thanksgiving Eve. That's not even a thing.
People look at Monday like, holiday schedule.
Oh, what am I going to get done? I mean, I don't know.
No, we'll talk about this, Cody.
We'll
talk about this. I'm about to be on one, I think. I'm about to be on one. Not in the mood for it today. Thanksgiving Eve is a thing. That used to be a nice little party/club night.
Mm-hmm. I remember that. Sky River Casino, where we will be coming up December 6th. Make your plans to be with us. That's 1 week from this Friday.
1 week from this Friday. Hey. Sky River Casino. We were talking to some more people at Sky River Casino.
Yes, sir.
Man, they looking forward to
it
just as much as we are, man. It's going to be Vibes Central.
Dealing with KC live on ESPN 1320 from 12 to 4 at 32 Bruce Street. Dealing with KC live for the first time ever on 102.5 KSFM, Flashback Friday style, out there on the patio from 4 to 6. And then the wake-up call, Are You Smarter Than Kevin? Live trivia night from 6 to 9. We'll be registering teams out there for Are You Smarter Than Kevin all throughout the day. So make your plans to be with us, man. It is going to be a lot of fun. Call in sick if you got to. Spend the whole day out there. Food, drinks, the whole deal. December 6th, Friday, December 6th, Sky River Casino.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the Kings stink. Where should we begin?
Let's start with the shooting. Because that to me, that is.
You said you had numbers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the meat and potatoes, the bread and meat.
The bread and meat. Shout out TC.
Of it all, man. These guys, and I'm talking about the best shooters on your team. Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles. They're just non-existent shooting the basketball. In the last 3 games, and once again, the way that they operate, the way that they go about things, it's not like De'Aaron Fox. It's not like Malik Monk. They're not really shooting like, hey, I'm mixing this guy up. I'm falling away threes. a lot of their threes, and numbers could prove me wrong.
Mhm.
I haven't Will Z the numbers and seen it, but a lot of the way that the game goes, and like I said, I was there last night looking at it. I would guess that 75% of the threes that they took last night were wide open threes. They're not hitting them. In the last 3 games, in this 3-game losing streak, the 3 of those guys have combined for 10 of 46 from beyond the arc. 10 of 46, 21% from those 3 guys, your best shooters in the last 3 games. For comparison, in those 3 games, I'd say I took like random guys, like not even the best guys of these teams, like random, like role player guys that shoot. In the Hawks game, Ricochet, Garrison Matthews, and DeAndre Hunter. 10 of 18 in that game from beyond the arc. Nick Batum, Terrence Mann, Coffee in that Clippers game. 5 of 10 from beyond the arc. Last night, Clowney, who got the Met 2 award of the night.
No.
I mean, my goodness. I stood up
Yep.
and just put my hands on my hips. Like, are you for real?
I've seen that look.
What the hell is going on here? Clowney, I put Cam Johnson in there, and Wilson, who was runner-up for Met 2 award of the night. 10 of 17 from beyond the arc. These guys are making, in 2 of those cases, they're making 10 threes in 1 game compared to 10 over 3 games for these guys. And mind you, when I bring these numbers up and I bring these guys up, it's not all their fault. But I think that's where things start. They're not shooting the ball. And once again, I can't stress this enough. They're getting wide open catch and shoot looks and just bricking them. Just bricking them. And we're at the point now where, like, that's got to change. That's got to change. I like Kevin Huerter. There are aspects of the starts of the season that I really like from him. And we came on these airwaves and said, no, you need Kevin Huerter out there.
Yeah.
He's played well, whatever.
Yep.
Last week, I think it was Friday, people were trying to maybe put him in trade proposals. Nah. Hold off on that. If this doesn't change soon, you got to do what you got to do. We love Trey Lyles. We always talk about, you can't get rid of Trey Lyles, man. You can't do that, man. If this doesn't change, you've got to do what you got to do. People thought I was being dramatic about it last night, but I really believe it. In the next couple of weeks, this season is on the brink right now. This season, they're in the Western Conference. They have to turn this around. They can't come out of, let's just say, when the NBA Cup champion is crowned. I don't think they can come out of that a game under 500 and we'll be like, no, it's all good. They still got time. No, like, they've got to turn this around now.
So you're on the brink of what? Like not being top 6? Like, what do you mean?
Playing at best. Yeah,
Gotcha.
not being top 6. Playing at best. Clippers
Well, the way this
beat the hell out of
conference
somebody
looks-
the Sixers last night.
Yeah, the way
Clippers
this,
ain't going
I think
nowhere.
that's 5 in a row for the Clippers.
Yeah.
The way this conference looks, they're not playing good enough. Play in tournament good enough. They're not good enough for that. And that's, look, man, this is a this is where people get fired. You missed the playoffs this year. This is where you get fired.
Absolutely.
And this is where numerous people get fired. This is where you just kind of forget the whole thing. It's like, yep, failed. Didn't work. I don't know how, like, you fixed it. Like, looking back at Monday's first half, or Monday, I apologize. Looking back at Friday's first half, it's just absurd. A professional basketball team scored 29 points in the first half. You had 2 starters score 0 points in the first half.
Come on.
And
ridiculous.
I mean, this is crazy. I need to look at this. This can't be right. In the first half, that bench scored 8 of the 29. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they finish with? Yeah, they finished with 9.
Come on, man.
The bench finished with 9 points. They started the first half with 8 against the Los Angeles Clippers. They finished that game with 9, which is comical because it's the same amount of points the bench scored yesterday. It was 9, except it was one guy that did it, and that was Keon. Keon scored 9 points for the Kings last night off the bench. No one else from that group scored. Why the hell is Kobe Jones playing again? This is the part where I talk about people's jobs are on the line. What the F is that dude on the floor for?
In the fourth quarter.
We didn't learn last year that he's not good. We didn't learn that. Tell me, collectively, we didn't learn that Kobe Jones wasn't a good basketball player last year. At worst, I apologize. That brother is playing at a higher level than I could ever imagine. Maybe Kobe Jones will be better off in the G League. Kobe Jones playing minutes on a team that is expected to win basketball games right now. Like a high number of basketball games. We didn't learn last year. He's not very good. Mike throws his ass back in the rotation. Why? Because Jordan McLaughlin was bad? Because he wasn't.
When they couldn't.
I said what I said. Malik Monk is clearly the greatest player to ever exist because this team, and I'd make an argument, this coaching staff goes to hell when he gets hurt. Malik Monk is the MVP of the National Basketball Association because this team can't function without that six man.
And look, I'll go to the next point. I'll go to my next point here. Friday, we're on these airwaves, tongue in cheek, but fully expecting, like, I think this is a real possibility. So I think the Kings are going to win, but they're going to be down 13 in the first half. They didn't waste any time. They said first half, I'll see you one better, KC. Let's make it the first quarter. Why does this happen every single game? Every game. The Kings either find themselves down by 10 to 15 points in the first half, every damn game, or they come out ready to play, and at some point, whether it's the Blazers, the Jazz, the shorthanded Suns, the Hawks, oh, now look, all of a sudden, the lead is cut from 15 to 2 every single game. I do not believe that it is too much to ask for at least one time you have a game that is smooth sailing. Lead doesn't get any closer than 8. You're up 12 to 15 the majority of the time. It's what happens to you in these games. Just a smooth game. I'm going to go back once again to these players. There's got to be a level of awareness and pride that kicks in. This is ridiculous. This happens every game. We find ourselves down. I think it was a little bit of a talking point last night when in the post game, I heard DeMar say something about it. But every night we're down 10, 12 points. Every night. That's just going to happen. We're going to be all right with that. We're not going to do nothing about that at any point. It really is ridiculous. It really is ridiculous that every night we have to go out and deal with this. They was down 17 last night. 17 in the first half. It's ridiculous, man.
We only said 13.
Oh, we said 13.
Yeah, they got there quick.
No, they got there quick, and they said, no, we'll get to 20. We'll get to 20 in the first half. We'll be down 20 in the first half. This is ridiculous, man. It's unacceptable, to be honest with you, with a team that I believe is more talented than what they've shown or they've shown on occasions. You should not be having these issues. You should not be having these issues. And if you're having these issues, whether it's shooting, whether it's starting off at a respectable rate, add this to the list of things. I'm just asking you not to be down 13.
Mm-hmm.
If you're tied, if it's a 1-point game, if it's close, heaven forbid me ask you go up by 13 at some point in the first half and keep it there.
Oh, Kenny. Stop.
Heaven forbid I ask that. I'm just asking you not to be down 13, 15 points in the first half. If you can't manage that, then changes need to be made. Wherever you need them to be made. Starting lineup, roster, coaching staff, front office, wherever. Because this can't continue.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable.
They can't shoot. I told y'all about Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You were saying that for a week.
Man. They hit 19 threes against the Kings. Kings hit 9.
Get outscored by 30 from beyond the arc. Yeah, you gotta hit the 3-ball, man. It's 2024. We're not playing with timing and all this. Like, you got to hit the 3-ball. You're getting wide open looks, man. These looks are as good as they get.
Player of the week. This is a shoot. Salute. 22 points, 8.7 rebounds, 61%.
7 rebounds, 22.
8.7 rebounds.
Oh man.
That's a week's total.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, man, they got to hit shots, and like I said, we'll dive into it. I'm not saying these guys are totally wrong, but I know James was harping a lot on the ball, not moving, and all this other stuff. The assist total would change if you hit open shots. It's as simple as that. You can't get assists if they're not making shots. You can't. And these guys are getting. I'm telling you, we've all seen the same game. Just because I was there doesn't make it any more of a wide open shot. We were all watching the game last night. These are wide open looks. Fox is getting into the paint and kicking it out to Herter, Lyles, Murray. DeRozan, Sabonis doing the same thing. Wide open looks. Brick after brick after brick.
We're approaching a quarter way through this season. I don't know, like, what excuse you use at this point. Like, this team is directionless. They look lost. Like, what was the term they were using last night? Attention to detail. They said Mike was talking about drawing up the first play of the game. The first one. Not like Peyton used to do where you drop the first 10. The first play.
Shout out to Bill Walsh.
Couldn't run it right. What?
That's inexcusable.
The first play of the game.
That's inexcusable. And didn't Mike say that's happened multiple times?
Yes.
De'Aaron
confirmed it.
That's inexcusable.
Said the same thing.
That is ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. And I know it seems like the ire of my frustration is going towards 3 guys, and I'm going to single out another guy in particular. This don't change. Herter, your ass needs to go to the bench, and I don't want to see you pouting about it. I don't want you upset about it. You've had an opportunity to show that you are a bona fide starting 2 guard on this team.
Yeah.
And you've been up and down. If the record don't change, your performance don't change, then that needs to change.
Can I ask a question, though?
Yeah.
For who?
Keon.
Okay.
Keon hitting the shots. Keon playing defense.
Fine with me. Just asking broadcast journalists. They ain't got to yell at me. I didn't miss any shots. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and I'm 100%. Get mad at me.
But like I said, we talk to people. We talk all this other. We hear things. People, maybe Herter wasn't enthused about his possible role coming off the bench and how he sees himself. You've had an opportunity at this point. The job's not getting done. Not saying it's all your fault, but when changes need to be made, that might be one of the first places that we look at. And if you have to be changed to going to the bench, I don't want no pouting. I don't want no frustrations. You get there and you execute as much as you can in that role. But that's the first space I will look at. That don't work. It's Keon. It's Keegan next. But I don't even know if we're there. I think we're looking at different bench guys. Trey Lyles got to play better. Trey Lyles has to play better.
Yeah. Yeah, working your way back. Okay. Like, again, we're approaching a quarter way through the season. If you're not worked back into, it's not going to work. Like, if you're not worked back in, like, okay, maybe you ain't got it. Or maybe it's not the right fit. I don't know why all of a sudden it looks like this doesn't work anymore. We go back to, I think it was, I'd have to go back and look at the scores here real quick. Like, even the games that the Kings were losing to start this, it was like, it's not that bad. Like, it kind of sucks, but they lost a close game to the Timberwolves. They lost a close game, to the Lakers. The Raptors one kind of sucks. They got roughed up by the Clippers, and it feels like everything went to hell after that. Like, they lost by 1 to Atlanta. Now they just getting effed up by teams. It's like you played well enough against some good squads out there. I mean, you had another close one against Minnesota. You fought. I still don't know how that happened. We thought that game was over. You fought again. You had to go down 20. And this isn't a 2024, 2025 Kings thing. This happened last year. I don't feel like it happened the first year, but this happened last year where you go down by double digits, you fight, you scrap, and you claw, you get your way back in it, and maybe you pull away with a victory or maybe you don't. But it's like the game doesn't start till you're down double digits. And the organization as a whole is going to have a problem, because who wants to go watch that? That crowd was begging last night. You was sitting in the front of everybody.
Well,
the crowd was begging for them to get going last night, and begging and couldn't happen.
It feels like there's just a collection of guys, like talented players out there. There's no identity. There's just nothing to it at this point. It's just all very just underwhelming. Like, you're gonna get what you get from the starting five, but like 9 points from the bench. That's all
crazy.
Goose egg after goose egg. That's ridiculous. It's just a bunch of guys out there right now. Nothing flows or makes sense at this point.
And it's tough, man. Like, I mean, I don't know how to, like, De'Aaron scored what, like 28 or 9 against he had 4 in the first half.
Yeah. And against the Clippers.
Yeah, against the Clippers. Like, so he finished the game really, really strong, because I think it was like 1 of 7. He was awful, whatever it was. The first half, he was awful. Yeah. But he finished the game really strong. But it's also like, man, there comes a point where you can't do that. And you might have a couple of guys hitting De'Aaron Fox's off, and that wasn't the case. Like, everybody was awful. And then, like, you wind up reversing roles, and you just wind up in the same spot. This team collectively isn't functioning properly. And I don't know if it's user error and it's on them, or it's a construction problem. I don't feel like it's a construction problem, because they did look good the first game against Minnesota. They did look good against the Lakers as well. They won a couple of games after that. Looked just fine. It didn't start to fall apart till that last game against the Clippers at the Golden One Center, where you're looking at it like, okay. But the theme was exactly the same. They're not hitting shots. They missed a lot of shots in games that they've won or that they closely lost, but they were doing other things. Oh, yeah, now their free throws are ass again.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness.
Now they can't hit free throws again.
You think Mike Brown's happy with his roster? I feel like I asked this question.
I don't care what Mike's happy with. Mike needs to be better.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like every year we talk about, well, Mike needs this. Like, at some point you have to work with what's there.
Even then, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm stuck on this. They're not making no shots. And I need to get guys in there that are going to make some shots. Simple as that. It's not like they're getting, like, the defense isn't great, so to speak. These guys, we know they come in, they shoot the ball lights out when they play against the Kings. 19 threes last night or whatever isn't ideal or anything like that. But look at the last 3 games. 109, 104, 108. It's not like people are putting 140 on their head. You should be able to beat that. The Clippers, they didn't even want that game on Friday. Clippers didn't play well.
Yeah,
Clippers didn't shoot the ball well.
They didn't.
You just couldn't throw it in the Marina Del Rey.
I've been there.
Like that, they gotta make some shots. And it don't matter if it's Kobe, like everybody out there, he's putting people out there. Except for, like, Keon not playing as many minutes as Kobe Jones last night. Like,
Mike is searching.
Yes.
And that is bad news for the Kings and for Kings fans. Because we saw this last year. He's searching. He searched. He found Keon Ellis. I guess he don't like that anymore. Mike is like the kid who constantly needs a new toy. Hey, man, I got you this fire remote control car. This remote control car plays defense. Yeah, no, I want one to do something else. Mike is the kid who is perpetually unhappy with his toys. What is Kobe Jones playing for?
Kobe Jones played 17 minutes last night.
How many Keon play?
23. In the fourth quarter, I think it was 5.5
5+ minutes.
4.
Yeah, you put it in the notes. That's crazy.
Keon played like 4 minutes.
Based on what?
And
based on what?
In that situation, I know you got a back-to-back and all this other stuff going on. De'Aaron Fox don't need to come out in the fourth quarter. He doesn't need to come out.
Yeah, but the clock says so. This is where if my man Io still talked to me, our Cleveland insider, if I could ever actually get him on the phone, he'd call and say, this is what I warned y'all about right here. This is the problem. And this isn't even a team trying to win a championship. This is a team just trying to, hell, this team isn't even trying to advance in the playoffs. This team is just trying to be above 500. And they're failing now. And like, I was like, all right. Because I like that game last night was just ass. It was just absurd.
It was terrible.
And I mean, truth be told, even if the Kings had won, I don't know how this show would have gone. Because I thought what happened Friday was ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Like, for it to happen that way again, and it's hard to not look at, well, I mean, Jordy's a up-and-comer. It's hard to not look at Ty Lue and just think these coaches are just beating Mike Brown's ass. They are constantly outsmarting him, or they constantly have better game plans than him.
So here's why I'll defend Mike Brown. What is he supposed to do?
That's a great question. I don't know who to fault for not being able to execute the first play of the game. In my mind, when you're talking about attention to detail, when you're using a term like attention to detail, there's two people I'm looking at. I'm looking at Mike and I'm looking at De'Aaron. If De'Aaron's the leader of that floor, I'm looking directly at you. If Mike Brown is the coach, I'm looking directly at you. To me, no matter how great Sabonis is, no matter DeMar going to the Hall of Fame, this is De'Aaron Fox's basketball team. If there is an issue with attention to detail, it starts with you two.
100%.
And both of you acknowledge there's a problem with the attention to detail, so I'm looking directly at you for it.
And I'll go a step further. That's on De'Aaron. That's on Sabonis. I'll even leave Mike out of this. You draw up the play. You, Luke Louch, Jay Triano, you draw up the play. It's out of your hands at that point.
But these
are grown-ass NBA players who, if that's happening, this isn't sixth grade. You guys are grown-ass NBA players. How are we not executing the opening play of the game?
I don't have an answer.
That's ridiculous.
I don't have an answer.
That is ridiculous. That can't happen.
We'll come back. There's a lot more. We got to talk about this. One thing I'm certain though is all of these dudes, every single one of them, including Mike, need to go to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. They need strength enhancers. They need fat burners. They need cravings crushers. They need protein powder. They need to sleep better. Hell, maybe they need to get in there and work out with Greg. Maybe they need a nutritionist consultation. You can get all of this stuff. It ain't just for me. It certainly ain't just for professional athletes. It's for anyone who wants it as we head into the new year. Don't wait till January 1st to start taking your fitness and your health seriously. Remember, this isn't about six packs and big biceps. This is about being in better health. Go to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. Take advantage of all of these resources my man Greg has put together for us. He's got a free nutritionist consultation. He's got a link right there to maptrition.com. We'll come back and we'll continue to burn the Sacramento Kings to the ground here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Gonzo. That's probably accurate. About to hang out with Loon and Drew Down. Be a Warriors fan like Reese. Borrow all of Reese's clothes. Me and Reese going to the dental office together. So, you know what is amazing about this? I have always been under the assumption that something like that wouldn't be frowned upon. I had a conversation, a very long conversation with New Aaron today, where he told me they once had a Royal Rumble with women at one of his station's events.
Oh, man.
He told me they've had boxing matches, real shoot boxing matches where doctors and athletic commissions have to come out as part of promo events.
That's crazy to me.
So, Michigan, maybe not December 6th.
That is crazy.
But yeah, it might be possible. It might be possible.
That is wild.
If you want to get in on just burning the Sacramento Kings to the ground, I got forwarded. You can call us, by the way, Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. I got forwarded a tweet that I guess it was Becky and the Becky Lynch and the baby.
Okay,
the baby looks like Seth. The baby looks exactly like Seth. It's comedy. The whole facial structure, you go like, yep, that is a small Seth Rollins. It almost looked like AI. Like that's not even real. It's just a tiny version of Seth Rollins. I think the tweet said Becky's jeans didn't even put up a fight. I got to send it to you. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. Oh, by the way, I just don't. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
It was the Golden One Center last night.
The Golden One Center, turns out, is the slums. And this team spent an offseason talking about winning at home, being better at home.
Oh my gosh, that's the whole other aspect of it. You know, a lot of the times, and it's not a shtick or anything. I just try to think. I just try to think differently. Sometimes I think, as a player, and maybe people say I stall the players out too much or whatever. Sometimes, I got to speak for my people, and we all watching the same game. We're all watching that. And once again, I'm very confident that if we had Kevin Huerter right here or Keegan Murray right here or Trey Lyles right here, they would say anything different than Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm in the league. Being able to hit those shots. I have to hit those shots. It is unacceptable that I'm getting wide open looks and I'm not knocking it down. Are they trying to miss? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do they work on their game? Yes. Absolutely. They go to shoot around, they're working on the shots. I get all that. I don't think me, Damian, anybody's saying, oh, they just need to work harder. They got to want it more. No, it's not. They got to want it more. They're doing, I believe, they're doing everything they can to prepare themselves to shoot better, to perform better out there on the court. But here's the thing. Here is where sports is a bottom line business. If it's not getting done, what they say, the path to heaven is paved with good intentions.
Okay.
Yeah, you can intend to do stuff all you want to.
Well,
Or path to hell, I think, is paved with good intentions.
Well, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's what path to hell is paved with
I
good
tried.
intentions. At some point, you got to get the job done. You have to execute. Or somebody else needs to get in there that can get executed.
Or you're going to go to hell. That's the
basketball hell.
Well, some would say.
But jobs are on the line.
Yeah.
Livelihoods are on the line.
Yeah. That's a shoot.
We can have Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray, all we want to. We love those guys. They're part of Beam Team One. They're in our hearts. We got love for those guys. But at the end of the day, job needs to be done. And it's not getting done right now. And once again, they're not the only issue going on. We have to address the fact that teams are coming in and shooting at a high level. I'm watching last night, and I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. It seems like the only one that defends the three worth a damn is De'Aaron Fox. He contests shot, and it looks different.
Yeah.
It looks like a contest. We talk about the high-fi defense and all this other stuff. It looks like he's the only one executing it. When he's defending the three, the shots don't go in. It looks like a tougher shot. Everybody else, nothing. It's target practice.
Do you see, is there a noticeable difference in the way that they're defending? Are they not?
Yeah, they're not contesting. De'Aaron Fox is contesting the shot. He is getting his hand up there on the shot. He is out there.
And part of it, too, if I remember correctly, that I think it was Mike last year talked about. It might have been Doug in like a different setting. But it's not just closing out. It's the way in which you close out. Like, obviously, you don't make contact with them, but I think the term that you want them to feel you. There has to be some sort of threat with your closeout. And with all but one, there's no threat.
Yeah. And once again, I haven't watched as much film as these coaches and players. So maybe last year or last night was just a one-off, and that's not how it's been going traditionally or whatever, but it sure seems to line up. It lines up with those numbers that they have with De'Aaron Fox, people's shooting percentage when De'Aaron Fox is defending him, compared to we're seeing guys like Clowney and Wilson hitting threes left and right. Like everything about what they're doing right now is not good enough. Everything. They're not scoring. They're not playing good enough defense. Everything. They're not executing.
I have great news for you then. They play again tonight.
Oh, great. Who they play? They play Washington tonight? They play Wizards?
Well, we both know that'd probably be a more difficult challenge than what's ahead for them.
Hide your family. Don't bring them to the Golden One Center.
Especially around the holidays. Don't bring them around the holidays. The 12-4 Oklahoma City Thunder at the Golden One Center.
This is great.
Come on, man. All right.
They got to be better, man. And there's got to be a sense of urgency to these guys. And I don't feel like it's always there. They got the cool jackets on a lot of the time. Got to take the cool jacket off, man. You got to get grimy from the start, not just when you're down 12.
Yeah. All right. Get grimy from the start.
Oh.
No.
And
another thing.
Can we address this? Because, I mean, this is great. Cody Shield in the chat says Vivek being discussed at courtside after the game was so ironic. I know our guy Matt George had video of Vivek looking disgusted or whatever. And I just say, what do you want him to look like?
I'll pull the video up because it's kind of funny.
Do you want him to sit up there to celebrate good time? No. You just lost another home game.
No.
This time to the Brooklyn Nets, who play hard. They're a well-coached team. They're a gritty team.
Yep.
But they were out without Schroeder. They were out Finney-Smith. They were out Bogdanovich. You know, they had guys out last night.
Mm-hmm.
They're out here playing Wilson and Clowney.
I don't know why that made me laugh. Jadeveon?
It could have been. It could have been. And they were going to work. They were out working you. So, no, Vivek shouldn't look anything other than pissed off.
There's Vivek. Yeah, wow, this team's ass. Like you could see it in his face. This team sucks. So there's two things that stand out to me.
He tried to say something. He said, "Oh no, they just suck."
So there's a couple of things to watch here. One, old Triple H over here.
Triple H,
old Triple H over here.
Trips.
Just waiting for things to fall apart. And then I hate to point it out. What is this guy doing here? Come on, man.
He wanted to come see the game.
What is this guy doing here?
He wanted to come see the game. He can't go watch the NBA game?
Feels like he brings bad vibes. No, I like Vladdy. I don't know. I don't know, man. This is bad.
Yeah,
Bad.
What do people?
Can I also point out this isn't the most salacious video I've ever seen?
No.
Like it's not. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I guess I'll just sit here and I'll shut my bitch ass up.
No,
then.
not that you can't bring it up. Know that it's not salacious.
It's not.
Yeah, it's just he's there.
He's just sitting there.
His team just getting waxed by the Nets. What is he? How's he supposed to look?
Bro, he's just making a frowny face on his phone. Like, what are we doing?
Anjali just might be like, look, mom said she didn't want to make that for dinner on Thursday. So we've got to do something else.
Yeah, like maybe the car's going to be here 20 minutes later. Like,
and then there's old Triple H, Jeremy Lamb. Like, this is all going to be mine. These bitches didn't want me on the team, but
just wait till I start
Just
Sacramento
wait.
Kings NXT.
Yeah. Jeremy Lamb about to be the coach of the Stockton Kings, the most exciting team in the G League.
Trips Lamb.
What do we think Vladdy's talking about?
Probably if you want to go grab a smoke? I don't know why they won't let me smoke down here.
Why do you want to smoke courtside?
Vladdy's got so much going on right now. He's got a blazer with, I can't tell if that's a polo.
Either,
well, like the Nike shoes, the black socks, like the jeans. There's just a lot. This is like standard Vladdy attire, though.
Black socks aren't high either.
And he didn't comb his hair.
Well, no. He's rich.
Oh, yeah. I guess once you're rich, you don't have to.
It trips.
Soren says Vlade talk about hold on, where'd he go? I can't believe Tanel didn't pan out. Tanel 21 for about a 3-week period was fire.
I'd give it more than 3 weeks. I give it.
Oh no, it lasted. Oh, I don't think it lasted that long. Did it?
Well, no, it lasted.
Well, I mean, like lasted. I mean, like popped. I don't think it was 2 years. Maybe it was a year. Maybe. I don't think it was 2.
Let me think.
I don't think it was 2.
Let me think. Because Tanel was popping.
That place was gross.
Didn't disagree. But Tanel was popping in 2006. When did it open? It was popping in 2006.
Yeah, that's when it opened. No, wait, no.
It opened in
no.
4, maybe
no,
3.
It opened in no, I don't think it opened in 3. Wait a minute. I started in 2001. Yeah, it might be 3.
Because they were at the height of who
it
they
might
were.
be 3. Yeah, it might be 3. Might have opened in 2. It was popping in 2006.
I remember going there. Me and Jazz went there.
Was it popping like for real?
It was.
Man, you and Jasmine were together in 2006. That is crazy.
Yeah. I took Jazz there. She came down there to Sac. I said, "Come on, we're going to Tanel."
Man,
it was popping in 06. Now, was it at the same height? No, but it was still popping. It
Was it still nasty and sweaty in the downstairs?
It always was that.
That was gross.
I don't even think I went to downstairs at that point.
It
was popping off. It was popping off. I give it to the level we're talking about that Vlade is sitting there thinking about. I'd give it a good.
I can't stop looking at Jeremy Lamb.
What do you think Jeremy's thinking about right now? He did Vlade.
I want to know.
Yeah, what do you think Jeremy's thinking about right now?
I want to know so bad. He's not paying attention to anything going on. He's just looking out there, lost on the court. Maybe he's thinking, thank God I'm not on this sorry-ass basketball team. I don't know, man, but I can't. Well, it's Secure in the Bag says, well, that might be true.
Well, I thought we all knew that.
It's legal. I mean, it's legal. It's fine. Yeah, he do have those high eyes.
He could have went to Crystal Nugs.
It's right down the street.
Yeah.
Watching this video on loop is actually low-key hilarious. This might be the best part of the day. Just running it on loop, trying to like read Anjali's lips. Oh, Dad, this team is ass.
He's well. That's what he says. Well, shakes his head.
All right.
Hey, man, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. If I keep, I'm just Jeremy Lamb is cracking me up. Just cracking me up. And who do we, is this, that's not who is that? Mrs. Vlade?
Yeah,
Mrs.
I don't know.
I don't know who that is.
She was looking disgusted at the beginning of this video as well. And I don't blame her. We all were. I was, and more than anything, you mentioned it before. We talked about it a number of different times. This keeps happening at home. There's no way to drive down the morale of your fan base quicker than to have these disappointing performances again and again at the crib.
Yeah. Yep. That's the killer, is it's happening at home.
So, like I say, maybe some guys are listening. Maybe friends of friends are listening. What y'all want me to say? What you want us to say?
Yeah.
We've been shooting bail for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Nah, they need time. They need time. The jail, injuries, all this. What you want us to say at this point?
Yeah.
You want us to say everything is good? Everything's gonna be all right? I don't know if everything's gonna be all right. I can't lie to you. I can't lie to the people. Dame can't lie to the people. I don't know if everything's gonna be all right. Because here we are, almost 20 games in, and it's the same issues that we talk about all the time.
Yeah. Chris Haynes of Chris Haynes Incorporated tweeted a few minutes ago that Malik Monk will go through pregame warmups with the intention of making his return tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Malik Willis Reed Monk.
Malik Michael Jordan Monk. Hell, the Bulls were better without Michael Jordan than the Kings were without Malik Monk. Oh, God, I can't even imagine what this call going to be like. TC.
Oh.
Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. TC, what's up, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's
good,
up,
dog? We good.
What's up, man? We need a better performance from our guys, man. Come on.
Hey, yeah, man. So before we get started, Kenny, you look dope though, and all that throwback. You up there with wearing all that throwback like we blasted them by 50 yesterday.
Well, I'm still riding.
I know.
That's all it is.
That throwback was nice though.
Thank you. I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, you too, D-Lo. I like that little jacket you got on, man, with the turtle. That's nice.
Don't. Yeah, I don't believe you. That's fine.
Nah, seriously. That's a good look.
I appreciate you, bro.
For sure. Hey, but look, the Kings, I was the main one pushing that. Talking about the team we gonna be scary. I still believe it, but we keep playing like this, bro. A trade gonna happen. I mean, I don't know where it's gonna come from, Kenny D-Lo. I ain't trying to lose my top, but something got to shake, bro, and we got to stop getting blasted like that. Last night, really, I thought we was going to climb back and win that game. Yeah. I said, damn, Mike, Jordy got you right now. But then when we start fighting back, I said, we going to win.
Mm-hmm.
And then the game started turning. I said, dang. I said, what's really going on? Is it? And then I started thinking off the win hearses and what they were saying in the beginning of the year, D-Lo and Kenny, when they started talking about when we got to Rosen, they was like, it's a bad fit. The ball's going to stop. And I said, man, is this becoming true? But I'm going to fall back and I'm going to wait. But, man, that's all I got.
Okay. All right.
Look, I hear you. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm I'm not there with the ball stops, and that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
if they were shooting 9 of 13 from 3 and losing and not putting, I'll be like, all right, man, we got to find a way to, get some more threes up, get some more shots and all this other stuff. Theme of the day, they've been getting wide open looks, bricking them left and right. Will Z pulled up, sent us the note about the wide open looks. This ain't even open. This is wide open looks. Keon goes 3 of 4 last night. De'Aaron goes 1 of 1. You take those two out of the equation between Keegan, Domas, DeRozan, Kobe, Kevin Huerter, and Trey Lyles. We're looking at 2 for 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 2 for 14 on wide open looks. 2 for 14. Nobody around you. Just catch and shoot. You on those shots alone, if you go 50%, if you go 7 for 14, changes the whole game. Now the assist totals are up. Now the game may be won at that point. 7 for, to me personally, 7 for 14 and wide open looks for guys that can't shoot the ball. That's not even that good.
Yeah.
That's just like, all right, you keeping your head above water. They went 2 of 14 in wide open threes outside of Fox and Keon Ellis. The ball's there. Shots are there. Got to hit them.
So I'm a broadcast journalist. All I'm doing is asking a question. That's it. For you, for everybody else listening, I'm just asking a question. He's the best player on the team, but how much do we look at number 5?
When you talk about the opening game execution, I look at him for that. There are moments like he had a tough turnover late in that game last night where it just kind of went out of bounds. That was tough. In this particular span, I don't really look at him much. He's balling right now. He's hooping.
Feels like he's dragging the rest of the team behind him. And no one will pick up the pace. And I know people want us to be like harder on De'Aaron or critical of De'Aaron. Like, I don't know what to say about the dude. I don't understand the issues at the opening of the game. I don't understand this attention to detail that they were all talking about yesterday. Because I felt like De'Aaron said it unprompted. Like Mike might have said it because he said it at the podium, which I don't imagine De'Aaron heard. He must have used the term attention to detail in the locker room because De'Aaron said it. He's playing out of this world, man. It feels like he's playing out of this world. I know the 60, the 49, like whatever. Don't forget the game before against Phoenix. Don't forget what he did after. Like he's against Atlanta. He's playing at a really, really high level. And what's going to keep him from NBA honors, what's going to keep him from getting that super max extension is the fact that as of right now, this team sucks. Or this team isn't good enough for an all NBA player. That's what's going to cost him. It's what's going to cost Domas.
Yeah. And look, I'm with you. I agree. There's not much of anything outside of, like you said, it was a great point by you talking about that situation with executing offense or executing game plan. That's my point guard. I need my point guard to handle that. You know what I mean? But outside of that, he's doing everything that he can do to make sure these things change, to give them an opportunity. But the one thing I'll say about that is it's on all these guys. And I know you understand and feel the same way. It's on all these guys. If I'm De'Aaron Fox and I'm scoring all this other stuff, as a leader, as a point guard, I'm thinking about, all right, I'm scoring. What isn't clicking? What do I need to do more or better or different? I don't know if score less is the answer, but like, man, Keegan, and like in the second half, and this is part of a nod to Keegan as well. He started cutting. Fox found him. He was getting easy buckets, getting dunks, all this other stuff. The three wasn't falling. I don't know. Maybe that was a conversation between Keegan and Mike, Keegan and De'Aaron or whatever. Hey, the shot's not falling. Let's attack a little bit more. Something. I've got to find a way to get these guys going. Do the best I can to get these guys going. I can't put the ball in the basket for them, but it's not working right now. I'm the leader. I'm the guy that everybody looks to. So I've got to figure out what we need to do. But outside of that and just being a leader and doing that kind of stuff, there's not much of anything he's doing wrong right now. He's defending. I just talked about how he seems to be the only guy that's defending the three right now and making a difference on defending the three with his closeouts and the way he can test those shots. He was guarding Cam Thomas last night when Cam Thomas was going crazy. Nobody else could step up and guard him. All right, I'll guard him.
That dude scored 34. That one he hit.
Step back three.
Was that when the quarter expired or the shot clock went off?
Shot clock.
Bruh. That's throw something at the TV type stuff. That was infuriating. That was like, oh, so this is what's going to happen. Cam Thomas, huh? Cam Thomas, a great scorer. Y'all can't shut that water off. All right.
Well, look,
all right.
Execution, and I don't know who to blame on this one. It's the little things. At the end of the third quarter, Alex Lynn, you come in for one job, and I don't know what his job was, so I'm not gonna say he did it right or wrong, but I'm just saying, like, 0.8, if you're here to protect the basket or whatever, cool. But Clowney just gets a wide open look. Guys made, I think, at that point, 3 or 4 threes. Just gets a wide open look. I'm bringing you in for one job and one job only.
Yeah.
We can't let a shot get off right here.
Yeah.
Or if I'm Mike Brown, like maybe put him on. You could have Sabonis and Lynn in that situation and put Lynn on the inbounder. Make sure he doesn't get a good look. You brought him in for a reason. Obviously, that possession was important enough for you to sub him in.
Right.
Like, have a game plan.
Yeah. You know, the hilarious part of that is there was 0.8 seconds. I know there was less than a second when he checked in. He didn't even register a second on the box score, but has a -3.
Oh,
that's
poor
some
guy.
That's some Wilt Chamberlain stuff.
Poor guy.
That man got a ± -3 without registering a single second in the game. Unbelievable.
Damn.
We'll get back to the Kings because they play tonight. Let's talk about something happier.
What?
The 49ers season appears to be over.
How is that happier?
Oh, it's not, but it's just a Monday. We could tell you how we got rained on Saturday.
Oh, no, shut out iPhone. No, great. Clear skies.
Yeah, that was rough. But it was all for a good reason. We'll tell you about that. I see Kamara's calling in right now. I know he's got plenty to say. We'll talk to him. Scooter says, please talk about music or something else, please. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, Eric B. I see you. Oh, TCG, that's dark. Goodness gracious.
Oh no, Jesus.
Probably be less stressful. Yeah, I wonder. I this is interesting, Sean, because I felt a certain way about, like, I don't know if they wind up pulling this game out. I think there's still going to be a lot to be said about the team. But if they wind up winning tonight, I don't know what tomorrow will be like. I don't think it's going to be like. I mean, we'll light the beam, but
Like the beam, we're gonna be like, all right, cool.
you-
Like
you-
this
you
is
get-
what
but-
they're capable of.
Yeah,
and all
but
this
you
other
got to
stuff.
string together like a couple of videos. We didn't, and I'm gonna be honest with you, MJ. I haven't had a chance. So clearly, there's like I didn't have time to watch it because I was talking to Complex. Kenny and I were working. It got sent to us by 5 people. Like, I haven't gotten a chance to see it yet. Like, really watch it. But I guess Kendrick can't do anything without threads being made about it. So I saw the little Complex thread and saw there were a couple of things in there. But yeah, I saw maybe half of it, and that was it. I love that when that sample hit, I was so hyped. Yeah, Weezy, I don't think this is going to happen. I think the Kings are going to have to win a couple. They're going to have to get, is it Minnesota Wednesday, then Portland? They're going to have to get Minnesota. They're going to have to get both of them.
They're gonna have to go on a run.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Did you see the ending of the football team? Did you see that end? The Commanders?
The very end. I didn't see.
Like, you didn't see like the last 3 minutes? Nuts. That was crazy.
You're a kicker and you can't kick. What
That
do you
was
do, bro? What do you do?
crazy.
The football team really should be embarrassed. I was watching
Absolutely.
the beginning of that game. The Cowboys weren't able to score on like 2 or 3 field goal attempts. Got a punt blocked. All this stuff.
Yep.
And you mess around. I didn't even. I had checked out of that game, and I come back and I said, "Cowboys winning." What? Dan Orlovsky looks like a shoe salesman.
We'll get to the happenings around the NFL later. There was the end of that Commanders Cowboys game was just
I saw that kick return.
mind-boggling.
That was crazy. That spin move.
Kick return. I mean, the fact that they hit on a touchdown pass like that in that situation was just insane. Absolutely insane.
I just watched the Clowney 3-pointer at the end of the third quarter. I don't know what Alex Lim was doing. Like, we could have. I ain't gonna be disrespectful, but I'll just say I don't know what he was doing. I have no idea what he was doing. I don't know what his assignment was. I don't know what his thought process was. I don't know what that was. And the only reason we single him out in that situation is because, 1, this guy makes a shot. Number 2, Mike raced him to the scores table like it's something that was supposed to matter.
Yeah. That's why he checked in with 0.8 of a second left. -3.
He said, I didn't even play. How am I -3?
What do you say have
the
me
box
for?
score. Look at the box score. I didn't even play.
They have me for. I don't know, man. It's hard for me to not hold Mike Brown responsible for some of this. You're right. These guys got to be better. They got to execute. But, man, I just don't understand what's happening out there. I don't understand it all. And there's one more component. I'm sure you're not eager to get to the Santa Clara football team, as our friend would say.
Talk about lack of execution.
But Domas has a really bad problem turning over the basketball right now.
It's not okay.
Like, he turned the ball over 6 times against Clippers. I know Zubac's tough. I know that's a tough defensive matchup. Like, not just for the Kings, or not just for Domas, I mean, but for the Kings in general. That's tough. Like the Clippers are a tough defensive team.
Mhm.
Turn the ball over 10 times over the weekend. That's been the thing with Domas, like that we've talked about. Really, this goes back to the Atlanta stretch, that stretch of games right there with these guys being out. He's turning the ball over way too much.
He really is. I mean, and you're the second biggest ball handler on the team.
Yeah.
Like that can't
Yeah,
happen.
that's right.
That can't happen, though.
Maybe that changes a little bit with Malik coming up, potentially returning tonight.
Maybe so.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah.
The good news is the Sacramento Kings season isn't over yet. There's a lot of basketball to be played. I don't have a lot of confidence in them right now, and anyone who does, I don't understand why.
Yeah, they're gonna have to show us, man. They got to show us, and a lot of people in the chat are talking about, oh man, if they win tonight, everybody will be like,
and that's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah, not trying to discourage anybody from being excited from a win. You know how we are. Like if we win, we're gonna play like the Bean.
Absolutely,
we're gonna play Young Zell if they win tomorrow. We're gonna have a good time. But I think truly to trust this team, that's more of the case. To trust this team for the long haul, it's gonna need to be something like.
You're going to have to win a couple. You're going to have to get Minnesota.
Yeah. Like it's going to be a string of games put together where you show, no, we're playing good basketball as a whole, not just winning a game.
Well, Ricardo's honest. He said, if they win tonight, I still want Kevin gone.
Damn.
We're being honest today. What more you want? Regular Kings fan says, Domas, shoulder, then turns the ball over. Let's check in with Jeremy Lamb. Jeremy? All right. This is very visual for those listening on the radio.
Nice hoodie he's got on too.
It's a black hoodie. I can't see what it is.
I don't know either.
Is that one of the rich brands that you guys wear?
No, I did see this guy courtside that was wearing a very nice sweater. It was one of those Balmain sweaters. Oh, very nice.
Man.
You would not expect this guy to be wearing. Well, I guess I don't know what I would
judging a book by its cover.
I don't know what to expect, but it's not like you or I were wearing that sweater. It was like Charlie was. I was like, what? Well, looks good.
Like I said, the Kings season isn't over.
Do you agree with me though when I say like the season's kind of on the brink in these next couple of weeks?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%.
Thought I was
because you're
a little too,
Nah, because at some point, you got to start believing what you see. We can rationalize this to death, and you can, I saw people, hey, look at Dallas. Look at what they did at the end of last year. That's fine. Look at what they did in February. They completely revamped part of their roster. So if that's what you're banking on Monty doing, something he has never at a trade deadline or an offseason done, then salute. But there's going to come a point where I just have to believe what I'm seeing. And right now, what I see is this team, for the second straight year, can't defend the three. This team inexplicably can't make shots anymore. And that's causing them to lose games. And that's what's in front of me right now. But you want me to use my imagination to tell you, oh, well, it's early. Okay, well, what's going to change? Well, the shots are going to fall. Based on what? We're not 5 games in. We're 17 games in where they can no longer hit the three consistently. They've obviously had games where they've had, but they haven't hit the three consistently. And they survived by the incredible high percentage of twos that they hit earlier. I don't know that DeMar is healthy. Let's get this out of the way. You always take the under on Tyrese Halliburton. 18.5 was the number. Tyrese scored 18. You don't lose when you take the under. Keegan Murray's field goal attempts were at 10.5. He finished with 11. Zubac, 29 points, rebounds, and assists. Finished with 29 points, rebounds, and assists, And who would have guessed that next to Tyrese, the surest fire pick you could take was DeMar at 16.5.
Damn.
And he scored 16. And it's like, whatever. Prize Picks is for fun. But DeMar scoring 18 on 18 yesterday and 16 on 19 on Friday leads me to believe he's not right. There's something wrong. It's obviously his back. That's what he was missing time for. But
Broken.
Spinal. But he's not healthy.
I would agree.
That is the furthest thing from a DeMar DeRozan stat. 19 field goal attempts, 16 shots, 18 on 18 the next night. That's not a DeMar DeRozan stat. Something's wrong.
I see the same thing. And I don't know if it's something he feels he has to just work through, or, it'll get better as time goes along. But he looks a little off.
Yeah.
He does look a little off. Real quick before we get to the phone lines.
Mm-hmm.
Beam Money is in right now. Beam Money is back. Prize Picks. I got the lineup. I'll give it to you right now. De'Aaron Fox, 24.5 points. Give me more. Domantas Sabonis, 17.5 points. Give me more. He's going to be pissed off. Pissed off for greatness tonight. He's going to hoop. DeMar DeRozan, 14.5 points. Give me more. Give me more. They're going to play better tonight. But Jalen Williams, 1.5 3-pointers made. Give me more with a rocket. Okay? I couldn't choose between him and Lou Dort.
I don't know why I don't know. That sentence was a little uncomfortable, but okay.
I couldn't choose.
Give me more with a rocket.
Between him and Lou Dort, which one to take? You could take them both if you want to. You know what I mean? Team's going to shoot the three. That's the new one. That's the new one with the Kings. Find the opponent's 3-point field goals made on Prize Picks, and yeah, go more on that. Find a player and go more. But if you are playing for the first time, enter the promo code KIFM and get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineups. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly on your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Run your game. Be money. Let's go. Cash care way.
Let's get Steez in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Steez, what up, baby?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, KC, you just might have found the Prize Pick hack on that one, bro.
Yeah, for real. Find the King's opponent. Find somebody. Yeah.
But what I wanted to say is I think it's kind of on Monty. I want to ask you guys, do you feel like the energy is going towards this DeRozan experiment kind of failing? Because when we brought him in, I assumed he was going to fall back into that third scorer role. And he's been a first scorer his entire career. Ever since he picked up a basketball, he was the first option. But so he has to change his habits. But it looks like on the court, guys aren't getting to their spots. They're getting open, but they're not open where they expect. Like yesterday, I seen Kevin Huerter wide the hell open, and he's sitting there like, well, what do I do? Shoot it, bro. You're Kevin Huerter. So it's like, I don't think his habits are changing. Instead of his habits changing, the rest of the team seems to be changing their habits, and that's not winning basketball.
Well, I put that on the rest of the team, Steve, and I appreciate you for the call. But Kevin Huerter, you're in your 5th, 6th year in the league. You're wide open. You don't know what the hell to do. That's a you problem, not a DeMar DeRozan problem.
Yeah.
Mike Brown was talking about that last night. Just passing up open shots. Shoot the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot the ball. Like I don't understand that. I don't understand for a guy like Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray. Yeah, you got a new piece here in DeRozan. Offense runs a little different, but the looks are the looks. You standing out there, you're ready for him or Fox or anybody to kick it out to you. Be ready to shoot. You're getting the wide open looks. I understand rhythm and all this other stuff, but like this is the new offense. I'm not really worried about what people think it should be or what we need to go back to or whatever. This is the new offense. Find a way to be effective in this offense, or we'll find somebody else to do it. Like that's what it is. DeMar not going. We don't want him to be Harrison, where he's invisible. DeMar going to get his 15, 16 shots a night.
It's Western Conference player.
Well, no disrespect. Yeah, my mistake.
Yeah.
My mistake.
of the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah. But DeMar gonna get his 15 to 20 shots a night. That's what you brought him in here for. If you didn't want that to be the case, you shouldn't have brought him in.
Yeah.
That's what he's here for. You find a way as a coaching staff and as players to work around that and execute.
Yeah. I'm going to get this goddamn transition in. The Kings season is not over, but the 49ers might be. I don't think that it is, though. Here's why. Look, I know. I'm here on the outside. Just hear me out.
I'm listening.
If this Brock Purdy thing, which I admittedly, when Brock Purdy hit the injury report last Monday or Tuesday,
It feels like it was a little later than that.
it might have been
Wednesday.
I didn't think much of it until I started reading the reports of he's like Kyle Shanahan. He did a little bit, and he did a little bit more. He's not doing a lot though. And it was like, oh, this is a thing. He'll pull up. And then we're doing Friday show, and it's okay, he's not. All right, we're going Brandon Allen. Don't feel good about that. As long as Brock Purdy's injury isn't long-term, and I understand anyone who pushes back against this, as long as Brock Purdy's injury isn't long-term, meaning like he's back now, then they still have a shot. The math says they still have a shot. The schedule says they still have a shot. Now they've got a 10 out of 10 monster coming up this week. Arguably one of the best teams in the league. Inarguably one of the best teams in the league. But there's a million reasons to be down, and it's not that different than what we're talking about with the Kings. Is at some point you just have to believe. You have to believe what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey, this probably isn't the best situation for him, given the length of the injury that he had, trying to get out there, trying to do things. Now you don't really have a quarterback that's a threat. I'm starting to lean into something you said a little bit last week, whereas if Brock doesn't play this week, I wouldn't play Christian McCaffrey. It doesn't make sense. We saw it. They're not going. Who's the quarterback? Didn't Brandon Allen get hurt?
He was hurt going into the game.
Who's the other quarterback?
Josh Dobbs.
Well, here's Nick Wagner. Brock Purdy did some light throwing today. All right. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. That's what Kyle Shanahan just said. I guess Kyle Shanahan's talking right now. Brock Purdy did some light throwing. Cool. I did some light throwing too. Maybe I could play quarterback.
Brandon Allen he had a broken finger going into the game. And so here's
who's the other question? Josh Dobbs. Why
Josh
isn't Josh Dobbs playing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right.
So here's a couple things that went down. I'm watching the game, I'm hearing the report, I'm seeing how that first quarter goes, and I said, I have no idea. I can't get one good reason through my head that would justify why Brandon Allen is starting in this game.
Yep.
I have no idea. Then you watch the game. For a lot of that game, I know he had the fumble, which was a backbreaker. Brandon Allen didn't play that bad. I kind of had to walk that back just a little bit because he didn't play good enough to get him to win or anything. But Brandon Allen wasn't that bad yesterday. His one interception I thought was on Debo. Debo's, you got to come down with that ball. And that's another subject we'll talk about in just a second. But maybe that's something that Kyle sees in practices or whatever. Brandon Allen didn't play bad. He gave them an opportunity. They couldn't take care of the football. And I don't know what you do if Brock isn't ready to go. Just based on what I see in these preseason games and what I've seen in his career, I would go with Josh Dobbs. I think that's a miss on Kyle Shanahan's part. But once again, I did see Brandon Allen in action playing. He wasn't bad. Brandon Allen wasn't the reason why they lost that game. His fumble put it away, but he wasn't the reason. I'll talk real quick about what you say with the math. And you're 100% correct. If we're just talking math, if we're just talking about mathematic opportunities.
Yep.
Yesterday, the Niners season was saved yesterday.
That's right. Yep.
By Seattle beating Arizona.
And the Commanders kicker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Like you got that. And look, I'm still even talking just division.
Okay.
The Eagles beating the hell out of the Rams.
Yep. Yeah.
You're one game out of first.
Yeah.
And Kyle mentioned last week, and he's right, because of potentially how the tiebreaker situation plays out, like you might have to clear certain teams to win a division. You don't have all the tiebreakers. But it's there. Even if you lose on Sunday, which you probably will against the Buffalo Bills, worst case scenario, you're 2 back with about 5 to play. You play the Rams again, you play the Cardinals again. Like that's assuming they all don't lose again like they damn near did this past Sunday. Let's just say everybody in the NFC West wins. You're 2 back in the loss column. You play the Rams, you play the Cardinals. Yeah, you have an opportunity. It goes back to what we were talking about, though. Do you believe that this team can get something done? Do you believe they have enough? There's still injuries. There's still injuries going on. There's still Trent Williams, who ended up being out of the game. There's still Brock Purdy, who you don't know who's going to play. There's still Nick Bosa, who's out of the game. We don't know if Charvarius Ward is coming back. You know what I mean? Like there's Brandon Ayuk is not coming back. Ricky Pearsall.
By the way, if Charvarius Ward doesn't come back, that's perfectly
fine and understandable.
Perfectly understandable.
Ricky Pearsall, I think, came back into the game yesterday. Kyle would know better, but I saw when he limped out of the game. I didn't really pay attention to see if he came back into the game. Those injuries are still there. Like it's not. You just don't have enough. You don't have enough, and it's not the only reason why they are who they are. But you can't ignore the injuries. Like if just play the game. If the 49ers went into the season with this starting roster that played yesterday, nobody would say they're a contender.
No chance.
So we can't just dismiss it. Oh, everybody's got injury. Yeah, they do. But at the same time, I think they were missing 10 starters yesterday. So if that's the team that continues to go out there, they can't rebound. I don't care if they're tied for first in the NFC West.
And I guess maybe that's the thought or the hope that, well, this isn't going to be the team that they march out there for the rest of the season. But there is going to come a point where the 49ers still have a lot of the 49ers still have complete control over what their postseason could look like. There comes a certain point where you lose control. And that's where it gets a little dicey as to what you should do moving forward. The tough part is maybe this isn't a tough part. You're not going to lose control this week.
No.
Like if you lose to Buffalo, you're not going to lose control. Now it could get harder for you. You could, a couple of things with the Seahawks or the Rams or the Commanders, who I think have lost 4 straight now, 4 straight. They're all of a sudden like, okay, now the road becomes difficult, and now you start having magic numbers, and now you you start to tick away where you have to start making decisions that you talked about last week.
Yeah.
But that's probably not going to happen this week.
Right.
I don't know. I really need to see what. To me, it all boils down to Brock Purdy. If you have a competent quarterback, you have an opportunity to win a game. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
They've had a competent quarterback for like 11 weeks, though. Like, they're just not a very good football team at this point.
I know. Jesse believes his eyes.
Like, I feel like at this point, like, there's no run to be made in the postseason. Like, they're probably going to lose a couple more games before the season's over, too, I think.
So you said there's no run to be made.
Yeah, there's no. The 49ers are going to turn it up. They get to the wild card. Like, they can make a run in the postseason. Like, this team's done.
So the only thing that I'll push back a little bit on that is if they get to the postseason, they probably had a little bit of a run. Maybe it's not a Steelers, Giants, won the last 7 games of the season.
Things to make them feel good about
They probably did enough to get to the postseason. And for me, if that's the case, then still all bets are off. If everybody just keeps losing and the 49ers get wins against the Rams and the Seahawks and somehow slide in the playoffs, I don't know if they have another one against the Seahawks. Maybe it's the Cardinals, but whatever.
Cardinals and Rams.
and that's how they get into the playoffs, then I'll feel a lot different. But if they're able to get, how many are left? 6, 5-1, 4-2. Yeah, we'll see what they can do in the wild card against Philadelphia or whoever it winds up being.
And you're going to have the wild card. Like, I still look at the path as being.
To be clear, I'm not confident in that, but I wouldn't. I don't think you.
And like I said, I just don't know if they can even get the pieces that they need to even think about making a run back on the field. Like, I don't think so. I think they need to start thinking about and planning towards next season. I was even thinking about this next year, or last night, excuse me, is, man, when can Dre Greenlaw come back? And the reason why I think that is not for this year, I want him to get a couple games under his belt this season so he can get a feel for being out there, what he can and can't do, and maybe have a whole offseason to prepare himself for next season. Like, because the traditional thought would be, you're out of it, don't even bring Dre Greenlaw back. I'm like, no, use this as an opportunity to just get a feel for being out there again, so you can get him into going. Like, I would think you don't want, if you can help it, you don't want him, oh man, first game back, week 1, let me get adjusted to being back on the field again. No, do that the last 3 games of this season if he can come back. And next year he can get the whole summer to train, not rehab, and then go into the season being whoever he's going to be at the start of the season.
Do you want to throw him out there though when guys have like had a full season, like guys at this point are like full go, ready to go, and Dre Greenlaw at this point is like, all right, first game back off of injury, everyone's flying a million miles an hour, but like kind of, I guess, wouldn't it make not more sense, but maybe be safer to throw him out there week 1 next year rather than when he's on the same seat as everyone else? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe so, but my thought is, you throw him out there week 1 next year, it's gonna be, oh man, got to get used to the game speed, 4 games, all this other stuff.
This is Dre.
Yeah.
Okay. I apologize while you were talking. Nick Wagner tweeted, I assume this is also coming from Kyle Shanahan, that Dre Greenlaw's practice window open.
Okay.
So
I'd get him out there. Because
doesn't mean he's going to play Sunday.
Right.
But it means they've got decisions to make on him in the coming weeks.
And I'm thinking Dre Greenlaw the last 3-4 games of the season. That's kind of my mindset. And that's just, and I understand
3 is the minimum he can play if I'm doing the math quick, because they have 21 days. I think Kyle Matson told us.
Yeah. So and I hear what Jesse's saying, but I want him to get a feel for being out there on the field with that new Achilles now.
I get it.
Repaired
That's just
Achilles,
a wild way of putting it.
Repaired Achilles.
First player to ever go through an Achilles transplant.
Man's got a bionic Achilles.
Oh, I'd be fire.
I want him to get a feel for that this
Achilles 2.0. It's unsnappable. iPhone can't make a screen that don't break, but we've made an Achilles that doesn't snap.
So I want him to get that feel for being out there this year. So next year he's got a better understanding of who he is, and also just training over the offseason as opposed to rehabbing.
Well, if he's going to train, let's set him over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. He could take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation, the free macro calculator. Why wait till next season to get in shape when you can do it right now? There are tons of supplements available for you, including all of the ones that I take, the strength enhancers, the fat burners, the craving crushers. They got multivitamins there. They got sleep enhancers there. And, of course, the protein powders and all-day BCAAs, which you should be having every single day. That's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320 with a direct link to maptrition.com right there. We'll come back. We'll talk more 49ers, and we'll talk more NFL.
When we come back, I got to pour a little something out, man. I don't like this. This going to be tough.
Wow.
It's going to be tough.
Do you know what he's talking about?
I don't.
It's going to be tough, man. Damn. I don't want to do
He's going to finally admit that Drake is dead. I can tell by the way he's reacting.
Drake was on, he was on the internet last night.
He was bitching and complaining. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, turn that song off.
What, turn it up? Is that what he should have said? What do you expect him to say? Oh, my goodness. We're going to do some play-by-play right here. Memphis, UConn, 13 seconds left in Maui. Memphis up 82-79. They were up as much as 13. UConn has come back. Memphis just inbounded the ball, threw it out of bounds. UConn ball down 3 with 13 seconds left. UConn number 2 in the nation. Memphis unranked right now. You know what, Filthy McNasty? I didn't see it. I saw Sac State kind of battled a little bit. You know what I mean? So good for them. Good for them. They got to get some dubs, though, man. They got to see some wins come through.
Not the biggest video guy game, or video guy game, or game guy or whatever. I know I'm late, but MLB The Show was fire.
Oh, hell yeah.
I started playing it this weekend.
Yeah, that game is the truth.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I have the newest one. I think I got last year's version. I think I do.
Yeah, they have those crazy ass deals or whatever on PS4, on the PlayStation or whatever. So
they had some Black Friday stuff going on?
Yeah.
Nah, the show is fire. Scooter, this is your question. Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, absolutely. I don't want to say it's necessarily the key. Dre specifically is the key to Fred Warner's game, but he helps out. I mean, it's a tandem. You know, when you have a tandem like that, it's just easier for either one of those guys to execute what it is they're trying to execute. So yeah, I'm sure he misses him a little bit, and the drop off is pretty steep in his replacement. Although Campbell has played a little better as the season's gone on. Here we go. UConn inbounds the ball. Number 10 dribbles across the lane, dribbling the clock out. There's 8 seconds left. They're running a play. Here comes 35. He's coming for the tie. The clock is winding down. 5 seconds to go. Gets the ball to 1. Fall away 3. Bang! 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 We're tied. We're tied. 0.9 to go. UConn's tied it up. 82 all. Dan Hurley losing his mind. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, boy. It is going down in Maui right now. The Maui Invitational. The 5th game of the season for these two teams that really will mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. And they're giving us some good basketball. As in studio, I'm here watching UConn and Memphis. Memphis just blew about a 13-point lead in about 4 or 5 minutes. And UConn has just tied it up with 0.9 seconds to go. And we're staring at overtime here. This is not really a big deal at all, but it's a lot better than talking about the Kings or the 49ers.
It wasn't my fault.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I was on my way back in and I was going over the next Kendrick Lamar single.
Don't worry, I gave play-by-play of Memphis UConn in the Maui Invitational. Quarterfinal, not even a final or semifinal, quarterfinal of the Maui Invitational, as it's 82 all with 0.9 to go. Memphis just called a timeout.
Can't wait to see how this one ends.
It was pretty riveting when he was making the call. I'm not gonna lie. I told him to take his air.
do we? No, I'm not gonna do that. Danny would be upset. I was gonna say, do we get? There goes Roy Williams in the crowd as well. I was gonna say, I give you the 0.9.
We might need to at this point.
Well, I want to know how
what do you want us to talk about? The Kings? No, they stink. What next?
Wait, did we decide who?
Oh no, yeah, no, we're gonna pour it out. Just give. I want to say we're 0.9. They're coming out of the timeout right now.
All right.
Penny Hardaway just drew up.
Watch out, Deuce Mason. Here comes
a riveting play. I think this one is going to be taken out on the baseline. They're going to have to go full court, 0.9. They've got 3 guys lined up at the nearest free throw line here. 1 guy back, 1 guy taking it out. UConn is guarding the pass in. Looking. Throws it to – wait a minute.
Oh, you are the worst play-by-play. What happened? You are terrible at this.
Tell us what happened, John. Come on, John Sterling. Tell us what happened.
He they threw the ball to the free throw line, the near free throw line, and then made another pass for a 75-foot heave.
Yeah, that was a weird play. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was gonna be a lot different than what that actually was.
So what are we doing here? Yeah, bad job. Dan Hurley's yelling at anybody that can hear him in a positive way. Well, in an aggressive.
I was gonna say I'm not sure that
way.
that's positive.
Yeah, an aggressive way. He's just yelling. He might have yelled at Penny Hardaway. Told him, "Let's go."
College needs to let them advance the ball after a made shot. Though.
They should.
Yeah, that was dumb.
That's one thing the NBA did get right. Is they hell, I think in the is it NBA or WNBA, you don't even have to huddle up. You just call a timeout and advance it.
Even better.
Like, we all know what
this
this
cause
is
of nonsense. Let's get to the point. You know why we're here.
Jeremy, what do you think?
It's his UConn Huskies. It's his UConn Huskies in the game.
Shout out Jeremy. Let's follow in the game.
Jeremy, your thoughts on the Huskies? Okay, it's cool. All right, buddy. We'll check in with you later. All right. Now, who are we pouring one out for the love of God?
Damn, man. You know this one is tough for me. You know it's tough.
Mm-hmm. I don't, because I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, I did put it in the notes as well.
Oh.
Yeah, man, it's Debo done, man.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's not what I thought.
All right. No, I didn't.
Debo done, bro.
Okay.
Debo done, man. And you know that's my boy. You know that's my boy. Damn, for 2 years, I've been talking about him trying to get the Debo jersey.
Mm-hmm.
He finished.
He
finished, man. The Debo that we know and we love, he's done. I saw that play yesterday, that great drawn-up play by Kyle Shanahan, which was actually jacked by he jacked it from Colorado. Come to find out they did it on Saturday. It's just a beautifully designed play where they had the flea flicker that was really just a screen for Debo. Debo gets no, you know what this is? No, I'm gonna tell you what this is. Debo gets the play, right? He gets about 15, 16 yards, right? And Burkhardt and Brady and even some Niner fans like, oh, boy, big play there from Debo. Nice drawn up by Shanahan. 17-yard gain. That's a nice one right now. That's like little big league. My man Debo just got a single on the right. And we're like, let's go. Let's go.
You see what he did? You see what he did?
Bro, man, Debo 2 years ago was taking that to the house. He's taking that to the house. And now he's getting 17 yards. Oh, man. Oh, man. I got to pour it out, man. Pour a little bit out for my boy Debo. Because, yeah, he's not out of the league. But the Debo that we know and love, that guy gone, man.
We might need to cut that drop from the movie for the board, too. We use that reference a lot now.
Yeah,
it hits every time. It plays every
that's
time.
That's what it is. Let's go. Let's go. 17 yards for Debo. All right.
Well, it's like with Debo, too. I feel like if the other stuff isn't really working, that makes him special. It's like, all right, you're not a 1,000-yard receiver season or anything like that. It's just there's not much else at this point.
He's played a lot of physical football in the last 5 years. And I think it's caught up with him a little bit. I think it's caught up with him a lot. He's not the same guy. And that hurts. That's my boy. That's my boy, but damn.
Can I tell you the funny part? This is just for Jesse. You can do whatever you want.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you the funny part is he said, I put it in the rundown. It says, hate to say, but Debo's probably playing his final game as a 49er. He teased that whole segment as if someone died and he was burying him. And like,
well, no, yeah, because it's sad. It's sad. My boy Debo died. And yes, it's it. That's probably it. This season. It's probably it. That's
but
my boy.
Didn't we already think that?
We thought when Ayuk went down, maybe things would change a little bit because they're going to need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can bring him back. He looked. I mean, the interception was a killer too. Like Debo, come on, my guy.
Yeah.
You got to come down with that. You got to come down with that. And people were talking about it, and I knew they would say this. And it's fair. It's fair. I hate to say it because I didn't have as much of a problem with it as you and others. But if you're gonna be getting in the kicker's face and telling him to lock in and do your job or whatever, you got to make sure your stuff is tight.
Yeah, well,
and that's
one way of putting
it. And you get an opportunity in a big third down.
Yeah,
they're looking for you. You got to come down with that, even if you are going to take a hit. Like that can't go through your fingers. Interception, game essentially over at that point. He takes it to the 20. Like, yeah, man. It was a great run. I'll always remember the prime Debo years. But I think it's over for the Brody. I think the 49ers move on. One of the things that
what was that, Jesse?
Remember the boombox and all
The
that.
other boombox. Yeah,
Super Gremlin, him and Trent. Come on, man. Come on, those were good times, man. Good times, man. Damn. But it's over. And if I'm the 49ers, if I'm John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, I'm preparing. I am evaluating everything that I need to evaluate for this next year coming up. What I need to do for the draft. What I need to do they're fighting. They're fighting the Maui. They're being held back. Memphis and UConn, 35 for UConn. All right, they're breaking them up now. I'm still doing the play-by-play. That's what they get paid. That's what I get paid to do around here. Play-by-play for the Maui. They call for it.
Hey, this is just for Jesse. You could go back to watching the game.
Dan Hurley yelling. Who's Dan Hurley yelling at?
We're going to call him Drake Donald Trump moving forward.
All right, I got it.
Wow.
That's what we'll call him moving forward.
I just wanted to send that in the group. I know.
No, that's a good look. No, this is good. No, it's fine. He's watching the game. We could just talk about it.
Well, now I got to see.
We're just talking about it. Jesse sent us a tweet that says,
let me leave that there.
Drake has initiated legal action against Universal Music Group and Spotify over allegations that the two companies conspired to artificially inflate the popularity of Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us.
Oh, well, that's not gangster.
So what's tremendous?
I want to see all of Drake's numbers after too. We want to run back all those audits too, by the way. Yeah.
Never been a problem with streaming numbers before.
Let's run back all of yours.
But all of a sudden we got an OV Ho chant, and now we got to go check these numbers.
You think they inflated the numbers? You think there were bots?
Like more so than there have been before.
Do you think there were bots?
No, I don't know how. I don't.
There were bots?
I don't think they did anything any different than they would have.
I don't know how. I don't know.
That's not what I asked.
No, hold on a second.
I think there were bots.
I don't know how streaming numbers are calculated. Like they're calculated with this weird formula of like what like one stream actually amounts to. So like I think the whole system is flawed. I don't think what happened with Not Like Us is any different than what happened with Sabrina Carpenter. Like
this was not like, hey, we're gonna conspire against Drake and get these listens up. No, that's not what this was.
Like, and you think Spotify did this? Like, no, that's crazy.
No, he didn't say Spotify. He's talking about Universal Music Group.
No, sir. Drake initiated legal action against Universal Music Group and Spotify.
Well, Spotify being in cahoots with it. Do you think there's anything to that whole theory that there are the higher ups that are at war with Drake?
No, I don't. I don't believe in Joe Budden's Illuminati theory. I don't. It doesn't make sense.
I do think
none of it makes sense.
I do think bots were used, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I think bots are used.
I think they were used pretty excessively in that situation, but it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter.
First time ever. It's never happened before. First time. No one has ever had this conversation in the history of downloads. No one has ever said, man, everybody's checking out Taylor Swift this weekend. Must be the bots.
You know what? I'm suing Drake. Me and Dame are suing Drake. Chatty House class action. We're suing Drake for bots. All right. We're going to sue Drake.
Well, the same thing happened.
Taylor Swift, you're next.
Well, no, Taylor real.
Hey, that's Jesse Tapia.
Hey, you know, I will fight
CAP. You know what? Hey, I got my hands clean on this one, Sean.
We'll take them all down. We're going to get them all.
Taylor real. But they just had the people were talking about it with the Travis Scott joint. When he re-released the mixtape.
The 3 billion.
How it went from like 950,000 in 1 week to 7,000 the next week. It's something crazy. I'm exaggerating.
That doesn't make sense. Say that again. 950,000 1 week.
Yeah, he sold. He sold 7,000 the next week.
Yeah, but isn't that indicative of how like new music works?
Not that drastic.
Well, no, that's pretty drastic. That's pretty drastic.
That's all I'm saying. It's like it does happen. It doesn't have to.
Oh, I firmly believe it.
Doesn't have to be nefarious.
Not Like Us has been since May. Like Not Like Us as recently as a month ago was the top streaming record.
What people are talking about with that, and what I think people are alluding to with that. Once again, it doesn't bother me. I don't care.
I think I disagree.
No, I don't care. It's part of what happens. But like I think with what was what
are you saying, Jeremy?
One of the things I think happened. Well, I think it was like with all the songs on GNX.
Okay.
I forgot exactly what it was, but
Top
it was
12
something.
songs on Apple.
Well, not even that. It was like
It's not unusual.
it had like 2.3 million views in like 14 minutes or something like that. It was something I was like
2.3 million views.
Streams. It was something that I remember what I saw. And I was like, yeah, that does seem a little odd. Maybe it's true. Maybe just everybody stopped.
Wait, where did you? What was the platform? Like on?
It was just maybe it was the teaser or on YouTube.
Well, that's easy because it gets circulated. Like it's easy to get like 2.3 million views of a teaser in a half hour is nothing because of the way the internet works. Streams, that doesn't check out. 2.3 million streams in 15 minutes.
I think it was both. I think it was YouTube and streams. And somebody just brought it up like, this doesn't seem odd to you. I was like, yeah, it's odd, but
I can't believe he sued in a rap beef.
No, that is not gangster.
There is nothing gangster about this dude.
That's whack.
A track that savagely attacked Drake amid an ongoing feud between the two stars. Referred to not like us.
That is whack.
All right, well, there you have it. We have a winner.
Oh, we had a winner a long time ago.
I'm not as quick to dismiss what he talked about, though. I think there is something going on.
Yeah, I don't think there's something going on with Kendrick. I think the way that we measure music now is it's.
No, I thought that was a widely known thing, by the way.
Not. I think there's a thing going on with him and UMG or whoever. Like, I think there's something going on.
Oh, that could be true because I think there's only like 3 or 4 like actual music labels left. Mm-hmm. They're just all under one, or they're all under those handful of groups. What's Drake? Sony?
I don't remember.
No, Sony is part of Universal Music Label. I don't know where.
I don't remember, to be honest with you. But I mean, I do think there's some credence to that. That doesn't mean the song wasn't a hit or nothing like that. Like it was a hit just naturally by itself. Like whether the streams are correct or bots or not, like that doesn't change what we all saw with our own 2 eyes and heard with our ears. But I do think there is something going on with that.
Crazy world out there, paying for bots, buying subscribers. Crazy world.
We would never sue people for buying subscribers.
We won't sue, but
if y'all look around, just peruse, you might notice, hey, math on math. What do I know? Well, sorry, Debo.
Yeah.
The death of Debo.
That's my dog, man. That's my dog.
We're sure. It like over?
The Debo that we know, yeah. He can transform himself into a different type of receiver. And maybe that happens with the 49ers. Maybe that happens with somebody else. I don't know. But maybe he can change who he is. But the guy that we saw, in the 2022 season, I think it was, and after that, like I think that's I think that guy's gone.
Let's get. Oh, this is so perfect. Kamara's here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Kamara, Drake is suing Kendrick Lamar.
I was gonna say, I don't like when I call y'all are not happy, bro. Like, I mean, it's like, dang, bro, can I get some excitement?
No, we're excited because
we're always happy to talk to you. Come on now.
No, wait a minute. No, you're the lawyer, and Drake is suing because Not Like Us is too popular.
Oh, well, I didn't see that. I gotta look into that.
All right. Yeah. You look into that, and you can give us your legal expertise later. What's up, man? I know you ain't calling for nothing good because the group chat was dark. Rightfully so.
I mean, I didn't go as dark as I usually do. I just
facts.
Listen. I knew if I kept it really dark, y'all would have used it as fodder on this show. So
well, we appreciate you that you provide content. We appreciate you.
Be careful. Yeah. He'll charge us for producer credits. Like he's a lawyer. He knows what time it is.
I guess, my thoughts were, I think there's obviously going to be
a change. Whether they start picking it up in December, that's the hope, but I do see Monty is looking at this team like there's clear identifiable flaws on the squad that need to be addressed if they want to have any semblance of a chance. But not even seeding, just making the play-in or making even a play. I don't see how he can look at this and be like, oh, we can stand pat. If there was an ideal trade out there that's reasonable for this team, what do you guys think it should be? I mean, I know there's some people on the Portland Trailblazers that we've talked about over the last couple of years. Are there any other players? I do think the experiment of having Keegan being the 4 is not working. I think he needs to go back to a slide into a 3, although the 4 is like there's no position and whatnot, but I think he needs to be back at the 3 and him guarding the best player on the court. That needs to be reevaluated because sometimes the best player could be a guard. I don't know how we need to do that, but there's a fundamental way of how Keegan is being utilized is hurting his development and the team in general. I don't know if that's the sole reason. Maybe we need some more size at the 4, more rangy at something more rangy at the 4. I don't know, but I just think putting Keegan at the 3, putting DeRozan at the 2, and that equals a little bit more size on the perimeter, helping us with 3-point shooting. I mean, 3-point defense. That's just what I'm doing. I don't know, man. This team is so broken. I'm really just tossing darts at the board at this point.
That's all right.
And
Sometimes I feel like Mike's doing that with his rotation sometimes. Hey, Kobe Jones. Here we go.
I understand what he's saying. Here's one of the issues is, man, I gotta really look at some stuff before I think this is the case. But man, Keegan's defense seemed to be taking a little bit of a hit. I saw you talk about moving him to the 3. I saw Cam Johnson just going right around him last night, right around him, like he wasn't there. And that, like, if you're not hitting the 3 ball the way that you normally do, and now the defense is starting to slip, the perimeter defense is starting to slip on a little bit. Yeah, what I don't want to say what good, but what's the benefit of moving Keegan to the 4 if he's not hitting 3s? Like, is it his rebounding? Like, because now you're taking away one of the things that was supposed to be a plus on his resume, which is his defending. If he's at the 4 now and he's just kind of guarding marketings, like, I don't know. That I don't see that as much of or excuse me, if you have him at the 3 and he can't guard anybody but the marketings, I don't see that as.
And what's the other play?
For
who's the 4?
To go out and find one. That's what?
Well, that and then that opens up probably what this whole thing is about is maybe there's a roster construction issue. I'm not sure.
Is there a move for them to make though too?
I don't know, man.
Like we kind of did all that with DeMar. It's like, all right, we made our move. Like I don't like there's no Kuzma coming around. Like Bobby Portis, I don't think it's a thing.
So like
Robert Williams is a name that gets thrown around, but
who?
Robert Williams.
Oh, Robert
Portland.
Williams. Like what tier would you put PJ in? PJ Washington. Like he's not in the Kuzma tier, right?
He's like in the Cam Johnson tier.
Okay. So the Kings need to go find role players. Like guys who can do certain things really well. Who fit what this roster needs. And like I don't know.
How are you getting there too?
I don't know.
Like at this point, it's trade Kevin, right?
Trade Kevin.
Like that's what it is.
That's
your asset right there.
Maybe
maybe you find a team that wants
Kevin and
picks
Trey Lyles.
For
somebody.
Oh, for as a trade package. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Yeah.
I don't think Monty would do it, but to get like who you really want in there and get aggressive, I wouldn't be opposed to trading Devin Carter. Tell somebody getting a rookie defender, wing, Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all.
That's a pick I would love to understand one day. It's just I don't get for what you're trying to accomplish and all that. Why you would take a guy who's going to be out for 6 to 8 months, and that's assuming you knew that he was going to be out for six to 8 months.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
Like, what are we doing at this point?
Well, this guy's available. Jeremy Lamb just sitting courtside in a black sweatsuit. I love how people have analyzed this video. Like, they're all wearing black. It's a funeral for the Kings. They know. Look at Andre. Black hoodies, black zipper. Oh, they knew.
Imagine the day after a trade, they show up in all white.
Looking like Al Davis out there. Mark Davis. Goodness gracious.
Oh,
goodness
man.
gracious. I don't know what the answer is, man. Maybe James does. He'll be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour.
These guys gotta, once again, they gotta start. The guys that are here, and I don't think anything is gonna happen anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys gotta hit shots, man. These guys gotta hit shots. If they want the same roles that they have right now, they want to be on this team. You know, it's still, we talk about teams being in control of their destiny.
Mm-hmm.
These players are in control of their destiny. The Herders, the Lyles, Keegan, they're in control of it. You've got to play better, though.
Yeah.
You have to play better. And I do believe they can all play better. That's kind of part of how I go about things. I wouldn't be on these guys if I didn't think they were playing below what their capabilities are.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kevin can shoot the ball better. I know he can. I think Trey Lyles can play better. I know he can. I know Keegan can shoot the ball better than what he's shooting right now. I'm very confident in saying that. They have to execute. They have to execute, and they've got an opportunity to execute because, like I said, I don't think any deals are being made at this very moment. So,
well, it's not even December 15th yet.
Yeah. So at this point, yeah, you're all you got. You're all you got.
Well, they got to figure out a way. They got to figure out a way now. They got to figure out a way tonight. Because this 3 turns into 5, or 3 turns into 4, going into Minnesota on a Wednesday night. Going into
who knows what happens in Portland.
We've learned.
Yeah.
I mean, the Eastern Conference sucks. Word, because the Kings have lost to Toronto. They've lost to Atlanta. I'm missing one.
Brooklyn.
They lost to Brooklyn. Jesus Christ. They lost to Brooklyn. Yeah. Shorty's revenge. Jeremy. This is going to be funny all day, man. I'm sorry. It's going to be funny all day. All right, Jeremy. Thank you. Thank you. You know who the Kings could add that'd probably make them winners immediately, and that's Saquon Barkley. We'll talk about some of the other things that happen in the NFL. Got to talk about the Raiders. Look like Gardner Minshew. It doesn't look like Gardner Minshew season over. It is over. That probably doesn't matter, which sucks for him because he actually didn't play bad yesterday. We'll come back. We'll take a look at the NFL before we shift our attention back to the Kings when James Ham joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'll get out the way. I don't know if you're doing something.
I'm still sticking with Lamar right now, but it might be Josh Allen's award. Baltimore's kind of looked a little, not even looked. They just lost a couple games. If Saquon could hit 2,000 though.
Saquon making a push. He's making a real push. 100%.
Last time we gave a running back MVP that was Adrian Peterson, right?
I think so.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say Sean Alexander, but shout out to AP for that 1 year.
Down goes UConn. Dan Hurley's about to fight somebody. Dan Hurley left the layup line. Well, now he's going to get Penny.
So, Penny, I'm not mad at you, Penny. I'm mad at the Braves. Aldrin, I've never been confident about the Dolphins in anything in my life, but I would be there, ready to go. They're playing good football right now.
Hey, we're Jesse. We're all week. Okay. Wouldn't hate it. I mean, not today. We have to go somewhere today, but inside of that. Come on, Ashley. You boys out. Yeah, we got a couple of things to do it for. Nothing crazy. But.
So, real quick, Memphis beats UConn 99-97 in a great Maui Invitational game, winning overtime. I'm going to bring this up for two reasons. Dan Hurley was just a maniac in this game. Dan Hurley, you can't say a whole lot because he's won 2 national championships. I've seen this from him before. He behaves ridiculously out there. Ridiculously. Like it is petulant. It is borderline embarrassing the way he behaves, whines, cries, berates officials. I bring this up because did you see when Mike Brown almost killed the official yesterday?
I did.
I would have been scared if I was that ref because Mike was like ready.
Mike
bro.
never does that.
Yeah, that was like I don't care about the
I'm
game.
surprised he stayed in the game.
I can't believe he didn't get thrown out. Like I actually think Mike was trying to get.
That's what it felt like.
Like that was pretty.
That was
egregious.
crazy, bro. That was
pretty
let's
egregious.
talk about it. That was wild.
Mike is the guy who approaches officials like they're police officers. He's got his hands like, hey, I'm just question. Hands are like, look, non-threatening. He wanted to murder whoever he approached last night.
That's all in the leagues. Like, hey, grab 3 of the guys on the bench. We got to get Mike before it gets serious.
Man.
I for sure thought he had gotten thrown out of the game. I for sure. And then they just shot the one technical and moved. I said, he's still here?
Mike looked mad, like he ain't throwing me out.
Yeah, Mike's got to learn from the baseball managers. You got to yell, but like when you're yelling, tell him, "I need you to throw me out right now. This is stupid. You need to throw me out right now. I need to be gone from this game right now." And make it look like TV. You're yelling at him the whole time. In reality, yeah.
I don't even remember who the official was, but shout out, he saw right through it. He's like, "I'm not."
No, you're staying here.
You're
for
staying
this.
here to watch this crap.
That's your punishment.
My man Mike Tebow told me he tried to get thrown out of a blowout once, and the official looked right at him and said, "If I have to sit through this, so do you." Gave him a technical and walked away.
Yeah, that was a trip seeing that happen with Mike last night. After, well, no, once again, it's not the reason why they lost, but the officials were their traditional horrible self.
They weren't good.
It was awful. I remember the one time I think it was Claxton tipped the ball late in the game, tipped the ball out. All three refs. I don't know what happened. I didn't see it. Jump ball. All right, bro. I'm sitting in row 45.
Yeah,
and I saw it clearly went off of Claxton.
Right. You hear that?
Yeah, hold on.
45.
Thank you for that because trying to cover that at row 45.
We're talking about a
Stop. There's
No,
not a
you
row.
were
Oh, you
not.
make me so mad. There's not even a row 45 that exists.
That's basically where I was at. What
Basically.
are you talking about?
Yeah, I was saying
basically,
row 45.
but basically what he means is row 4 or 5. I can't remember which one it was.
45 is
Screw it all.
45 doesn't even exist.
Nobody believes you.
What are you talking
Literally,
about?
everyone's like, this dude's lying.
Why wouldn't they believe me?
Because there's no such thing as a row 45.
Bro, I wasn't even so
Nah,
you
that's
know
fine.
you put it
I
on
wasn't there.
Instagram, right?
Nah.
Like we saw where you were.
That you don't know where
Did
that's
you
at. I could have
forget?
zoomed in. What are you talking about?
No, except you can see the people in front of you. Do you know how Zoom works?
That's one of those things where you're trying to fit in, Kenny.
It
Like,
wasn't.
like, you're different. That's fine.
You're not
That
regular.
didn't even look like I was. That didn't even look like I
look,
was that close.
Me and Jesse,
I'm
just
looking at it
regular
right
people
now.
out here, 9 to 5. You're different.
Yeah,
What are
we're
you talking
sitting-
about?
me
That
and
doesn't even
Dame-
look like I'm that close.
Me and Dame are section 215, row 13.
Stop it.
All right, and then you come in, yeah, guys, they got me sitting in row 45. Huh, this is
Stop
tough,
it.
huh? We're looking at Dame, like, really? Is this guy serious?
Bro, look at all these people that are in front of me. In front of me. Come on, man. Stop playing with me.
All right, now you're just disrespecting us.
Casey's like,
Stop
count all of the
playing.
people,
Yeah.
not the rows of people. He's like,
I
no,
can
just
count.
get-
There's
just
a bunch
count
of
all
row of people.
I can count 4 to 5 rows till we hit the hardwood.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Point being,
Hey, Chatty House, you see
You
that
have to
Kenny showed us. He said, "Hey, Chatty House, look how close I was sitting. Look how far this was."
wasn't even that close.
That's crazy.
Y'all talking about row 4 or 5? It wasn't row 4 or 5. Oh, we're both Aaron's at the game yesterday. Were you at the game?
Me?
Yeah,
No.
I thought you were at the game.
I was, but
Reese was looking for you.
no, I was supposed to, but someone pissed me off and I didn't go.
Reese, we're looking at that.
Thank God. I would have been pissed if I was there.
Yeah, you would have been hot. You might not even made it to halftime.
I probably wouldn't have. I probably
they-
wouldn't have.
We were seeing. I was like, yeah, that's where I sit when I go watch the games or whatever. And I said, I think Dame's supposed to be here. I don't know why I just didn't text you. I was like, I think Dame's supposed to be here. And then
Well,
Reese
you
was
don't really
like,
like me. You
"Well,
just don't
that's
tell
not-"
Reese that,
Well,
which
no,
is a nice
This
thing
is
to-
what happened because we had a 5-minute discussion. He's like, I see him right there. And I said, where? He goes, he's right there behind that guy right there. I said, he's probably standing up. He said, yeah, the guy's standing up. I see him. He's right there. And then I was like, I don't see him. I don't see it. And then he he's got the new iPhone. He got like the 16 or whatever, right? So he's like, no, watch. And then he starts getting the camera out, zooming in. And then he goes, oh, no, that's not it. Never mind. It's all bad.
Sorry, nephew.
Why were you pointing so high? Tell him where you sat.
Well,
It was even.
What are you doing?
It was even, bro. What are you talking about? I wasn't up here. I was even.
Yeah, that's funny. That's
Be
funny.
your own people.
Whatever, man. That's funny. The last few minutes of that Commanders-Cowboys game was one of the wildest things I've ever seen. The Commanders should be embarrassed. That's you have your quarterback doing what you need franchise quarterbacks to do. You have the Dallas Cowboys doing what 3-win football teams need to do in that situation to lose a game. And God bless him, the kicker comes out and misses again. What was it, an 86-yard pass or something like that?
86, yeah.
86-yard touchdown pass.
No clue how Dallas didn't tackle Terry McLaurin
22
there.
seconds left.
Oof.
That was the second missed extra point of the day, too, I believe.
It was his second missed extra point,
Extra
third
point,
missed kick.
That's rough.
And that's not even counting the Cowboys getting in it. That's not counting all of the back and forth that happened. Oh, that was crazy.
I mean, just if you miss 3 kicks in one day, we're cutting you the next day. 3 kicks is crazy, bro. Like,
yeah, that's
why
pretty
you're
wild.
here.
Hey, Moody's still there.
Moody is
Hey,
still there.
not on my team.
Well, he hit the one that mattered, though, right?
He did hit the one
because he missed.
This guy didn't.
No, he did not. And that would have only gotten you to overtime.
That's tough, man. I mean,
I thought Dan Quinn made a mistake. I mean, hindsight, like before they kicked, they get in the end zone and Dan's immediately won. And I'm like, you broke them.
Mm-hmm.
You just broke them. Get in the end zone. Go for 2. I guess that maybe you're playing numbers or something at that point.
You still got a lot to lose. You still need that win.
Yeah, I got it. I just thought you shattered their spirit right there.
You probably feel like the longer the game goes, your
The more it
talent,
benefits you.
Yeah, would take over, and it just didn't. I mean, that's tough. That is tough. I mean, the Cowboys, wow, they tried everything they could to give that one away.
Even if they would have pulled it out too, I don't feel great about Washington coming out of that game. If you're what we thought you were this season and all that, you probably should have beat Dallas a little bit more.
And that's, we talked about it a little bit earlier. That's not even getting into like all the opportunities they had to blow that game away.
Yeah.
Like in the first, I was watching that first half of that game, and every time I turn around, the Cowboys getting a field goal blocked, punt blocked, turnover here and there, and I go back and I look, and it's like 6-0 or something like that. It's like, man, come on now.
Cowboys went up 20-9 in the fourth quarter.
That kick return was crazy. The one that they took from like the goal line, he hit the spin move and just took off.
Yeah. 99 yards.
That was crazy.
That boy's nasty.
He is.
He might be their best player.
He bright spot. Yeah, he a bright spot.
He might be their best player.
Oh, sorry, people asking the question. Well, look.
Nobody asked that. Who asked that?
I just gotta say that, going
literally
out
no one
and beating the Commanders is always a good thing. I know when I was in D.C., I went to Morton's last night and saw a lot of people having a lot of things to say. I even saw Jay-Z was there, and it's always a good thing when we can beat a team that Jay-Z is rooting for, and it's not against us. And I just know that I want to win a Super Bowl so bad. And even though we don't have the record right now, we're not eliminated, and maybe we can go on a run.
I was waiting for you to laugh, but I guess we're good.
This is Dallas. Oh, we just lost them. This is Dallas Radio. We had Stanley for a second. It's been a while since we're from Stanley, too.
Oh, did Stanley call?
He did. I threw him on hold, and then we lost him.
Oh, jeez. Call back, Stanley.
Stanley. I'm going to tell you right now, these fools that go out there in Washington and think that they can beat the Cowboys, they got another thing coming. And you, KC, I'm going to tell you right now, KC, you're talking about Danny Fortson. That's what you need. You need Danny Fortson out there. And when we play you guys again, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to shut your loud mouth up.
No, it's Kenny just getting his impressions off.
I would say let's get Kyle Shannon. We'll give him a break this week.
Did you see?
We got Stanley.
Oh, okay. Real Stanley.
You talk to Stanley as Stanley.
Yes, it's that time of the year. And
what time are you talking about?
The Cowboys are gonna do a comeback, I think.
Oh,
if we
Stanley.
don't, okay, I can live with that. Every year's not gonna be great. And by the way, how them 49ers doing now?
They still got a better record.
How the 49ers doing now?
They still got a better record than you guys and beat you guys down when we played them.
A better record for how long? One game?
You guys might not win a game all year.
Hey, the bottom line is this. Neither team is going anywhere. And by the way, we're still going to be one more year a better Super Bowl than you all have.
I don't care. You guys stink. Okay, that just is what it is. You guys stink, Stanley. And Stanley, when did the Niners and the 49ers play? When that like 6 weeks ago? He called that week talking about it's about to be on and popping. It's about to be on and popping. I ain't heard from Stanley in 6 weeks. And now the Cowboys beat the Commanders to go to 4-7. They didn't want to talk to me. Stop it.
I could respect a world class.
I'm just happy we got Stanley in the divorce. That makes me really happy.
Shout out Stanley, though. That was my boy. They had a hilarious Cowboys song. I've seen it circulating a few times before, but have you guys seen when the brother is a Cowboys fan and he's singing and he goes like he's like, are they asking me if we still them boys? Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
Damn, I kind of feel like we might need them. It's if I was a Cowboys fan, I would all. You think I'd play that drinking video? Oh, this would be the video after every Cowboys win if I was a Cowboys fan, but I'm not. I'm okay with that.
This would be my video. I'm gonna take Matt's video and just cut Jeremy Lamb. Just take everybody else out. Just go to this video of Jeremy Lamb as frequently as possible.
That is classic. That is classic.
Jeremy Lamb's edible just hit, like right before Matt started filming. Like that edible just hit. Oh, what's good, Dad?
The person,
Dad.
The person sitting next to Anjali and Vivek is like, oh, they said something crazy at the beginning of the video.
I see your eyes.
Yeah, we just got a video. Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what was said.
Oh, let's see. Does Vivek say anything or does he just shake his head? Let me see. No, I don't know. I'm going to sell this team. God damn, I hate this. I hate this. I'm so sick of these guys.
This is our Zapruder film for the Kings this season.
Lana, you want to buy a basketball team?
I just want to have a smoke.
We'll go to the Humidor, Sky River Casino.
Hey, you can pull up to the Humidor on December 6th.
Oh man, we'll hey VIP. We'll treat Vlade like a VIP at the Humidor.
For sure. That's my guy.
Jeremy Lamb can pull up too if he wants.
That's my guy.
That's hella funny. I didn't notice that. She is kind of like side eyeing him. Like, what are they talking about? Like, what is happening here? Jeremy Lamb, like, this all about to be mine.
You want Kuzma?
Look, we'll get Kuzma. Whatever. I just think it's true.
Anjali's like, go get Ingram. And Vivek's like, fine. I'm texting David right now.
Bro, she looks twice, bro. She looks twice.
I'm texting Griff right now. Griff, give me Ingram.
Look, there's one.
Yep.
There's
another one. There's another
one. No, look, the hilarious is Vivek at the very beginning. Just, I don't know. Fine, here. Let me. That gets pissed.
Anjali, hold on. Here it is. Anjali, look, this is why Drake can't come back here. You wore that Not Like Us shirt, and he won't return our calls.
I don't know. Vivek was all of us last night.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Uncle V was all of us.
Hell, Jeremy Lamb might have been some of us last.
He was me. At some point, I'm just sitting there.
Yeah, well, that was me Friday.
Oh, my gosh. Friday, I was so upset.
That was me Friday.
I was cross as two sticks.
29 points in the first half.
Bro, that's not insane.
Okay. That's not even.
Absolutely insane.
And the crazy thing about this is what's so frustrating about this team. Even the last night as well. But on Friday, what they get within 6 in the fourth quarter? Was it 8 or 6?
Friday?
Yeah.
It was 6.
It was either 8 or 6 for sure. In the fourth, with 5 minutes to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys scored 29 points in the first half, and you were still in a place to win that. Come on, man. And then last night, you played not good. Nobody was shooting the ball or whatever. You're up halfway through the fourth quarter.
Yep.
It's like, damn, man, come on. Y'all just play a little better.
Let them off the hook.
Y'all play just a little
was
better.
8.
We could do some things.
It was 8 points for a single possession.
And I think you know why I think it was lower? Because it was 8 and somebody had a transition 3. So the 8 would have been the 5. think it was either Keegan or Herder. Maybe.
I don't have that. I have them, but that's like with 2 minutes. Let me look to see if there was anything later or earlier. Excuse me. No, I have them at 8, but the James Harden scored to make it 10. DeMar had DeMar took a quick 3 and missed because they missed threes.
Tragic.
Then they lost by 16.
No, I ain't gonna do it.
Go ahead, do it. Go ahead, do it. I don't even know what you're talking about. Just do it.
We won't go to break if you don't.
Bro, the fact that that wall wasn't messing with them. Don't stall them out with that. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Oh, that was a theory?
Yeah, man. It's like the wall's just kind of throwing them off a little bit.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Come on, man. No, it hasn't. I said, come on now. Don't want to hear that. And then
what was their percentage that night? Oh, Jesus. It was 70.
Free throw, yeah.
Yeah, free throw percentage was 70. And it got worse. It did.
When they got away from the wall.
It got worse at home.
Oh, last night was
64.5%. This team is ass from the free throw line again.
Oh no, we stink again.
I mean,
from the free throw line. Sure
feels like it. Well, you don't have to preface it with from the free throw. They stink, period.
This is what happened on Friday when you were working. Me and Jesse were trying to figure out the Clippers wall situation. So you notice Jesse not listening. But the Kings in the second half were not shooting towards the wall. So we talk about like the wall and like, oh man, it's gonna be great for home court advantage and to really fluster people, late game situations. Well, I think I read this correctly. According to NBA rules, the away team chooses which way they want to go in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
So they can just always choose to go away from.
What the hell was the point of that stupid wall then?
Yeah.
Do 2 walls.
So I don't know what's worse. The fact that they can always choose to go away from the wall or the teams that go towards the wall in the second half.
Yeah, most teams.
Wait, what were the Suns doing then?
That's what I'm saying.
Most teams.
They're not winning the ring. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, we want to go against the wind.
Most teams want to play defense in front of their bench.
Yeah.
Right? In the second half?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Except for the Suns.
Speaking of, I think, did I see KD is back tonight?
KD and
Brad are both back tonight.
And then quick Kings free throw numbers. They're 4th on the season at 80%, but the last 3 they're shooting 69%.
They're still 80% from 3? I mean, from the free throw line,
80.6 from the free throw line on the season.
And that's 4th in the league?
4th in the league.
Wow, good for them because they were ass this weekend.
They shoot about 80. Well, I'm rounding up. They shoot about 82% on the road, about
the
79
Nets
at home.
Put up 37 first quarter points.
Mm.
The Brooklyn effing Nets.
So you know what's crazy about that is I think you got them in front of you.
Oh, tomorrow. I'm sorry. Maybe they're back tomorrow. Did I get that wrong? Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I saw they were close.
Yeah.
So Brooklyn is up at the end of the quarter, early in the second quarter. I'm like, damn, like what's going on? I look up at the little hustle board. The Kings are like shooting like 10 of 13. Like they're shooting 10 of 13. They at that point, I think they were like 4 of 7 from something ridiculous, something where it's like, bro, how are you down this much when you're shooting the way you were?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. In the first quarter, the Kings were 10 of 13 from the field, 5 of 6 from beyond the arc. And they were down 37-28.
What was the number in the fourth? 0 for 7?
For the Kings?
Yeah, from 3.
That sounds about right.
I think that was the number in the fourth.
Now,
I know they didn't hit. I know they didn't hit one.
0 for 7 from 3. 6 of 23 overall in the fourth quarter.
This team was good at some point, right? In the beginning of the season, or were we just misremembering that?
They were good. They weren't winning. right? Good
Yeah.
teams win
Okay,
close
yeah,
games.
yeah,
They
yeah.
weren't, but you saw something there that reminded me, like they didn't say it, but it was like Malik when they started 0 for 4. Like, no, there's just a few things there's just a few things we got to do better. Right? It's just a few. We're not panicking. We're not worried. There's just a couple of things we got to execute a little bit better. That's what it felt like. The first 2 games of the season, you wind up going 2-2. Maybe they went 3-2 because the Portland game, I can't remember where that fell. But it's like, no, it's there. Nothing really caught my attention until the Clippers loss, which was, I think that was their first bad loss of the season, was followed up with the Spurs loss.
Spurs loss, yeah.
That was the one where it was like, wait a minute. Because I don't think the Raptors one stunk, but that's a 3-point loss. Whatever. The Clippers one was concerning, and then the fact that the Spurs game happened, 2 games later, it was like, okay, wait a minute. And now it's like, this is what happens.
And they hadn't really played that well since that first Clippers game. They played.
Wait, say that again?
They hadn't played that well since that first Clippers game. They played good.
You mean that bad?
Well, yeah. They hadn't played. No, they haven't played good basketball since the first Clippers game.
Well, they played the Suns game was the next
one. The Suns
one.
game was a good one. I'll give them that.
Well, both Suns games.
Do we forget they almost choked that away? They were down in the third quarter to a team that had nobody.
Well, Book was there.
They turned the ball over crazy.
No?
They gave up
19
offensive rebounds. I didn't think they played that good in that game.
They did that.
I didn't think they played that well, I should say, in that game. The one in Phoenix, I thought they played good, but they didn't play good in San Antonio. It was against Phoenix. Minnesota, Fox went crazy. They were down 20 in the fourth quarter of that game. The Utah game at home, the injuries or whatever, they were down in that game.
They were.
Should have lost that game. Atlanta, if Keon doesn't hit 9 threes, what are we looking at? You know what I mean? And then you got LA and Brooklyn. I don't think they played that well since that first LA game. That was what, 2 weeks ago?
Hold on, man. 33. I mean, let me do math. And this always goes well when you do math. I think that's 42, 50. Is that right? 16. That's 50. The Hawks game, they lost by 1 to bench because Keon scored 33. Jordan scored 8. Your boy, McDermott scored 8.
That is my boy.
They scored 50 bench points in that game. They had 9 yesterday because Keon had 33. The rest of the bench was productive, but they had a total of 9 yesterday and a total of 9 the night before.
Come on, now that can't happen. That can't happen. The good news is
that's crazy. That's embarrassing.
Ever since I said it, yeah, my boy, he's still shooting.
Wow, you're really riding with this. How many did he shoot yesterday?
No.
Yeah, he shot 100% yesterday.
He hasn't taken a 3 in 2 games. Still 66%.
Can I tell you something?
We got a week left.
Can I tell you?
Let's go. Come on. That's going to be a win for your boy. That's a win for your boy.
It doesn't count for anything. Your boy has no business being out there. Doug McDermott should not be on the floor ever.
If you're not getting these threes up, like, what are you doing?
Yeah. He's not getting any shots. He hasn't shot since Monday. He's played 7 total
Bruh, your stat is invalid.
What do you mean?
He's got to have a minimum of attempts at some point.
It was already locked in.
He's got to have a minimum.
Nobody said minimum before it happened. It was already locked in.
Again, how did we even get to that stat?
No, he made it up while you were gone. He literally just made it up. And now he wants it to count as a pocket watching league win. Desperate.
He had a terrible foul on a
he did.
Jump shot.
Yep.
And then looked around like, what'd I do?
Why did they sign Doug McDermott again?
No one knows.
Why they talking about defense and all? Why they get rid of McDaniels?
No one knows. We'll come back. James Ham at the top of the hour. It's not going to get any better for the Kings. You're on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Loss.
Rob, honestly, this feels fair. If you're going to sue, we'll use government names then.
It's a good call right there. That's a good call right there. So whack.
I would love to know like who in the circle like told him like, yeah, Drake, this is a good idea. We should definitely sue. This is the move to make.
Yeah,
right
this
here.
is
Let's sue.
This is a good look right here. I would just tell him, yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't we look at some of Drake's numbers and see if these are inflated and how?
That's what I would do. You're better off just dissing him again than suing.
Comedy. Podcasting?
Yeah.
Very nice. Podden. Good stuff.
I'm busy this week.
Yeah. That's what we calling him, Donald J. Drake. Donald J. Drake. Yeah. See, Macy's launched a whole Disney collab. I don't know how much you'd like that stuff, but it's out there. That's what I thought. I thought it was hit or miss.
Yeah, I usually like Lululemon did a thing, but I'm not paying for Lulu prices. Yeah.
Macy's was affordable. I was like, oh, I might get this for some of the people I love.
The move is there's a lot of Hi everybody, talking Disney. The move is there's a lot of like creators, like independent creators who do some really, really dope stuff.
Okay.
The Lost Bros is one of them. There's a lot of they do, it's not like officially licensed merch, but it's like kind of like deep cut like Disney shirts that you won't really know.
Oswald.
Like, no.
Yeah.
Oswald. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
I know Oswald.
Sure.
Trade for Al Michaels.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Shout out to Macy's. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Drive safe.
Bye, everyone. There's no one here.
Well, yeah.
Did you see CM Punk on Friday?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We should bring that up. Yeah, we'll try to. The tough part about the PWL is we've got to have a player to do. You know what I mean?
We've done a lot of players over the years.
Yeah, like we kind of did it unofficially.
Someone asked for Jeremy Lamb. We've done that one before. Weirdly enough.
Warren, I have. I've heard some of the theories. We'll let me get Warren right here. We'll bring that up on the air for a minute.
Saw a tweet over the weekend. The Bloodline is just giving them unlimited stories to work with. Just
Yeah.
whatever they want to do.
Oh, wait, where's Zay go? Zay, that the Black Name No Name movie game you made did some good numbers, man. Thank you for that. I was hoping you caught that, man, but that went so good on social. And the fact that Katie's just willing to be the butt of the joke is very, very helpful. Not everybody would do that. So that video cooked.
Peyton didn't look great when you put it that way, pal.
Hey, Jesse, we, just in case the people thought, he was gaslighting them or not telling the truth, we got wine and popcorn at the Sac State game this past.
Did you again?
Yeah, I kept trying to save that, add that to my story, but it wouldn't let me.
Because I'm blocked.
You go red wine or white
That's
wine at
right.
at the Sac State game?
Red.
Red? Yeah, makes sense.
No, you're being a jerk right now. Don't think I can't tell your tone.
Right, I'm
No.
just asking. What are you talking about?
No, I can hear your tone.
You're lashing out right now. It's crazy.
Do you have the video?
I do.
Send me the video and I'll put it up. It's a shoot.
All right, now do you kick your feet up when you're drinking the wine? Or do you
No,
sit
what are you
normal?
talking about? I was standing there watching the football game.
I mean,
This is not an outrageous combination.
Yeah, you know what? You're my
rowdy.
friend. Casey's my friend. It is an outrageous combination.
It's not.
No, you're big time, bro. I've never gone to my seat or whatever, and I've never even seen anyone have wine and popcorn at a game and the cheap seats or whatever you want to call them.
Well, these aren't the cheap seats. I'll tell you, that's not where D-Lo sits. I'll tell you that right
I'm
now.
sorry,
That's
who
what
was
I'm
down there
wondering.
with me?
Katie from the Wake Up Call. And the
Kenny from D-Lo and KC.
Well,
Because they got to come with you. I'm sure if I got to go to the game with you guys or whatever, you'd be like, Jess, you want some wine? Why not? I'm living the good life today.
Well, I'll say this. My man KC knows his food because I had those sliders for the first time.
Man, shout out to Buckhorn.
Oh my God! And the Lord is my shepherd, He know what I want. Oh my God!
Them sliders are bomb. Bomb. That is Mando every single time. It's the last Sac State home game football game of the season.
Man.
But next year when they're back,
yeah,
I'm going to be there every time.
Shout
getting
out
my sliders. I'm getting about 4 every time I go.
Shout out to our I'm now that I know. Shout out to our people at Sky River Casino because
big ups to them.
Man, food is absolutely spectacular. Just spectacular.
But yeah, just people thought he was just talking. My man ain't talking, man. This is what he do. This is what he do.
Okay, it's not gonna. I'm gonna have to do this differently. It's not gonna let me add it to the
big baller balling.
To the stream. It's not what that was.
Put it on a shirt.
I still associate wine with fanciness, bro. So,
I mean, it's not cheap.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you see?
You realize it was free.
Did you?
Wow.
Did you see our girl Kim's stories over the weekend?
I don't. Oh, yeah.
Where
She was
she
walking
walked-
around with wine somewhere.
Walked to Costco to go pick up some wine like it was a liquor store. It was like walking back on the side of the road back to the house with her glass of wine.
Well,
Picking up
bottle of
alcohol at Costco for the sake of I got to pick up alcohol feels like such a mission, bro.
I actually I FaceTime with our girl Kim yesterday.
How is there not a liquor store in between where you need to go?
Well, she lives in the good part of the town, like not like that.
Oh, I got you. Don't have liquor stores in those.
I'm
places.
sorry. What did you just say? Not like us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
Kendrick. What do you?
There's a liquor store down the street from my house.
Yeah, shout out.
Wine and liquor store. It's not like a liquor store, but yeah.
You got liquor stores where you live, Damien?
No.
Not gonna lie, I've only
They're
As David
truthfully
would say, "Oh, sweetie."
Truthfully, there's only one thing by where I live, or actually now there's two. One of them's new. It's Taco Bell and Dutch Bros. That's it. There's
Dutch Bros.
There's
I've
not.
never had it still.
Neither have I. But my God, everybody else has.
Crazy, huh?
Crazy. It'd be like if we went home at 4:00, it'd be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be absolutely nuts.
Every time.
I think this video's clean.
We out here, Sac State game, Katie in the house, you know what I mean? Wake up call in the house.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. But the real reason I took this
Hold on.
video is y'all
By
thought it was
far,
a game.
the most famous person there,
Oh,
but by far, like not even close.
I'm seeing what D-Lo be talking
I
about,
told
man.
you.
Goodness gracious.
It is a
Look
different.
at that. You got that red wine right there at the game.
Yeah, okay, hold on. We'll let this video play. No, I will tell the rest of the story now. We're down there, talking with some of our people, right? Oh, love you, blah blah blah. Just having fun talking. Dead story. True. Katie comes over from where she was with her older daughter. Comes over, brother stops talking. Katie?
Yeah, true story.
Katie from the
True story.
Katie, I've been listening to you for 10 years. All of a sudden, we're gone. Just gone.
I would have walked away.
Yeah, no, that's what happened. Then
Well, we didn't have to. We were invisible at that point.
Yeah. Well, then at the end, he comes back. He's like, "Hey, stay in school, kids."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the shoot. That's a true story.
There's what
It's like,
we
all right,
do,
little buddies.
and then there's the wake up call.
Yeah, that's
they're
facts.
massive.
We're useless. Absolutely useless. And not good.
The reason I took this video is y'all thought it was a game. Look at that. He got that red wine right there at the game, man. He got that red wine. We had the football game. Look, y'all, we had the football game. We got the red wine, baby. And the popcorn, man.
Don't play with me.
No. Red wine is the football game.
The popcorn is sealed as well?
Hey, y'all ain't living.
Yeah.
Right? Come on,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
I'm gonna live.
It's personally made for him.
See,
No, that's not what happened.
See,
at all.
where we get popcorn, it's like, oh, what's up, Steve? Can I get a little bag of popcorn? Luke grabs you the bag. We don't get it sealed or whatever. It's like, whatever that is.
True story. He's not lying.
That's crazy.
But see, I got to experience that, hanging out with Devo. You know what I mean?
You got to experience what?
That type of life. Watching.
Is that like the first thing you do? You walk in, you get your wine and popcorn?
I would be lying if I told you it wasn't. I'd be lying if it told you I wasn't. It is. As soon as we get to the game, we get to the Sky River tent.
Yeah, you're officially official, bro.
It's wine and popcorn.
Well, look, and I ain't mad at that because I go straight to get them sliders, man. Them sliders from Grill.
You know, what am I doing? You're with him too. Just me and the chatty house. Me and the chatty house are with the people. You walking in and get free sliders. Nah, I do it because I stand with the people.
On principle. Jesse, you got the Sac State game, man. Come on down. Nope, I'm gonna sit on top of the broadcast booth.
No reason at all. No one's sitting up there.
Come sit down in the Sky River tent with us.
Jesse,
have some sliders.
Jesse across the way at the parking structure on the roof where they be.
He up there with that poor guy that's got to film the game.
Yeah, I can see what's up. I'm in Lot A right now. I'm in Lot A.
I had a blast. I love going to those Sac State games, man. I'm sad the season's over. I'm sad they lost. It was a hell of a game. Yeah. The Sac State scored late to make it interesting, but
microcosm of the season.
Yeah, it didn't go well, man. It didn't go well. We I actually got confirmation during the show. I haven't gotten to chat with him, but we spent a lot of time with Andy, Friday and Saturday. Our man Andy AD over there. Mark Orr is going to join us at Sky River, and so is the basketball coach, whose name I screw up every time. It's Z.
The guy.
Yeah.
I think it's Zeppi.
I think they call him Zepp. But
Coach Zepp.
Yeah, I have to find where Ryan okay, stupid, say it this way. When he first took over for DP. But yeah, I got confirmation from our people at Sac State that they'll be able to join us on December 6th. We're trying to plan. We're trying to make that show at Sky River really different and really special. Yeah. One more guy from Sac State we got to try to get on, and that's on me. I gotta shoot him a message and give him some times and let him know what we could do. But I told him when, where, and what we wanted to talk about. So hopefully we can get that done with Dr. Luke Wood.
Shout out Carrie too, by the way, just because.
Shout out Carrie always. Carrie was at the game last night watching that monstrosity.
She was at what?
She was up in the suite.
Oh, that's right. She was at the suite. I seen that, man.
Yeah, she was up in the suite watching that nonsense with her Nikola Jokic husband.
He could have played.
We probably could have put him in there.
He played.
He could have stopped that three from going in at the end of the third quarter. Guy's 9 feet tall, looks exactly like Nikola Jokic. Just throw him out there.
What would it take for you guys to be like, all right, yeah, this is not a 50-win team this season?
It's already happened.
I'm not.
You're there already?
I'm not where Dame is yet. I'm not where Dame is yet.
No, I'm there. This isn't a 50-win team.
I don't think this team is trash. I think they're playing trash.
I don't think they're trash either, but I know that's might have been how I led the show. But as someone once said, I was a little emotional. Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're 50 wins good.
That feels like an issue.
I'm not there yet. I'm
Okay.
not there yet.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I hope you're right because I can't.
Jay Oliphant in the chat says it's a 44-win team. ZZ Sickness says they're 500. Randy Lilly says they're looking real playing-ish.
Well, Cole's not terribly wrong. I don't think I don't think Colby Jones should be getting run. That's what I think.
I ain't gonna lie, I was frustrated seeing him in the fourth quarter. Throughout the game, I don't have a necessary.
And you know what?
But fourth quarter, that's winning time.
This is,
and I didn't like his minutes out there.
This is, are you upset with the kid or are you upset with the parent? I think I have a lot of issues with Mike Brown. I feel like I've been mad at Mike all year. I feel like I've been mad at Mike since the Kevin Huerter nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't understand what he wants. Malik Monk is down. That's this someone who's not at practice, someone who doesn't live, breathe, and die basketball the way that these guys do. It's Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis's minutes have to go up, whether they're playing good or bad. In those minutes, when it's late in the game, if you're plus or minus 2, 3, 4 points, those are the guys that need to be in. And he's constantly experimenting with guys like Kobe Jones. Let it go. You died on your cross with Chris Duarte last year. He's gone. Are we doing this again? Because this is different. This isn't last year. Extensions are not. Jobs are absolutely on the line. This team cannot fail. And it's not just Mike's, it's Monty's. There's a lot of guys' jobs on the line. Now you've got a GM issue. Now you've got a coach issue. And I'd bet Kenny's salary, you've got a De'Aaron Fox issue. Because you fail here. Because I believe De'Aaron's mission is, and it's 100% what it should be, earn your Supermax contract. But you don't. Yeah, I'd have a serious conversation with Rich Paul about what my future in this organization is.
Especially if you did everything you could to get that contract.
And that's the other
look
part.
at this team. You guys cost me $40 million extra or whatever.
If you're playing like you're playing right now, yeah, I'd have a conversation. I'd have a conversation with Rich. I'd have a conversation with Clutch Sports. I can bring Under Armour and Steph Curry into this. Talk to me about what's best for me, because this isn't going great. And there's a lot of pressure on these guys to get things done.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only reason that I'm not necessarily there yet is because as frustrated as we are, this incarnation of the Kings playing this way is happened about 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
You know, the Clippers game is one time. The first Clippers game is one
I'm
time.
gonna bring James in while you're talking.
The first Clippers games was one time, and then these last 2 games over the weekend were the other time. Being like fooled, having your roster, having all your guys, they haven't played like they played these last 2 games the majority of the season. And I don't know what the hell happened over the weekend, but I'm going to say and hope and think that it won't continue. And they'll play better as it goes along, or at the very least, I should say they better play better. Like those guys who aren't performing, those guys who aren't stepping up, and as a group, they better play better, or we're going to see a different roster at some point in time.
Let's see what Jeremy Lamb thinks. Jeremy? Well, okay. All right.
This is a good one.
Never mind. Let's just bring James Ham in here. James Ham of the Insiders. James, talk me off the ledge, man. I don't think this team is very good.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to that, right? Like I'm
there. I'm glad you guys are getting closer. Like I'm pretty sure that nonsense. Yes, I think what happened Friday pushed me over the ledge.
That was awful.
And then I just free falled head first onto a rock yesterday.
Free falling.
Didn't have that on my bingo card today. Wow.
Sing
singing a song that James knows was not something I was prepared for.
Sing a little Tom Petty for us.
Oh, wow. Petty, I was trying to figure out who that was. You know where I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that. Look, I hope that there is a ledge that everyone can step back from, because, again, I think that they have been missing players. I think that they're trying to figure out who they are still. I think there's a major identity crisis, and that they just don't really have, an idea of who they are. And that's a problem. I mean, you're too deep into the season to still be, answering a lot of these questions. But I feel like the panic button that gets hit here in Sacramento, it's usually way too early. And then when it's hit, it's usually a nuclear button. And to be honest with you, the last thing I want to see is this thing sort of tear down to nothing in the matter of, 6 months, where, you want to hit a panic button right now and you want to make some rash decision, whether it's a coaching decision or like some bad trade that you think might work. Um, those things usually don't like really work out the way you hoped. And like Kyle and I discussed this earlier, like, look, if you want to hit a panic button right now and we start seeing this thing like sort of come apart at the seams, like, don't be surprised when your star point guard doesn't want to be here for another one of these. Don't be surprised when this thing just like it means blowing it up means blowing it up completely and losing everything that you've sort of built. So I would hope that there would be some tweaks, that there would be some maybe a lineup change, maybe something that just kind of like makes us all feel a little bit better about what's happening. But as of right now, like, I don't know what the answer is. But, I think like straight up, players have to play better, and they need to hold each other accountable on the court. And if they're not holding each other accountable on the court, Mike needs to do a better job of subbing players out and having conversations with them about where they are in the pecking order and about what their job is supposed to be. Because I don't think everybody's on the same page right now about who the leader of this team is, who the best player is, who the guy, where the ball should be when it matters. I just don't see that right now.
Yeah, James, I think the biggest issue is they're not the guys who are the best shooters on the team aren't making shots. It really comes down to that. Herter, Lyles, and Murray have been awful from beyond the arc. And I know the issue is, the ball movement and assist and all this other stuff. It takes two to tango. You're not getting no assists when you're giving these guys wide open looks. They're not shooting with a hand in their face. They're not, off the bounce and all this other stuff. It is wide open, catch and shoot shots, and they're bricking them left and right. And that's, to me, that's not who they are. They're way better shooters than what they've shown. But I had the numbers earlier in the last 3 games. We'll just go by that. It's even worse for a guy like Keegan Murray. But in the last 3 games, those 3 guys, 10 of 46 from beyond the arc, 21%. That's awful. Once again, they're getting wide open shots. You take 3 guys in the game last night, Clowney, Cam Johnson, and Wilson. 10 of 17 in 1 game. These guys have made 10 of 46 in the last 3 games. So we're just I'm not even talking to Cam Thomas. I'm not even talking about James Harden or Trae Young or any of these other guys. I'm taking the role players, which is what those guys are. They're getting the same looks in these games against the Kings. They're knocking them down at a higher clip. These guys can't make shots to save their lives. And I don't know if that matters. If it matters if DeMar DeRozan is passing it to him or De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis, you're getting looks. You have to hit them. You have to. It's non-negotiable.
Oh, I agree with everything you just said there. I totally agree. But I also, when I watch, a guy who just dropped 60 and 49 in consecutive games, when I watch him go out there and score 24 points in the first half on 7 of 9 shooting, and then you come out in the third quarter and it's a 2-man game that doesn't include him, and you just like start grinding things out. Like, I'm just totally baffled. I'm baffled with what the plan was there. Like, the idea should be for De'Aaron Fox to continue what he's doing and for everybody else to try to figure out how they also can help out, and and that doesn't mean put De'Aaron Fox off to the side and have him watch you guys play basketball for 5 minutes and then go out of the game because it's his time to sub out. Like that to me, it doesn't make any sense. And so that's just a straight up a basketball. Like, if you're a basketball player, like, you feed the hot hand, you go to the guy who's cooking, and then other guys go out there. Like, for instance, what Keegan Murray did. Keegan Murray wasn't having a good shooting night. He started 1 of 5 from 3, finished with 21 points, didn't take another 3. and he dunked on the Nets like 6 times. Like, he went out and figured it out. He got offensive rebounds. He fed his teammates. He went and moved without the ball. He got open for back cuts and scored easy buckets at the rim. Like, that's what we're talking about. Like, figure out how to be effective. Like, for all the things we want to say about Kevin Huerter not, hitting shots, but that's all right. Kevin Huerter has to hit shots. I mean, he's paid to be a shooter. The reason why he makes $17 million a year is not because he's 6'7". It's because he's 6'7" and can hit a 3-point shot. But I will tell you this: the defensive play that he had on Cam Johnson last night, where he just locked him up and then blocked his mid-range jump shot. Like, at least Kevin Huerter was finding ways to be involved in the game and try to help the cause, whether he was hitting shots or not. And I get it that guys have to hit shots. We've been saying it all season long, and it doesn't make sense that every single team walks into Golden One Center and thinks that this is the best shooting gym they've ever been in. And then the Kings on the other side just can't hit their shots at all. That doesn't make any sense at all. But at the same time, basketball sometimes is about what happens when the shots don't fall. How do you find ways to compete? How do you find ways to be part of the action and help your team win? And, some of these guys that aren't hitting shots, at least they're trying to help their team win. And they're not, just looking to take another 15 shots because that's what their stat line needs to say. And for me, that's where I kind of like draw the line. Like, show me that you're there to do more than just score. Because outside of that, I think we got a lot of guys that think it's their job to come in there and save the day. And they're not. They're not saving the day with their shooting ability or the scoring ability.
Yeah, real quick, it's not good enough. You got to execute. What we say earlier, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I'm like that you're attempting to do things other than make shots, but you're paid to make shots. That's why you're in the league. Knock down the goddamn shots. It's as simple like you can try all you want. If you're shooting 21% from 3, that's not going to get us anywhere. Like, they have to hit the shots. And one of the things that I'm thinking about is we're talking to James Ham and breaking this whole thing down is when you talk about Mike Brown and these guys talking about coming out and not executing the first play of the game. When you talk about these missed shots, and then I think back to all the stuff that they kind of mentioned, the way they talked about it. But oh man, we needed some time off. It's been a crazy schedule and all this other stuff. Hey man, there's a mental toughness that needs to be adjusted around here. Like, I don't care about any of that stuff. Are you winning or are you losing? I'm not saying you're a robot. I'm not saying that it's not crazy, the schedule or whatever the case may be, but there's a lot of other teams that got a crazy schedule too. And looking, and it goes back to, always look, I shouldn't say always. We've heard stories looking for a day off. Oh man, we win. We ain't got no practice tomorrow. Yeah, let's go. That ain't working. That's not working. That's not working. Giving you the day off. The one time it worked, the thing that did work is 2 years ago with Beam Team 1 when they worked their asses into the ground to win those games. And between all this stuff that I'm seeing, man, and I'm not saying that they're doing or we're doing or anything, but all these excuses that's going on, man, it's a bottom line business. You making shots or you not? You winning games or you not? And I think they losing sight of that right now. Every game, we predicted it on Friday, they're going to be down 13, 15 points in the first half. That's inexcusable. Oh, we're just rusty. We ain't played in 5 days, so we got to get back used. No, you don't. Play the game and execute. There needs to be a little bit more talk like that around there, in my opinion. Execute. Get the job done. And stop looking for excuses and reason why it can't be done.
Hammer, there was a phrase last night, repeated a lot, started with Mike and I think went to De'Aaron afterwards, and that was attention to detail. It was centered on the idea that the first play of the game is laid out for him and it seems to not be executed properly. Who do you fault for that? We're talking the very first play of the game. We're talking attention to detail, which is clearly something Mike said in the locker room. Who do you blame for this team's lack of attention to detail?
It's a good question, man. I got to be honest with you. Mike came in the door with like binders, right? Everyone knew that Mike is the attention to detail guy. Like, he is all about attention to detail. And when your team isn't following the basics, I mean, I guess you can. The first question people are asked are you tuning out the coach? It's like, okay, well, if you're tuning out this coach, then what coach are you going to listen to? Like, what coach are you going to listen to? Because he's the biggest winner out of all of you. He's the one with rings. You're not. Like, look at the team, the players that he has. Like, I don't know which one of these guys. Is there a ring on this roster? Because I know Mike has won a whole bunch of them as an assistant coach. He's taken teams to the finals. Like, so who isn't following directions? I mean, to be honest with you, like, it's so many of them on any given night. That's the frustrating thing. Like, we shouldn't be talking about, again, I don't think that anyone gets off the hook here at all. Like, when you're talking about the state of the Kings, where they are today, I don't think anyone gets off the hook. De'Aaron Fox has been phenomenal the last week and a half. He wasn't great before that. And not only that, but he's watching the same game we are. He's watching himself not be part of the game plan to open the third quarter. Like, that's not winning basketball. And winning basketball is giving the ball to your best player and letting him cook. And especially when he's already cooking, just keep giving him the ball. And so I don't know, again, Domantas Sabonis is not a guy who should be turning the ball over. What are we up to 32 times in 6 games? That's not okay. And I don't know what the problem is, because we haven't heard a word about a hand or anything else. Again, DeMar DeRozan, you got 26 seconds left in the game, and De'Aaron Fox has to inbound it to DeMar DeRozan, and he doesn't give the ball back to Fox. And then he walks the ball across the timeline and burns almost half of what little time you have left when you need 2 or 3 shots. You don't need 1. And so there are all of these things that we're watching play out. And so, yeah, we can talk about Kevin Huerter missing threes or Keegan Murray missing threes and Trey Lyles missing threes. But that's not the only guys who are at fault here. Like, just because a guy puts up 20 points doesn't mean he had a good game. I mean, we watched last night. One guy had 31 points on 16 shots. Another guy had 18 points on 18 shots. That's not good math.
Yeah.
At all. And so at a certain point, like, you have to look around and say, what is our best opportunity? Who gives us the best opportunity to win? How do we win in this situation? And the answer is pretty simple. You all sat there on the injured list and watched him play. Like, I'm not sure why we're asking the question.
Well, the reason why I would ask this question is, if we're going to go down that road, when it was, and I'm not saying who it should go through or whatever, but when it was going, they won 6 out of 8. Did we forget what DeMar was doing before he got hurt?
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I enjoyed that weekend and everything that was going on, they lost 2 of those 3 games, and were in position, if it wasn't for probably the Jazz, to lose all 3 of those games.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the winning aspect, we should look more to what happened when they were winning games, as opposed to that weekend that, once again, wasn't any fault of Fox or anybody else like that, but they didn't have enough, clearly. Like, him scoring 60, him scoring 40, that's not necessarily conducive to long-term winning. Being able to have Fox with 25, DeMar with 28, Sabonis with 22, that was getting you winning 6 out of 8 games. So finding a way to get back to that may be the answer.
Well, no, I get what you're saying there, but my counterpoint would be Fox did that and had his team almost win games, which isn't good enough. They went, 1-2, or what did they go that weekend? Yeah, I think 1-2, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's without 3 of the team's best players. And so, I mean, like, look, he kept them in the game, and I know that's not winning the game, but like, what else are you supposed to ask of somebody? And I get it that just one guy scoring all the points, that's not my point ever. It's not that De'Aaron Fox should take every single shot, but when a guy's cooking, a guy's cooking. And you need to like step back and realize that. And it's, it's never about shot attempts. It shouldn't be about scoring points. The only thing that matters in this league is wins. That's the only thing. And like in each game, there's going to be a different personality and everything, but still, like last night's game, very specifically, De'Aaron Fox gave you the best opportunity to win. They couldn't stop him. And the only reason he got stopped was not, it was because he stopped going to him. And so like, look, I don't know how to judge a guy that goes out there and like basically single-handedly almost wins games. And just for some reason it coincides. De'Aaron Fox's big, couple of games there coincide with the team hitting all their 3-point shots. Like, look at the shooting numbers. Look at how much better the ball moved. Like, this team has a huge problem with the ball just getting sticky. And again, 21 assists last night. The team's down 4 assists from last season's totals, averages.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not good. And you know what? It's not even fun basketball to watch. It's not. It's ugly, muck it up, grind it out, and then come up short basketball. And that's not what I expected from this team. Like, they're having some major, major growing pains right now. But, sometimes your growing pains end and you're 5'6", and you're not part of the league, like it's tough, but maybe that's where this team is heading.
I thought you might want to jump in and say, aren't the lost assists just the missed shots?
Yeah, I
mean, you miss shots.
I'm not saying anybody does. I got no tolerance for missing the wide open shots. That's why they're in the league. And I don't care if it's when Fox is out there with himself, playing by himself, or if DeRozan's out there or whatever. You're getting the same wide open looks. The same way that you hit them when DeRozan and those guys are out, you're getting them same looks, knock down the shot. Like, I got nothing for you.
I understand.
You're getting a wide open look. You're in the NBA. That's a majority of the reason why you're in this league right now is because you can knock down those shots at a consistent basis. I expect you, and I think they expect themselves to knock down those shots.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse for the missing shots. There's not, but that's not the only problem this team has. Like, this team has all kinds of problems.
Yeah, everybody else knocks down shots against them. That's
I think I've pinpointed another problem, and James, maybe you can help. Why is Colby Jones playing basketball? Sorry, that was a lot. My bad. Why is Colby Jones playing so many minutes for the Sacramento Kings right now?
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, watching the game last night, I think that they looked at him as like a potential defensive matchup.
He has to stop doing this, man. Mike has to stop doing this. It's never, name one time that it's worked. It failed with Doug McDermott, for God's sakes. It fails every time he does this. It failed with Chris Duarte. They shipped Chris Duarte out of here. Why is he doing this? Why does he keep making the same mistake over and over and over again? Just play Keon. Keon was the little magic dust you were looking for last year. Now you hate him.
Yeah, but did Keon not play last night?
Oh, he did. He did, but I don't want to see Colby Jones at all.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
30 minutes.
He played. Keon played 23 minutes. I mean,
how many did Colby Jones play?
He played 17.
Why? That's too many.
Yeah, but he went with an 8.5 man rotation. You had Doug McDermott play 4 minutes last night. Like, who was he supposed to turn to? Is it? I mean, I'm looking at the roster for last night, and the 3 guys that didn't play, although Alex Len did step on the court for at least a second.
Now, how'd that go, James?
Yeah.
How did that Alex Len 0.8 of a second go?
Yeah. So, but it's Alex Len, Jordan McLaughlin, and Orlando Robinson. Like,
Yo, J-Mac
Why-
played
yeah,
well when
yeah,
he was
why
out
isn't
there.
Jordan playing half of those Kobe minutes?
Well, I mean, in all honesty, I think last night it was about going up against a team that has a bunch of big guards, and he didn't play Jordan McLaughlin, and also, like, how many games this season has Jordan played in where they didn't win? And I'm not like calling out Jordan McLaughlin. Everybody on this team has played in games where they didn't win, but
No, this isn't about calling out any of these players. This is about calling out Mike Brown for continuing to make the same mistake over and over again. And I'm starting to wonder if Mike and Monty are even on the same page with this roster.
Yeah.
Or maybe they both hate it. Maybe they both just look at each other like, I don't know. Because there's flaws like somewhere. Like Mike has spent 2 years trying to find something. We thought he found it in Keon. This year, it appears he didn't.
Well, no, but I mean, he's playing Keon. I mean, he played Keon last night. He played Keon the last couple of games. Like there's one game this season, I believe, where Keon got a DMP.
That's right.
And that was like the second game of the season. Outside of that, no, Keon. I mean,
into playing him more.
Yeah, he's playing, and hey, he's one guy shooting the ball well. But I'll tell you, the dude hits first threes and then never got another look at all.
So one thing's for sure, whether you're being critical of Mike Brown or Kobe Jones or not, and James, we'll talk more about this in a few minutes, is there is a depth problem on this team. As Keon scored 9 points yesterday, and the rest of the bench scored nothing. The bench combined on Friday night in just a disastrously awful offensive performance scored 9. Collectively, they scored 18 points over the last 2 games. From the second unit, you're not going to win a basketball game like that. We'll come back. James isn't nearly as pissed off as we are, and it upsets me that we can't get James upset. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings because, James, they play the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight.
Yay.
So, yeah, ultimate get-right game. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Let me step out real quick, guys.
Magic Johnson in the house. Magic in Maui. Always good to see Magic.
Monk is questionable, but there's a good chance he's playing. He's going to go out and try to give it a go. What's up, 40-20? Yeah, there's a good chance he's going to go tonight. I mean, the Kings really need him. We won't know though until he goes and does his warm up and then decides if he's going to play or not after he talks to the crew. But when a player goes from out on Saturday to doubtful Sunday morning to questionable like during the day, that's the build up to play. You don't have to do this. It is very suspect to have someone go from out to questionable or out to probable. And the league frowns upon that. But just to be honest, I've never heard until yesterday that there's some sort of like order that they have to go in. And if that was the case, they probably should not have put him as out on Saturday because that didn't have to be the case. He could have been doubtful on Saturday and then upgraded to questionable. Yeah. Mason Jones is out. Mason Jones pulled something.
Yeah, what happened to Mason? I saw he was on the injury report. When did that happen?
I think it happened in a G League game.
I'm about to say because he played. Did he play against Atlanta or he was out? He might have played against Utah. I think that was the game he played.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster from last night and like who is Mike supposed to play? I mean, you can play Jordan McLaughlin if you want, but if Dennis Schroeder played, maybe that would have made sense, but he didn't. And you needed somebody bigger because they're playing the ball through Cam Thomas the whole time, and they're running a 6'10" Ben Simmons as their point guard. So
part of me says All right, put Jordan on Ben Simmons. Like if they want to say, if they like, I would almost dare them. This is just what I would do when I play Ben Simmons. I'll dare you to shoot 15 times. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We're gonna put Jordan McLaughlin on you. Go to the post them up, and shoot 15 times from the block. I dare you. I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't do it.
Yeah.
And if he's shooting 15 times from the block, that means Cam Thomas is probably not shooting as much as he is. That's what, but the NBA doesn't really work that way. Because like I said, we see a lot of times, I would always think like when people would play against the Warriors, I would never guard Draymond. Draymond, go ahead, shoot 20 times a night. I dare you to shoot 20 times a night. You won't, I bet you won't do it. But they don't play like that. They don't do stuff like that in the NBA.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's an issue with rebounding. It's an issue with everything else, you know.
Last night specifically, I thought Kobe Jones came into the game in the fourth quarter for whatever reason for De'Aaron Fox. I thought that was should have been a 12-minute fourth quarter for De'Aaron Fox. And if you are making some type of substitutions, Keon should have been out there for the majority of that time instead of Kobe. Like Kobe's whatever. Like he's a young guy learning the game, and getting adjusted to the league, finding his role. It's whatever. I just don't think in that situation he should have been playing 5 minutes in that fourth quarter.
The fourth quarter, the 2 minutes where you pulled Keegan and De'Aaron trying to give them just a little bit of a break. And I think it included a timeout. Those are the 2 minutes where you went from up 1 to down 5.
It did include a timeout, and Fox didn't come in after the timeout. I said, why?
Yeah.
Why? Okay, you subbed them out. I wouldn't have, but okay, you subbed them out. I think it might have been a minute and a half. Something happened with a timeout.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Back here with James Hammond, the Insiders, as the Sacramento Kings are back on the floor tonight. The sweet confines of the Golden One Center, am I right?
Home, sweet home.
You know what sucks about that, Hammer? There's a million things, but De'Aaron, Malik, they all talked about being better at home. And here we are, 9 games in? Is it 4 and 5?
4 and 5, I believe, yeah.
Man. That's tough, Hammer, and they got a lot of home games coming up. It's almost like, whew, can't wait for this team to get on the road. And they bond on the road, is what they say. Nothing like a good bonding trip to Portland.
Oh, joy!
Right after, right after Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I don't feel great, James. I don't feel great. Keegan Murray. When you're lose 3 straight, when you're kind of playing below expectations, when you're 17 games in and you're below 500, there's a lot of blame to go around. And I do feel like some of this falls on the shoulders of Keegan Murray.
I mean, sure. He has not been able to be like sort of the offensive weapon. He's missed a ton of 3-point shots. But even like looking at last night's game, I was looking at like the advanced numbers from last night's game. Mm-hmm. And the box score read, I mean, it tells a lot of the story. It flat out does. So if you look at the offensive rating, defensive rating from last night's game, and you look at individuals from that game, De'Aaron Fox, of course, runs a 142 offensive rating and a 118 defensive rating. So he's like a plus 24. Keegan Murray, a 123 and a 116. So he's a plus 7. I can look at Kevin Huerter, 116, a 117. So he's a minus 1. Keon Ellis off the bench, a 136 and a 120. So he's a plus 16, right? Domantas Sabonis, a 108 versus a 113. He's a negative 5. You can overcome that. DeMar DeRozan was a 95 offensive rating and a 122 defensive rating. He's a negative 27 as far as like net rating for the game. Trey Lyles was an offensive rating of 31 and a defensive rating of 111. So while he was on the court, the offense was he was a negative 80. And Colby Jones was an 18 offensive rating and a 110 defensive rating. And I don't want to talk about the 4 minutes Doug McDermott played. They didn't score in that 4 minutes, I don't think, because he's a 0 offensive rating and a 124 defensive rating. So I don't think I've ever seen a player run a negative 124, but it's probably because I don't always look at that and don't know where these guys are at on a day in and day out basis like that. But yeah, that's not going to work. The bench didn't get moving at all, but they weren't the only ones. Again, like the starter minutes, everybody's got to be moving the right way, and the fact that this team is struggling as a whole is a big time problem. You lose games together, and sometimes we can point to people who's it's their fault and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, there's usually a whole lot of people that are involved in a loss and a lot of reasons why you lose a game. And again, free throw shooting. You lose a game by what, 6 points, 5 points. 5 points. De'Aaron Fox missed 4 free throws. Keegan Murray missed 2. You had 2 by Trey Lyles and 1 by Keon Ellis. His team misses 11 free throws in a 5 or 6 point loss. That those are reasons why you're losing games. And it feels like for Mike, it doesn't, he's kind of chasing his tail a little bit, because as soon as you get one thing fixed, all of a sudden one of these issues pops back up and you start taking a step backwards. So at some point, like, again, players have to take responsibility for some of the things that happen on the court. And it's not all about coaching. I think, again, long-term trends, we can talk about the fact that they're really bad defending the 3. They need to make an adjustment there. Like, I don't know what it is, but they have to make some sort of adjustment there. But outside of that, players have to hit shots. We can look at the numbers, but like missing wide open threes from the corner, it just doesn't make sense that good shooters are missing shots. And I know they worked on it where Mike shortened practice for a day and they took a bunch of threes after practice, and next thing you know, they hit a bunch of threes. But like, that seems like it's a no-brainer, and I know these guys are working, so none of it really pieces together. I don't get why it is that they're not finding success together as of right now, and they got to figure it out.
You talk about the defense and defending the 3. James, I want to know if you see the same things that I believe I'm seeing. Watching that game last night, it seemed like the only person, how do I put this? It looked different when De'Aaron Fox was contesting a 3. And every time he contested a 3, lo and behold, it didn't go in. It looked more aggressive. It looked more intentional. It looked like he was using the high 5 method, like he was getting out on the shot when he was defending the 3. Do you see the same thing? Do the numbers say the same thing? Obviously, we've seen the numbers about opponents' field goal percentage when he's guarding them. But even something like with a closeout, it feels like he's the only one that I see on a consistent basis closing out to the 3-point shooters in an aggressive manner that actually contests the shot. Do you kind of see the same things, or am I just maybe making that up?
No. I mean, I think it has something to do with the fact that he's faster than everybody else. He's just quicker and can close out quicker. He's not as tall as some of these guys, but I think it is that he closes out a lot quicker than the other guys. I don't know. Again, like, they walked us through like their defensive mindset when it came to shooting threes. I think that their goal coming into this season was to sort of hedge and not give guys free run at the basket, and make sure that you're supposed to defend your man, but you're also supposed to lean into the passing lane a little bit and try to take away some of the opposition's ability to drive the basketball. That's one of their things. I also think sort of the weak side defender, the guy who's usually defending the corner 3 on the opposite side, he's supposed to fly down underneath the basket and be a help defender underneath the basket. And that's leaving the far corner 3 wide open. So if you have a team who's really moving the ball well, they're getting the ball out to that corner 3. And then I think there's just naturally something to when you play a team that's not good at defending the three, and we can talk about it the other way, right? The Kings always talk about the hot guy. Like anytime somebody comes in the game that's a good 3-point shooter, you instantly gravitate towards them. You do not let that person loose, right? And while I hear them talk about that shooter all the time, number one, I still see them leave that shooter. Like we can talk about Clowney hitting a couple of, what would he go 5 of 8 from 3 or something last night? I mean, Clowney's a 37, 38% 3-point shooter. I mean, he's not like a scorching, crazy, 3-point shooter. But I'll tell you this, he's shooting the ball a whole hell of a lot better than Kevin Huerter or Keegan Murray at this point. So you probably should have defended him. The fact that he busts you up for 15 points from behind the arc is a problem. But I also feel like when you walk into Golden One Center or you walk into a game against the Kings, everybody knows, the scouting report says that they're one of the worst teams in the league at defending the three. So everybody get ready, because we're going to hoist them, and because they're not going to stop it. They're not going to make an adjustment. They haven't figured out how to defend the three yet. So we're all going to shoot them tonight. And then it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like everybody is out there looking for the three. And sure enough, there it is. They find it and they're confident and they're ready to go. And again, there are times where I think, oh my gosh, how many times are you going to leave Garrison Matthews wide open? Like, I don't get that. But there are also times where guys are hitting threes that don't typically hit threes. And it becomes like an accumulation. It's not just, the guys who the hot shooters are hitting, 15 threes. It's that extra 4 or 5 threes that you're getting from just like randos that you didn't expect. And it's because everybody's walking into the game knowing that they're going to get open looks and they're hitting them against the Kings.
What? I don't expect you to know the answer. What's the fix for this? Like I feel like what was it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago? It was, touch the paint, spray. That's the thing, right? Touch the paint, kick it out. There's the three. Touch it. Okay, where they're doing that. Like Kenny went over the number of times that they touched the paint, threw it out to Kevin Huerter, and he missed. Touch the paint, threw it out to. It's not as simple as they're not getting the types of threes that they want. It's just that they're not. And I feel like 2 weeks ago we were like, well, it can't be this bad forever. Well, it's not forever, but goddamn, hit a couple.
Yeah,
hit 2. Like, don't shoot 20%, shoot 26%, and you win some of these games. Like they have just like it's like it's not. This team refuses to be. Oh man, they're just not very good here. It's either they're really good or they're awful. They can't be in between on anything.
Well, I'll tell you, like 2 weeks ago, we were looking at this team. They're shooting 30.1% from three, and now they're shooting 33.4. So they are getting better. It's just not good enough. Like again, like the improvement is happening. De'Aaron Fox certainly has started hitting his threes, and you're seeing a couple of guys step up. I mean, at this point, Fox is now shooting 35.6% from three. Where we were looking at him as like a 27, 28% shooter, wondering if that's who he was now. And Keon Ellis is now shooting 43.4% from three. I think one of the easiest answers might be to, again, like if they're going to make a lineup change here, I don't particularly, I would understand a lineup change. And I would hope that Keon Ellis would step into the starting lineup and start hitting threes at the same clip that he has been lately. But I also worry about the blame game because, like, look, I think there's enough blame to go around on this team and pushing Kevin Huerter to the bench. While I know that that's something that a lot of people would be here for, I also, I'm not sure that that's the best answer either. Because I don't personally think he hasn't been a solution, and his 3-point shooting has not been good. But I also think that they have much bigger issues than Kevin Huerter on this team right now.
All right. Well, James, don't you got to get on down to the Golden One Center?
Oh, I do.
Oh,
I gotta leave.
Yeah, I forgot. I thought we were just kicking it. Bye, James. Go to work, James.
Bye, friends. Got to get on the road.
James Ham on his way to the Golden One Center, where the Sacramento Kings will take on the 12-4 Oklahoma City Thunder.
Hey,
slump buster, baby.
Hey, we were rough on the Kings today. We were rough on the Kings today,
okay,
man. And I'm not
over
even
the
saying,
top.
I don't think so. I think for the expectations that not only we had, but these guys said they had for themselves coming into this season, and what we've seen in the last week or so, and then overall, you got to take the overall record as well. I know they had a time in there where they had won 6 of 8 or whatever, but you're a game under 500, close to 20 games in. I don't think it was over the top at all. I don't think it was unfair. I think what it did was, I think both of us said, hey, at the end of the day, this is usually where all this comes from. I believe you guys are better than the way you're playing right now. There's a reason why if the Washington Wizards were here and say, I wouldn't be like, oh, it's ridiculous that because you're not very good. You don't have enough good ball players. I think the Kings have enough good ball players. I think Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray are better shooters than what they've shown so far this year and in this last 3-game stretch. I think they're better than that. And they're not performing up to their standard. And it's time to figure it out. Like we can't babysit this whole thing. Like at some point you gotta get it done. You gotta get it done if you want to reach those goals and hit those expectations that you said you had for yourself and that we have as well.
You know what my concern was today? What was the line you just said? They're better than what they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what if they're not?
The only reason I say that is Huerter, Murray, and I know it's not them individually.
Mm-hmm.
They're not 20% three-point shooters for their career. They're better. They're better than that. They're better than what they've performed. I need them to perform closer than that. Does that guarantee wins? Not necessarily. But you're not a bad three-point shooter on your career. You're shooting below your average. I believe you're better than that. I believe you're closer than your average. I need you to get there. I need you to shoot the ball better where you're more around what your average is. That's what I kind of mean by that.
No, and I understand that. My fear is they don't get to their average number. They get to maybe they're not 20% shooters, right? They get to like 30.
Mm-hmm.
Is 30% good enough from both of them?
Yeah, it might not be.
And that's where that's kind of the thing. It was the line we were using to start this show. At some point, you got to believe what you're watching, whether it's like whether
team.
It's a series of bad, whether it's a football team or it's a basketball team. But if it's just missing shots, if it's just bad defense, if it's bad closeouts, if it's De'Aaron excelling in an area that others aren't, if it's weird rotations, if it's not understanding why at some point, I have to believe what I'm watching. At some point, I have to recognize also that I'm not just watching this year. I have some things last year that's making me call into greater question what I'm seeing this year. Like you use the Timberwolves as an example. Timberwolves are struggling right now. A lot of people, oh, God, so shocked. I needed the Timberwolves to show me something last year because I didn't buy it. Mm-hmm. And they quickly did. And I said this offseason, you're going to have to prove it to me one more time. Mm-hmm. You can prove it to me pretty quick, but you're going to have to prove it to me. And why is that? Because I have a sample size of them not playing well. I feel like my sample size of the Kings not playing well is getting larger. And at some point, we have to admit, we're not looking at 17 games of basketball. We're looking at 99, where this run has been consistent. You can add DeMar to this if you want to, but it's the same. And the results are the same. Maybe it looks a little bit, but the results are the same. And I want to believe they're going to be better. I want to believe they're going to get better. I want to believe that those shots are going to fall. I want to believe that the free throw percentage is real and it's going to stay at 80 and above and they're going to get back to hitting. I want to believe all of that. But I haven't seen it. So I'm trusting Santa Claus is going to show up on Christmas because it's the same exact thing.
What do you think of, and I really do hate to do this because once again, I believe all those guys care. I believe they're all working hard to achieve their goal. But the little bits of evidence that we've seen, what do you think of my assertion that maybe that mental focus and that mental toughness is lacking from these guys as a collective? Like I said, I'm kind of I understand it's different. They go through a lot, but I don't want to hear like, oh, we want a day off. You know what I mean? Like maybe the Warriors do that too, and I just don't pay attention. Maybe all the teams are like, yeah, we want to. We're tired.
It's the beginning of the season.
Yeah, we're tired right now, man. We need a day off. And all right, man, what?
Yeah. So, admittedly, that whole and this is where I try to be really careful because I think what these guys do is very difficult. And I think the amount of work that like we look at 40-minute games or 48-minute games and we look at the 2.5 hours that we're watching and whatever. You guys can't work for 2.5 hours? God. Like, no, man.
More than that.
Yeah, like these guys put in a lot of work every day to get to the point of playing that game, whether it's shoot around, whether it's their prehab, their rehab, whether it's the hot tubs, the cold pool, like whatever. There's a lot that goes into those guys taking the floor at the Golden One Center or any other arena. But man, the amount of like relief, what was it? We're 3 games. So how many games are we in? They're 8 and 9. So that's 17 games. So 14 games in. Oh God, we're just so rested. We needed that break. Again, I don't question how hard these guys work. That was a red flag to me. That was like, and I know Mike is, and this is a conversation we had before the season started. Maybe it was during camp where I was like, as this team gets older, Mike might need to think about coach, like how he manages this team, not coaching, but managing this team differently. Tom Thibodeau still has the same rap he had in Minnesota, despite the fact there's numerous articles, reports, firsthand statements that he doesn't. He's not doing that in New York. Like he's understood. He's got to take his foot off the gas a little bit. We can't practice 9 days a week, twice a day. Like he understands that. He's gotten better with that. He still has the same rap though. And I thought Mike would have to adjust a little bit. I'm not sure that he has. The fact that we saw a clip of Malik point, hey, practice is running long. Yeah, but you said we're going to do this here and this here. And it's like, oh, that's funny. That's Malik and Mike. But at the same time, it's like, Mike, this group is a little bit older than the one that you had last year. And you added a 36-year-old. It's not just older in age, it's older in time together. And that to me, that was concerning. The relief for that time off was really concerning this early in the season.
And the thing, that was a great point. And the thing that I worry about with that is not that they can't be tired. Once again, they're human beings. Absolutely, you can be tired. You put a lot of work into what you're doing. You're going to be tired. But the fact that it feels like when they acknowledge it the way they do or have, you open up the gate for that to seep in and be a crutch and say, well, I just couldn't really close out there because I played a lot of minutes lately. I'm just like, that's where I talk about where the mental aspect, maybe you got to trick your mental into saying, yeah, I'm tired, but I need to push through this and execute the way I need to. And I hope that's what they're doing.
Jesse's making us end the show. So what are we going? Black and purple?
Purple and black pregame show.
Purple and black. Yeah.
Monday Night Football.
Monday Night Football.
Ravens,
we got to go one tonight.
Ravens Chargers.
Yeah, we got to go one tonight. We got to go one tonight. We'll head over to 102.5 and, well, it's like a marriage, man.
The hell do we do if they lose
for better
today?
or worse? We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Come on. So what do we do tomorrow if they lose today?
Talk to ourselves. Yeah, because I think you get one day where everybody vents.
Yeah,
we're going into Thanksgiving. They lose tonight.
NBA hour.
The hell with these.
All right, tune in on Wednesday for the biggest turkey on the Kings.
Thanksgiving turkeys.
Come on, man.
Turkeys.
Vamos, Kings like the bean. Come on.
Didn't pay attention because I forgot Hammer had to leave. God damn it. Come on now. Let's Oh no, Nelly can go. Sorry, Nelly. Kenny Caraway special right there.
I hope it wasn't EI.
No, it was that fucking ride with me.
Oh well, yeah. So long, pal.
All right, guys. We got some work to do. Lazy, we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please tune in, even if they lose. Goodbye now.